Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 701. Chapter 701, 701. Chapter 701, I don't want to die, so I'm seeking your cooperation. The Demon Emperor saw a pair of eyes gleaming with sharpness, staring right at her. Lin Moyo couldn't see her, but he could sense her presence. It was the eye of the undead above that discovered me. The Demon Emperor felt the soul attack coming from above, precisely from the eye of the undead. Previously, she had only fought Lin Moyo from a distance. This was the first time she had experienced his skills up close, and they were quite peculiar. The Demon Emperor openly removed her concealment, revealing her graceful figure. It's you. Lin Moya's eyes instantly turned sharp. As soon as the Demon Emperor removed her concealment, the aura of a barrier appeared. A barrier, the abyss, a demon. Lin Moyo instantly guessed her identity. In the entire abyss, only one person could approach him without being detected. The Demon Emperor sensed Lin Moya's hostility and was slightly surprised. You recognize me? Lin Moyo was extremely vigilant, already in a combat stance. Demon Emperor. How did you guess? The Demon Emperor was even more surprised. How could Lin Moyo be so certain? She knew they had never met before. Moreover, her aura had completely changed, so Lin Moyo couldn't have identified her by her aura. She was very curious about how Lin Moyo was so sure of her identity. Could it be a guess? Impossible. Lin Moya's attitude was too certain. Lin Moyo did not answer the Demon Emperor's question. You infiltrated the ancient city of Shangxia and followed me here. What do you want? As he spoke, the ancient thunder tower appeared in Lin Moyo's hand, ready for battle at any moment. The Demon Emperor retreated a short distance. I have no ill intentions. Do you believe that? Lin Moyo sneered. The hatred between humans and abyssal demons had lasted for over 1,000 years, and they would fight to the death upon meeting. The Demon Emperor had tried to kill him several times, and not long ago, she had even teamed up with the Dragon Emperor to try to kill him. Now she claimed to have no ill intentions, which was laughable. The Demon Emperor chuckled. I'm serious. This time, I really have no ill intentions. With my status, there's no need to deceive you. Lin Moyo naturally didn't believe her but didn't immediately attack either. After all, he only had the power to protect himself against the Demon Emperor. Lin Moyo asked in a deep voice, then what do you want? Facing the highly vigilant Lin Moyo, the Demon Emperor tried to show as much goodwill as possible. I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate. Lin Moyo's thoughts raced, immediately recalling an event from 1,000 years ago. There was indeed a cooperation between humans and abyssal demons, where the two races joined forces to drive the dragons out of the Yuan battlefield, cutting off all spatial passages. As a result, the dragons had not been able to return for 1,000 years. Lin Moyo's eyes sparkled as he guessed the Demon Emperor's intention. Could she be seeking another cooperation like the one 1,000 years ago? Now that there were no half-step supergods among humans, the strongest should be himself. It made sense for her to seek cooperation with him. The Demon Emperor nodded. Yes, I came to seek cooperation with you. Lin Moyo remained vigilant and did not relax because of the Demon Emperor's words. Tell me, what kind of cooperation do you want? The Demon Emperor said, before we cooperate, let's discuss the terms. I hope you agree to one thing. What is it? In the future, no matter what level you reach, you must not attack me. Similarly, I will not take the initiative to attack you or the human race. The Demon Emperor stated a condition that puzzled Lin Moyo. The condition sounded strange. Even Lin Moyo didn't understand the Demon Emperor's true intention for a moment. Explain clearly. The Demon Emperor smiled. It's exactly as it sounds. Lin Moyo thought for a moment and somewhat understood the Demon Emperor's meaning. Are you afraid that I will kill you in the future? The Demon Emperor did not hide it and openly admitted, you could say that. With Antares backing you, I can't touch you. Your talent is excellent, and you are very likely to become a supergod in the future, capable of killing me. I don't want to die, so I'm seeking to turn enemies into friends in advance. Lin Moyo laughed at the Demon Emperor's wishful thinking. Humans and abyssal demons turning enemies into friends? 1,000 years of hatred, do you think that's possible? The Demon Emperor said, I'm only referring to myself, not the other demons in the abyss. Lin Moyo was shocked, hearing the Demon Emperor's words. Was she planning to betray the entire abyssal demon race? She was the Demon Emperor, the ruler of the abyssal demons. Now she wanted to sell out her own world, which was somewhat laughable. Lin Moyo felt like he was hearing a fairy tale. Even mythological stories weren't this outrageous. Seeing Lin Moyo's shocked expression, the Demon Emperor chuckled. Don't think it's impossible. In this cruel world, nothing is impossible. To show my sincerity, I can give you some proof first. Lin Moyo frowned. What proof? The Demon Emperor took out a memory crystal. Here is a list of members of the Demon Worship Society. Lin Moya took the crystal and checked it, showing a look of surprise. There were nearly 10,000 names, involving various fields of the human race. Although none of them were in core areas, there were many in middle levels, which was quite shocking. The last purge by Bai Yaiwan had not completely eradicated the Demon Worship Society. Lin Moyo asked in a deep voice, "How do I know if this is real?" If the list was fake, he couldn't just take the Demon Emperor's word for it. The Demon Emperor had anticipated Lin Moya's reaction. "You don't need to take action. You can contact the human high-level officials and see if these people are all dead, and they all died by suicide." As she spoke, the Demon Emperor pointed to the sky, and a law pierced through the sky, crossing the spatial barrier to an unknown place. Seeing the Demon Emperor suddenly use a law, Lin Moya's heart tightened. "Wait for me outside the ancient city of Shangxia." At this moment, he had no intention of continuing to level up. He flapped his wings of the undead, fully unleashing his soul power, and flew towards the ancient city of Shangxia. In just a few seconds, he returned to the ancient city of Shangxia and then used the teleportation array to return to the human world. As a 5-star god general, he had the highest authority in the human race and could use the teleportation array freely. His speed was so fast that the soldiers guarding the teleportation array didn't have time to stop him. They only saw a flash before the teleportation array activated. The soldiers initially wanted to stop him but closed their mouths when they saw the purple god general badge on Lin Moya's shoulder. Lin Moya returned to the human world and immediately contacted Meng Anwen, telling him about the list of Demon Worship Society members. Meng Anwen arrived as quickly as possible and took the list. In just half an hour, Meng Anwen sent back information. The content of the information shocked Lin Moyo. Nearly 10,000 people on the list had all committed suicide. Some were from Shangxia, while others were from other countries. Just half an hour ago, they all committed suicide. The method of suicide was very uniform. They all cut off their own heads with weapons. In his shock, Lin Moya realized something. Could the Demon Worship Society be limited to just the people on this list? Could the Demon Emperor be hiding more? Meng Anwen came to Lin Moyo again. "Xiao, what happened? Where did this list come from?" Lin Moyo hadn't explained the situation clearly earlier, and Meng Anwen was even more shocked now. The news from various places made Meng Anwen realize the gravity of the situation. Lin Moyo, with something on his mind, said, "I'll explain the details later, teacher. I need to go back first." Chapter 702. Chapter 702, 702. Chapter 702, I have half human blood, do you believe it? Outside the ancient city of Shangxia, the Demon Emperor wore a light yellow fitted outfit, revealing her slender waist. When Lin Moya returned, the Demon Emperor showed a dazzling smile. "How about it? Are you satisfied with my sincerity?" Lin Moya asked, "Is there anyone else?" "Guess." The Demon Emperor smiled slightly. Lin Moya stared into her eyes, unable to fathom her thoughts. The Demon Emperor's mind was deep, not something that could be understood from the surface. Lin Moya nodded. "All right, I accept your sincerity for now. Tell me about your specific cooperation plan." The Demon Emperor smiled and said, "There are some things you might not believe even if I tell you. I want to invite you to my Demon Emperor Palace, where we can discuss in detail." Lin Moya instantly became wary again. The Demon Emperor Palace was the Demon Emperor's territory, deep in the abyss. Going there would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den, delivering himself to death. The Demon Emperor naturally knew Lin Moya's concerns. Some things are better seen with your own eyes. As for safety, you can ask the Lord. With the Lord around, I wouldn't dare harm you. Lin Moya pondered various possibilities while communicating with the Dragon Scale. "Antares, will I be in danger in the Demon Emperor Palace?" "No." Lin Moya quickly received a definite answer from Antares. Lin Moya also wanted to understand why the Demon Emperor suddenly approached and offered such a significant gift. Most importantly, he wanted to know if there were still members of the Demon Worship Society lurking among the humans. Especially in the core high levels, even 1 or 2 members could pose a greater threat to the humans and the Shangxia Empire than the thousands who just committed suicide. Now that he knew, he couldn't ignore it. With Antares' assurance, Lin Moya felt more confident. "All right, I'll go with you." The Demon Emperor took out a delicate magic stone. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. This magic stone was the most advanced he had ever seen, containing the aura of laws. The magic stone was activated, and a spacetime tunnel appeared in front of the Demon Emperor. "General Lin, please." For the first time, the Demon Emperor addressed Lin Moya with the human honorific, showing her respect. At this moment, the Demon Emperor placed Lin Moya on an equal footing with herself. This also demonstrated her sincerity. Lin Moya boldly entered the spacetime tunnel. After a long-distance teleportation, before his vision recovered, Lin Moya felt the familiar aura of the abyss. The aura was incredibly dense, coming from all directions and colliding with his body. His body felt slightly uncomfortable, as the abyssal aura clashed with his own. It seemed to express the irreconcilable conflict and hatred between humans and the abyss. When his vision cleared, Lin Moya saw dark green flames, almost black abyssal fire. He was already in the Demon Emperor Palace, but strangely, it didn't look as he had imagined. There were no grotesque decorations, nor any demonic features. The place was very exquisite, whether it was the chairs, pillars, or furnishings, all bore a 7 or 8-part resemblance to human palaces. If not for the eerie abyssal fire, it would look like a human palace. "Does it seem strange?" The Demon Emperor's voice echoed in the palace, melodious and somewhat ethereal. Lin Moya looked at the Demon Emperor, still wearing a human mage robe and revealing her slender waist. "You can return to your original form." The Demon Emperor walked past Lin Moyu and then sat on her throne, looking somewhat lazy. This is my original form. Lin Moyu clearly didn't believe it. The Demon Emperor laughed. I really have half human blood. Lin Moyu was speechless. You're the Demon Emperor, claiming to have half human blood. Are you kidding me? Lin Moyu felt the Demon Emperor was treating him like a fool and frowned. This joke isn't funny. The Demon Emperor shook her head. I really have half human blood, but not from the humans of your world. And I can tell you, I've never personally killed a human. Don't believe me? You can ask the Lord. Lin Moyu naturally didn't believe her and immediately communicated with Antares. Is she telling the truth? Antares quickly gave Lin Moyu an answer, leaving him somewhat incredulous. The Demon Emperor, who had led the abyssal demons against humans for 1,000 years, had never killed a human and even had half human blood. This was truly a big joke. This secret was too shocking. Lin Moyu also understood why she wasn't afraid of him revealing this information. Who would believe it if he told anyone? Moreover, with the Demon Emperor's power, no demon in the abyss would dare doubt her, unless they wanted to die. Lin Moyu quickly digested all the information with his strong acceptance ability and said, your story must be quite interesting. The Demon Emperor sighed softly. The Lord should have already told you about the origins of our abyss and the dragon race. The demons in our abyss belong to the demon race, but we are just low-level demons, the lowest tier of the demon race. And the abyss world is just a fragment world. As the Demon Emperor spoke, she pointed upwards. A barrier projected down, forming a series of images. The images showed the cosmic starry sky, the sun, moon, and stars, carrying a sense of vastness and recording the passage of time. 2 points of light, one in front and one behind, flew from the dark cosmic starry sky. They landed outside a world and then stuck to it. Each point of light was only 1/5 the size of the world, looking like the world had grown a pair of horns. The connection between these horns and the world formed a special area. Lin Moyu saw the images and listened to the Demon Emperor's explanation, realizing that these 2 points of light were the Abyss World and the Dragon Realm. The special area formed at the connection was the Yuan battlefield. The Abyss World and the Dragon Realm were just fragment worlds, not complete worlds, and together they were less than half of a real world. The Demon Emperor's voice echoed, we came here with the fragment worlds, carrying a mission. The mission is to destroy all living beings in this world, regardless of what they are. At that time, I was also in the fragment world, just a small demon, not strong enough. When I saw that the living beings in this world were humans, I couldn't stop the other powerful demons and could only choose not to act. Later, I grew stronger and became the Demon Emperor, ruling this fragment world, but I still couldn't stop it. This Abyss fragment world is a part that split from the main Abyss world and can be recalled at any time. My power is insignificant in the main Abyss world. If I did anything against the Abyss, my only fate would be death. Moreover, the destruction of living beings is an instinct engraved in the bloodline of abyssal demons, an instinct that cannot be erased. Lin Moyu listened to the Demon Emperor's story and seemed to understand some things. He had completely calmed down and analyzed. Outside, are humans and demons from the main Abyss world also at war? The Demon Emperor shook her head. I don't know. I was born in the fragment world and know little about the outside world. But I have memories in my bloodline, knowing that I have half human blood. So I've always hidden myself, being very careful. Fortunately, I was born in the fragment world. Demons like us, who are worse than soldiers, are not valued. If I were in the main world, I would have been executed long ago. If one day, the fragment world returns to the main world, I will surely die. Chapter 703. Chapter 703, 703. Chapter 703, this deal seems worth it. The voice of the Demon Emperor, accompanied by the constantly flickering abyssal fire, sounded somewhat mournful. Lin Moyu could hear the bitterness in her voice, as if she was mocking her own life and her own birth. Half human, half demon, not accepted by humans, and equally unwelcome among the abyssal demons. No matter which race, they would not accept her kind. Even though she had the appearance of a human, she could deceive ordinary people but not the strong ones. Just like the mixed-blood dragons in the Dragon Realm, in Antares' eyes, they were nothing. The Demon Emperor continued, I know that once my identity is exposed, even if I don't return to the main world of the Abyss, the demons here won't spare me. I thought I could hide, I trained desperately, I became the Demon Emperor, and then no one could kill me. With several IS in a row, the Demon Emperor's tone became somewhat urgent. Lin Moyu could hear the hardships in her voice. The Demon Emperor said, I built the Demon Emperor Palace and lived inside, never showing my true face. I became the ruler of the fragment world, but do you know how false this ruler is? Lin Moyu said, you don't want to die. Of course. The Demon Emperor said softly, I certainly don't want to die. I want to become a super god, to become a true god, to become an even more powerful existence, until no one can kill me. Survival is the instinct of any living being, and the Demon Emperor is no exception. Her will to survive is incredibly strong, and it is this will that has brought her to her current achievements. Lin Moyu had fully understood, you don't want to die, you don't want the human race to perish, and you don't want the dragon clan to take over this world. No matter which happens, you will return to the main world, and death awaits you. The Demon Emperor continued, that's right, so I came to seek cooperation with you. Lin Moyu said, if you don't want to die, there's only one way, stay here forever and never return. So you maintain the balance among the three races. 1,000 years ago, when the Dragon Clan was strong, you helped the human race drive them out. The Demon Emperor said, yes, I had just become the Demon Emperor at that time, and this was the first thing I did. At that time, I actually had the chance to destroy the human race, but I didn't take action. I even secretly killed several high-level demon kings. And then there was Jiang Yi from your human race. He wasn't a being of this world, and I couldn't let him grow, so I eliminated him. There are other things I've done to maintain balance. But you broke the balance. Lin Moya knew he had become a sword hanging over the Demon Emperor's head. With Antares backing him, the Demon Emperor didn't dare to act against him. Using someone else's hand to kill was her last resort. But the Dragon Emperor wasn't strong enough and failed. As for Meng Anwen and the others, they were just extras and posed no threat to the Demon Emperor. Even if Lin Moya were killed, the Demon Emperor would not truly invade the human world. She needed to maintain balance. Balance was her lifeline. The Demon Emperor continued, in fact, my approach is just an escape. I became the Demon Emperor 1,000 years ago, reaching the peak of a half-step supergod. In the fragment world, I can't advance further, I can't become a supergod. Lin Moya said in a deep voice, you can leave. The Demon Emperor shook her head with a bitter smile, you mean like Emperor D, risking my life to leave? No, for him, it's a 1 in a million chance of survival. For me, it's certain death. I was born in the fragment world, and my soul imprint is here. The powerful demons of the main world can find me through the imprint at any time. No matter how far I run, it's useless. Her words were filled with helplessness and despair. At this moment, she didn't seem like the Demon Emperor but more like a helpless girl. Her words involved some knowledge that Lin Moya didn't know. Lin Moya asked, then what do you plan to do? Lin Moya knew she must have a plan, otherwise, she wouldn't have come to him. The Demon Emperor said, I've thought of a way, but I'm not sure if it will work. It's the only way I can think of. Let's hear it. You become the master of the world and devour the fragment world. Lin Moya was slightly shocked. This was her plan, to make him the master of the world. At this moment, Antares' voice sounded in his mind, this is indeed the only way. Lin Moya asked, but how can I become the master of the world? Antares chuckled, simple, become a supergod. When the time comes, I'll teach you. It's not difficult. Besides, there's a world core waiting for you to collect. If you want to become stronger and break through limitations in the future, this is something you must do. Lin Moya already knew the answer, but why should I help you? The Demon Emperor heard something different in Lin Moya's words. She knew Lin Moya had already gotten the answer, and her method was feasible. The answer came from Antares, she knew. I will show enough sincerity. When you become the master of the world, I will have the demons launch an attack on the Dragon Clan. The demons and the Dragon Clan will suffer mutual destruction. I will bring you the head of the Dragon Emperor. Lin Moya stopped her, no, I'll take the Dragon Emperor's head myself. The Demon Emperor smiled and suddenly appeared in front of Lin Moya, extending her delicate hand, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Lin Moya symbolically shook her hand. Her hand was soft and cold. The two had set the tone for their cooperation. When Lin Moya became a supergod, the cooperation would officially begin. The Demon Emperor did not doubt Lin Moya's words. She had investigated all of Lin Moya's deeds and knew he valued his promises. Once he agreed, he wouldn't go back on his word. After sending Lin Moya out of the Abyss world and watching the spacetime tunnel close, the Demon Emperor sighed softly. I hope it works. After waiting for so many years, I finally see a glimmer of hope. The Demon Emperor's cold and melodious voice echoed in the vast Demon Emperor palace. In her eyes, besides sorrow, there was a strong killing intent. It was as if she was personally creating a sea of corpses and blood. Lin Moya returned to the ancient battlefield, looking at the ancient city of Shangxia and the people coming and going. This world seemed simple, but it was far more complex than imagined. It seemed complex, but it was also becoming clearer. Antares, do you think I can succeed? I think she's a bit crazy, willing to sacrifice an entire world for herself. Billions of demons will pave the way for her. If she succeeds, she will walk on a sea of blood. A few seconds later, Antares' voice echoed in his mind. With a mocking laugh, you just lack experience. In the eyes of the strong, this is nothing. It's just a fragment world. How many living beings can it have? Even if you add your world, it's not that many living beings. True strong beings, to advance even a little, to grasp even a 1 in a billion chance, have destroyed entire star fields in countless worlds. In an instant, countless living beings perish. Some strong beings have gathered billions of living beings from dozens of worlds for a blood sacrifice. The sea of blood and resentment extinguished a great star. This little scene is nothing, just child's play. Antares spoke lightly, indifferent. Lin Moya listened, his hair standing on end. It seems the outside world is far more cruel than I thought. Hee, now you know. But Lillian has indeed done a lot over the years. What she said is mostly true, and she hasn't really gone all out against your human race. Of course, it's for herself. She also knows that with me around, it's impossible to exterminate your human race. That's the way it is. Think about it yourself. Lillian was the Demon Emperor's name. Besides Antares, no one dared to call her by her name. Lin Moya nodded slightly, I understand. This deal seems worth it for now. Chapter 704. Chapter 704, 704. Chapter 704, truly standing at the top, making choices. Lin Moya sat alone outside the ancient city, thinking for a long time. He pondered everything that had happened, all the information he had seen and heard. He summarized and analyzed it all. If what the Demon Emperor Lillian said was true, she had been balancing the three forces all these years. After cooperating with the human race to drive out the dragon race, she actually had the power to destroy the human race at that time. Even with Antares' presence, preventing the complete extermination of the human race, she could have at least occupied most of the human world, keeping the human race in captivity and preventing their development. Antares had said that it was only responsible for ensuring the human race didn't go extinct, not for anything else. But the Demon Emperor Lillian didn't do that. Instead, she killed several high-level demon kings and even created the illusion that there were still strong humans. This made the originally reckless demon kings cautious, ultimately leading to a relative balance between the abyssal demons and the human race. The human race developed over the past 1,000 years and, although still weaker than the abyssal demons, was not much weaker. Over 600 years ago, she discovered Jiang Yi, who came from beyond the heavens, and designed a trap to kill him, because she feared Jiang Yi would reach the supergod level and ultimately break the balance. She had always pursued balance all these years. In this sense, the one who truly spared the human race and allowed them to survive and develop in this era was actually her. It was indeed somewhat laughable and incredible. But the fact was just that. Lin Moyo had confirmed all this through Antares. The human race's most hated enemy was actually the one who gave them the space to survive. It's truly ironic. Lin Moyo knew he couldn't reveal this, no one would believe it if he did. He realized that his perspective had changed, and so had the way he saw things and thought about problems. He used to think that the Demon Worship Society was a major scourge within the human race, and if not eradicated, it would cause great trouble for the human race. Now, it seemed, the Demon Worship Society was nothing, unable to affect the balance between the two sides, let alone threaten the foundation of the human race. The Demon Worship Society was like a stinking bug, dirty and smelly, but nothing more. In the eyes of the Demon Emperor Lillian, it was even more so, a toy that could be discarded at any time. To show her sincerity, she discarded the Demon Worship Society before the cooperation even began. Standing at a different height, Lin Moyo found his heart had hardened. He had to make a choice, to fight the demons to the end for the past hatred of the human race or to cooperate with the demons for the future peace of the human race. This decision had to be made, and it had to be made by a few people. There was no need to tell too many people, it was useless. After thinking for a long time, Lin Moyo left the ancient battlefield and returned to the human world, to the White God Courtyard. Days had passed, and the human world had calmed down, returning to its former state. The peaceful atmosphere accumulated over hundreds of years returned after a period of tension. Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan, after being busy for a few days, were now free. At this moment, they, along with Yan Quansheng, were drinking tea in the courtyard. As for the suicide incident half a day ago, it didn't involve many people from the Shangxia Empire. Nearly 10,000 people committed suicide, mainly from other forces and countries. After all, the last major purge had already cleared out a large number of Demon Worship Society members. As soon as Lin Moyo returned, Meng Yanwen spoke, "Xiao, the investigation is complete. The people who committed suicide half a day ago were indeed members of the Demon Worship Society. They were deeply hidden and were missed during the last major purge." Bai Yaiwan also said in a low voice, "I didn't expect the Demon Worship Society to be so deeply hidden. These people were dormant, and we couldn't detect them." Yan Quansheng laughed, teasing Bai Yaiwan, "Just admit you missed them, no need to call them dormant." Bai Yaiwan snorted twice, glaring at Yan Quansheng, but this time, surprisingly, he held back and didn't retort. Meng Yanwen said, "Xiao, you seem to be in a hurry. Is there something else?" Lin Moyo sat down, poured tea for the three of them, and for himself, "I discussed some things with Lillian." The three were stunned. Who was Lillian? They had never heard of this name. This name didn't seem to appear in the human race's historical records. Lin Moyo realized this and casually said, "Lillian is the Demon Emperor." The three were greatly shocked, and Bai Yaiwan even spat out the tea in his mouth, spraying it all over Yan Quansheng's face. He was stunned. "You went to see the Demon Emperor?" Lin Moyo nodded. "Yes, I even went to the Demon Emperor Palace." Went to the Demon Emperor Palace. Lin Moyo's casual words sent chills down the three's spines. Going to the abyss was already scary enough, but going to the Demon Emperor Palace. And he went and came back safely. The three looked at each other, finally realizing that their disciple seemed to have reached a height they couldn't imagine. The only one in the human race who could speak on equal terms with Antares was Lin Moyo. The only one in human history who could go to the Demon Emperor Palace and return safely was also Lin Moyo. Meng Yanwen took a deep breath to calm himself. "What did you discuss with the Demon Emperor?" Lin Moyo slowly said, "The Demon Emperor wants to cooperate with me." Lin Moyo explained the Demon Emperor's proposal for cooperation. However, Lin Moyo didn't share his own thoughts on the matter, fearing that his thoughts might influence Meng Yanwen and the others' judgment. As he spoke, Meng Yanwen and the others' expressions changed dramatically. It was as if they were listening to a fantastical story, unable to imagine such a significant error in human history. Lin Moyo knew that even without external interference, history would inevitably have errors. Moreover, behind the entire human race, there was such a hidden figure. After a long time, Meng Yanwen finally exhaled. "When I studied human history, I did feel something was off. 8,000 years ago, the human race was not strong, the weakest among the three races. Especially after driving out the dragon race, the human race had to face the abyssal demons alone, with no chance of winning. At that time, the abyssal demons had the opportunity to destroy us, but they didn't." Historical records also mention the mysterious deaths of several demon kings, suspected to be caused by hidden human experts. "I didn't expect it to be the Demon Emperor." Lin Moya's words completely overturned the three's understanding of human history. With Antares' presence, they knew that what Lin Moya said must be true. Antares had been here for an unknown amount of time, witnessing all the ups and downs of the human race in this era. History might be wrong, but Antares wouldn't be. Bai Yaiwan said, "So, the Demon Emperor actually did us a favor." Lin Moya nodded. Although she had her own motives, she indeed did us a favor. Meng Yanwen said, according to her, the abyssal demon's instinct is to bring destruction, and she can't openly stop the other abyssal demons. To maintain balance, she had to choose this method. The fact is, it gave the human race time to breathe and develop, and her hands are not stained with human blood. This cooperation, I think, is feasible. Chapter 705. Chapter 705, 705. Chapter 705, one should not bite the hand that feeds. Lin Moyo had actually already made a decision, and he could even make decisions on behalf of the entire human race. However, he still handed the decision-making power to Meng Yanwen and the other two. After all, they were currently the highest-ranking and most prestigious individuals among the human race. He believed they would make the right choice. Sure enough, Meng Yanwen quickly made a decision. He chose to cooperate with the Demon Emperor. Bai Yaiwan raised an eyebrow and looked at Meng Yanwen. "You mean to let go of past grudges?" Among the three, Bai Yaiwan had fought the hardest against the abyssal demons and harbored the deepest hatred. Bai Yaiwan's mind wasn't as sharp as Meng Yanwen's, and his analysis of matters wasn't as calm and rational. For a moment, he couldn't accept it. Meng Yanwen looked at Bai Yaiwan. "What have we been fighting for?" Bai Yaiwan snorted. "Isn't it to carve out a place for the human race and to fight so that the demons don't dare to mess with us?" Meng Yanwen said, "If Xiao's cooperation with the Demon Emperor can be successfully implemented, then in the future, there will be no more abyssal demons, no more dragon race. There will be no more wars, no more sacrifices. Isn't that a good thing?" Bai Yaiwan's body trembled with excitement. What about the Demon Emperor? Before Meng Yanwen could speak, Yan Quanqing had already said, "You blockhead, can't you understand? If the abyssal demons are gone, where will the Demon Emperor be?" Meng Yanwen said softly, "Historically, the Demon Emperor has actually done a lot for our human race. Although she had her own motives, she did what she did, and we must acknowledge that." Lin Moya nodded. "Indeed, without the Demon Emperor, our human race would be in a different situation." Bai Yaiwan still couldn't fully accept it, but he didn't say anything more. Meng Yanwen glanced at him and said to Lin Moyo, "Don't mind him, he'll come around. His mind just works a bit slower and needs time." Lin Moyo couldn't help but laugh. It seemed to be true. When he first met Bai Yaiwan, he felt that Bai Yaiwan was profound and unfathomable. Later, he realized he had been fooled. Meng Yanwen murmured, "But I still don't understand why the Demon Emperor chose to stand on our side to maintain balance when there are many ways to do so." Lin Moya said softly, "Because she has half human blood." Upon hearing this, Meng Yanwen's expression froze completely. Bai Yaiwan even jumped up, and the solid stool under him shattered into powder with a bang. Yan Quanqing also looked incredulous. "That's impossible." After a brief shock, Meng Yanwen suddenly realized something and urgently asked, "Xiao, the human blood you mentioned, it's not from our world, is it?" Lin Moya nodded. "No, it's not." Bai Yaiwan and Yan Quanqing looked at Lin Moya and then at Meng Yanwen, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Yan Quanqing asked, "Old Meng, do you know something?" Meng Yanwen said softly, "Don't rush, I'll explain it to you later." Lin Moyo had only shared information about the world with Meng Yanwen. Meng Yanwen had strong energy and flexible thinking, understanding everything with just a word. Bai Yaiwan and Yan Quanqing needed some time to accept it. Meng Yanwen ignored their confusion and said, "This explains it. If the plan succeeds, did she say what she plans to do?" Lin Moya said, "Lillian didn't say, but I think she will hide and wait for an opportunity to leave this world. In the fragment world, her limit is half-step supergod, unable to advance further. Her soul imprint is in the fragment world. Leaving now is useless, she will still be found." Meng Yanwen understood Lin Moya's words. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could roughly guess. Meng Yanwen suddenly thought of something. Soul imprint. I remember something. The method of imprinting souls appeared in the human race 1,000 years ago. It was because of this method that our human race avoided many losses. Could it be that this method was also given by her? Lin Moya nodded. Yes, it was given by her. Meng Yanwen said solemnly, "There's no need to discuss this further. Let's proceed according to her plan." Meng Yanwen's words were final. Lin Moyo had already guessed this outcome. "I understand. Let's keep this matter between us and not tell anyone else." Of course, they don't need to know. Meng Yanwen also understood that the more people knew, the more troublesome it would be. Too many opinions would complicate matters. As the strongest among the human race, they had to lead the human race towards the brightest future. Some sacrifices were inevitable. Letting go of hatred was also necessary. Just like the cooperation with the abyssal demons 1,000 years ago, both sides had done it. After Lin Moya left, Bai Yaiwan and Yan Quanqing stared intently at Meng Yanwen. They still had many questions. Meng Yanwen sighed. "I didn't tell you because I was afraid you couldn't accept it. If you want to know, be prepared." Bai Yaiwan said disdainfully, "If you can accept it, why can't I?" Yan Quanqing said, "Go ahead, we've lived half our lives. What can't we handle?" Meng Yanwen nodded. "What do you think the highest level should be?" Bai Yaiwan said without hesitation, "Of course, it's the supergod level. The human race lacks a supergod. If we had one, we could definitely suppress the abyssal demons and the dragon race." Meng Yanwen chuckled. "Then what do you think the Lord's level is?" Yan Quanqing knew Meng Yanwen was referring to Antares. "It should also be supergod. may be a very powerful one among the supergods. Meng Yanwen shook his head. In the Lord's eyes, supergods are like ants, easily wiped out. Impossible. That can't be. Meng Yanwen laughed softly. Sit tight, I'll explain slowly. Lin Moya returned to the ancient city of Shangxia. His cooperation with the Demon Emperor was already confirmed. Now, he just needed to improve his realm. This was the prerequisite for cooperation. If he couldn't become a supergod and the master of the world, the Demon Emperor's so-called cooperation would be a joke. Lin Moyo had also thought that if he reached the supergod level, he could kill all the dragons and abyssal demons without cooperating with the Demon Emperor. He could even kill the Dragon Emperor and Lillian without any problem. But knowing what Lillian had done for the human race, he gave up that idea. One should not bite the hand that feeds. Regardless of her motives, Lillian had indeed done a lot for the human race. This must be acknowledged. Moreover, Lillian had never killed a human. On the contrary, because of her, many humans had been saved. So Lin Moya couldn't kill Lillian. He couldn't repay kindness with ingratitude. As he pondered, he left the ancient city of Shangxia. The wings of the undead spread, crossing continents, traversing the Wind and Thunder Sea, heading to the Wind and Thunder continent. Before long, the undead army reappeared on the Wind and Thunder continent, starting a massacre of the Thunder Tree and Windflower groups. This was the fastest way Lin Moya could find to level up. Under the slaughter of the undead army, Lin Moya's experience soared like a rocket. For thousands of years, Lin Moya was the only one who could use the Thunder Tree and Windflower groups to level up. Chapter 706. Chapter 706, 706. Chapter 706, the strongest path is also the hardest path. The Wind and Thunder continent is also the graveyard of gods. Lin Moya was deeply moved by the resolute spirit of the Thunder God, whose heart was filled with despair and helplessness. This feeling intensified when Lin Moya learned about the past of the gods. Although they were gods and not humans, they were the earliest allies of the human race and the pioneers of this era. They faced crises and fought alongside humans. Some fell, and some went into deep slumber. Among the humans, some ancestors transformed their bloodlines and became gods. Most of the gods from that era became the best allies of the human race. They, like humans, were born in this era, bore its mark, and had a sense of belonging to it. Lin Moya felt the same way. He had no strong feelings for the previous era, even though they were of the same race. But for the humans of this era, Lin Moyo had different feelings. This was the mark of the era, the imprint of an entire era. Lin Moyo only realized this after his soul became divine. The Thunder God was dead, and the Wind God should also be in a deep slumber on the Wind and Thunder continent. Lin Moya didn't know where exactly, and he didn't intend to find it. He couldn't revive it now, and finding it would be useless and harmful. It was better to let it continue to sleep until he had the ability to revive them. Returning to the Wind and Thunder continent, Lin Moya continued to target the Thunder Tree and Windflower groups. However, he didn't provoke the Thunder Tree group in the Thunder Mountain range, even though it had the most Thunder trees. A terrifying being was also in a deep slumber under the mountain range. It was once the Thunder God's mount, injured and put to sleep by Antares. There seemed to be some connection between them. For whatever reason, Lin Moya didn't want to trouble it. He only targeted the outer Thunder Tree groups and the Windflower groups he encountered. Although the efficiency was lower, it was enough for leveling up. The entire Wind and Thunder continent spanned thousands of kilometers, with countless Thunder trees and Windflowers. For thousands of years, few had come to challenge them, allowing their numbers to grow. Now, they all benefited Lin Moyu, becoming his resources. His experience soared again, and according to his estimate, it wouldn't take a day to level up from 79 to 80. Reaching level 80 would be a qualitative leap, gaining new skills, which are the most powerful skills for most professions. Level 90 is the domain of gods, with no new skills. Level 80 is the last chance for professionals to awaken new skills. Almost all professionals will give their all to master the new skills at level 80. After level 80, they begin the path to divinity. At level 80, many professionals start to engage with their souls. They need to understand the essence of the soul, enhance its level, and use its power to touch the skill space and find the origin of their skills. Finally, they move the skill star core out of the skill space, transforming ordinary skills into soul skills, also known as spells. Even with just a 1% fusion rate, the transformation into a spell brings significant changes, greatly increasing the skill's power and effect. When reaching level 89, moving and transforming a skill star core can make one a half-step god. 2 skill star cores can make one a true god. At that point, a new world opens up. However, having just 2 skill star cores and 2 origin skills makes one the weakest among gods. The more origin skills one has, the stronger they are at the same level. Bai Yaiwan and Yan Quanxian, both at level 95, have 3 origin skills each, making them stronger than Yi Hao at the same level. Meng Yanwen, being a dual profession god, has 4 origin skills, making him even more powerful. As for Lin Moyo, his path is entirely different from ordinary people. He aims to transform all his skill star cores into origin skills and even extract his 3 talents from the mysterious talent space. Only by doing so can he achieve a perfect god level, possessing unparalleled combat power and paving the way for future strength. All methods lead to the same end, and the ultimate goal is the same. Lin Moya's eyes flickered, and he lowered his gaze. The undead army was slaughtering, continuously killing thunder trees, and his experience was rapidly increasing. His leveling speed was hundreds of times faster than other professionals. What takes others a year, he can achieve in a day. As long as there are enough monsters, leveling speed is not an issue. Lin Moya didn't care about the battlefield, he was contemplating Antares' words. The human race's leveling methods are not limited to one. No matter the method, the goal is to reach the final destination. Each world has different rules. In my world, the path I take is the strongest and the hardest. Only by walking this path can I navigate the great world more smoothly in the future. But I have a premonition. Lin Moyo looked up at the sky. My path won't be that simple. As he approached leveling up, the feeling of suppression reappeared. The higher the level, the more pronounced the suppression. This was a suppression that even Antares couldn't trace, indicating its source was extremely high, beyond Antares' level. When Lin Moyo first mentioned this feeling to Antares, it thought Lin Moyo was mistaken. But now, Lin Moyo clearly felt the suppression again. He was certain the suppression came from deep within his soul. It was like a curse, entangling him and rooted deep in his soul. However, its level was too high, and Lin Moyo couldn't trace it even now. One group of windflowers and thunder trees after another was wiped out. After a day, Lin Moyo's body glowed with the light of leveling up. Unlike any previous leveling up, this time, the light was golden, heavy and dazzling. The golden light originated from his soul, spreading throughout his body and radiating from his skin. Lin Moyo was enveloped in golden light, turning into a golden figure. Level 80 is a threshold, the first time the soul emits a cry. From this level, one begins to engage with the soul. The focus of cultivation shifts from killing monsters to soul comprehension. Of course, killing monsters is still necessary, as it provides experience, which is soul power. This is the world's rule, unavoidable in this world. Lin Moyo felt a significant increase in soul power as he leveled up. The increase was greater than several previous levels combined. Level 80 is indeed a qualitative change. As his soul power increased, Lin Moyo sat in the air, beginning to comprehend. Others need to explore and touch the skill space at this level, requiring long periods of exploration, often without success. But Lin Moyo, like a bandit, kicked open the door to the skill space, descending with immense soul power. Chapter 707. Chapter 707, 707. Chapter 707, I've got a bone to pick with you. The power of Lin Moyo's soul was at level 80, not much stronger than other professionals. However, the level of his soul was different, and the same soul power had completely different effects. It's like comparing a pound of wood to a pound of iron, both weigh the same, but a pound of iron can easily crush a pound of wood. Lin Moyo was in such a state now. His soul power, compared to other level 80 professionals, was much purer. Even newly ascended god-level professionals couldn't compare to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's soul level had already reached level 93, falling within the range of mid-level gods. His soul power was like a bandit, familiar with the way. The door to the skill space had long been opened, and facing Lin Moyo's forceful entry, it had no defense. This time, Lin Moyo wasn't here to seize skill star cores but to find the unactivated skill star cores. At level 80, it was time to ignite the remaining skill star cores. Lin Moyo was curious about what his level 80 skill would be like. With some anticipation, his soul power rushed to the deepest part of the skill space. Nothing. Lin Moyo was puzzled. In the deepest part of the skill space, he couldn't find any unactivated skill star cores. Could it be that he had no new skills at level 80? That shouldn't be the case. The skill space wasn't large, and even the smallest unactivated skill star core should be easy to find. His soul power spread out like a large net, covering every inch of space, leaving nothing untouched. His soul power flowed over the glowing skill star cores one by one, but he found nothing. Lin Moyo was even more puzzled, as if he had encountered something unbelievable. No skill at level 80? Were his skills capped? Impossible. Lin Moyo wasn't one to give up easily. In the next second, Lin Moyo thought of the suppressive force he had felt. It seemed like something was blocking his perception. Especially now, just after leveling up, his soul power had surged, and his soul sensitivity was incredibly sharp. He could clearly feel the suppressive force. The feeling of suppression was unpleasant, obscuring his senses. Lin Moyo began a new round of searching, more meticulously than before. His soul power continuously searched the skill space, inch by inch, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Moyo sat in mid-air, silent and motionless. The glow of leveling up had long since faded, but Lin Moyo remained still. Days passed, and Lin Moyo sat for 5 days. The undead army, his most loyal guards, formed a defensive circle under the command of the Lich General. Layer upon layer, they protected Lin Moyo. Anyone who approached would be considered an enemy. During these 5 days, Lin Moyo had scoured the skill space repeatedly but found nothing. The more this happened, the more curious Lin Moyo became. He had great confidence in himself and believed it was impossible not to have a level 80 skill. Moreover, during these 5 days, the feeling of suppression hadn't diminished, it had even intensified. It seemed to be saying, if you don't give up, I won't retreat. Lin Moyo decided to confront it head-on. Since it wouldn't retreat, he would search even harder. After 5 days, Lin Moyo took out Antares' dragon scale and activated it. The undead army disappeared, and Lin Moyo instantly appeared beside Antares. Antares sensed Lin Moyo's presence and opened its eyes slightly. Kid, you've reached level 80. Antares wasn't surprised that Lin Moyo had reached level 80. Leveling up wasn't difficult. If not for various distractions, leveling up would be easy for Lin Moyo. But in the next second, Antares sensed something was off about Lin Moyo. Kid, are you alright? Lin Moyo didn't respond. His brows were furrowed, as if he were in a special state. Antares fully opened its eyes, and its giant dragon eyes glowed with golden light, enveloping Lin Moya like searchlights. In its vision, Lin Moya's form magnified infinitely, and Antares could see everything about him. At its level, if it wanted to see clearly, it didn't matter whether Lin Moya was willing or not. It saw Lin Moya's soul, and Lin Moya's soul was also furrowing its brows. "Come in." Lin Moya seemed to sense Antares' gaze and squeezed out a voice from his soul. Antares didn't hesitate and instantly entered Lin Moya's soul world. Lin Moya's soul voice echoed through the soul world, "Watch over my soul. I'm wrestling with the force suppressing me." Antares frowned. In Lin Moya's soul, it was just a thought and couldn't exert much power. A thought could see and hear, but that was all. "I need to bring in more power," Antares said. Lin Moya didn't hesitate. "Do it." With a simple word, he showed complete trust in Antares. Antares let out a dragon roar, and its soul power surged like a tidal wave. In Lin Moya's soul world, it quickly condensed into a physical form, a giant purple gold dragon. This was a manifestation of Antares' soul power, essentially a soul avatar. With enough power, Antares could use some of its abilities. The dragon burst into radiant light, instantly turning Lin Moya's soul space purple gold. A giant dragon eye appeared in the soul world, reflecting Lin Moya's soul. Dragon Insight. Antares used its technique, Dragon Insight. Antares said, "Focus on your task. I'll handle things here." "All right." Lin Moya felt reassured, and his soul instantly calmed, fully immersing in the skill space. Lin Moya began searching for the skill star core that should exist. He didn't believe he had no level 80 skill. He used all his soul power to search, determined to find it. The more soul power he used, the more he felt the suppression. The inexplicable feeling seemed to be opposing him, growing stronger. Antares kept a close watch on Lin Moya's soul. Dragon Insight, a technique of the dragon race, was said to reveal all. At Antares' level, it believed nothing could escape its sight. However, Lin Moya had previously mentioned something unusual, which Antares hadn't detected at the time, dismissing it as Lin Moya's imagination. But now, with Lin Moya at level 80 and his soul at level 93, it couldn't be a mere mistake. "Did I miss something?" Antares thought, scrutinizing everything carefully. Lin Moya had mobilized over 99% of his soul energy, leaving nothing behind. In this state, Antares finally noticed something. "Found it. Hidden so deeply, let's see what you are." It saw a point, and Dragon Insight fully activated, magnifying the object in its sight. After magnifying it millions of times, it finally saw it clearly. Antares let out a startled cry, and Dragon Insight shattered. Chapter 708. Chapter 708, 708. Chapter 708, "Are you afraid I'll despair if you tell me?" Antares' exclamation echoed through Lin Moya's soul world. His voice was filled with fear, as if he had seen something terrifying. However, Lin Moya was fully immersed in the skill space and did not hear it. The soul avatar that Antares had condensed seemed to be trembling, or more accurately, shivering. It appeared to be afraid. Not only the soul avatar, but even its main body was afraid. "The Great World Curse, how can it be the Great World Curse? You brat, what is your background? How could you be cursed by the Great World?" The image it couldn't shake from its mind was a rune, both extremely simple and extremely complex. There weren't many beings who could recognize this rune, and unfortunately, Antares was one of them. Antares recognized it at a glance. It was a Great World rune, representing the most profound and primordial rune of the Great World. The Great World rune also had another meaning. It was the most fundamental power of the Great World, the most primordial rule, the source of everything, the ancestor. The Great World was not the small world where Lin Moya resided. The difference between the two was like the ocean and a drop of water, an unimaginable disparity. In the Great World, there is a legend that whoever can master the Great World rune can become the master of the Great World, the supreme being. Countless invincible beings have tried to master the Great World rune, all ending in failure. Yet, over countless years, invincible beings have continued to try, striving for it. Mastering the Great World rune is the ultimate goal of the path of the strong. But even seeing the Great World rune is extremely difficult. It can be said that over 90% of the invincible beings in the Great World have never seen it. Antares had once seen it by chance. That was during a ceremony worshipping the ancestral dragon, where the ancestral dragon manifested, and there was an imprint of the Great World rune on its body. It wasn't a real rune, just an imprint. At that time, Antares was still young, far from being as powerful as it is now. But that scene was forever etched in its memory, unforgettable even after countless years. Later, it learned that this was the Great World rune, and not everyone was qualified to see it. But now, there was a Great World rune in Lin Moya's soul, though it brought him no benefits, only a curse. The terrifying curse power had just destroyed the Dragon Insight in an instant. Antares finally understood that Lin Moya's feeling was not wrong. He was indeed cursed. But why would the Great World rune curse Lin Moya, such an insignificant being? Even the world Lin Moya was in was just a drop of water to the Great World, and Lin Moya was even more insignificant within that drop. Why would the Great World rune curse him, suppress him? What was Lin Moya's true background? Antares was extremely curious, but it knew that no matter how much it thought, it wouldn't figure it out. Even Lin Moya himself didn't know the answer. Antares looked at Lin Moya's soul, constantly pondering a solution. How should it deal with the curse of the Great World rune? Should it abandon Lin Moya now, or what should it do? Since Lin Moya was cursed by the Great World rune, his future was destined to be bleak. No matter what Lin Moya's identity was, it seemed unimportant now. His future held no light. If it helped Lin Moya, would it also be implicated? This was the Great World rune, after all, even the ancestral dragon. Knowing some inside information, Antares felt deep fear. What should it do? Antares was deeply conflicted. Lin Moya was still searching for his skill star core in the skill space, but Antares already knew that Lin Moya was destined to return empty-handed, impossible to succeed, unless Antares knew Lin Moya's character. He would never give up. If he failed once, he would try a second time. If it told him the truth, Lin Moya might collapse, but more likely, he would stubbornly resist. But to resist the Great World Rune, that would be to resist the entire Great World. Was there any hope? Antares' memories churned, its eyes flickering. Scenes from the past surged up. We are friends. I'll help you fight back. Right or wrong doesn't matter. If you want to kill someone, I'll help you kill them. Because we are friends. I believe in you, in everything. Lin Moya's words echoed like waves. Antares' gaze gradually became firm, and after a few seconds, it made a decision. Its main body let out a soft hum, and a vast power descended from the sky, falling on Lin Moya. The undead army in the summoning space collectively collapsed, then resurrected. Then came the second attack, the third, the fourth. With 4 consecutive attacks, Lin Moya's body suddenly flashed with purple light, and his comprehensive rebirth talent was activated. Without the undying aura of the elemental lich, 4 times were enough. In the soul world, Lin Moya's previously empty soul became full again. However, after the rebirth, Lin Moya's consciousness was forcibly pulled back. Lin Moya's soul opened its eyes. What's wrong? Antares, deep in thought, said, I've found the reason. I'm debating whether to tell you the answer. Antares' tone was heavy, making Lin Moya realize the gravity of the situation. Are you afraid I can't handle it? Lin Moya asked solemnly. Talking to a smart person was easy with one sentence. Lin Moya understood why. Antares nodded but didn't speak. Lin Moya chuckled. No need to worry, my tolerance isn't as weak as you think. Antares said, this answer is very despairing. There is no complete despair in the world, only the fear of not knowing. Once you know, you can always find a way to hope. Lin Moya was indifferent, he just wanted to know the answer. Antares thought for a moment. Alright, I'll tell you. There is indeed a curse in your soul. Lin Moya had examined his soul countless times and never found anything. The curse must be very high level. Extremely, extremely, extremely high. Antares used 3 extremely, showing its attitude. How high? Don't beat around the bush, just say it all at once. Let's see how despairing it can be. Lin Moya seemed impatient, preferring to hear everything at once. He didn't like the slow, torturous approach. Antares let out a dragon roar, took a deep breath, and finally spoke. Alright, I'll explain slowly. You have a curse in your body, but the curse is just a surface. Its core is the Great World Rune. The Great World Rune is the core power of the Great World, something all invincible beings seek, but no one has ever succeeded. I don't know why the Great World Rune appeared in your body, and it's even cursing you. But with this rune, you are opposed by the entire Great World. Antares finally said everything in one breath and let out a long sigh of relief, finally relaxing. After hearing this, Lin Moya slowly exhaled 2 words, is that all? Chapter 709. Chapter 709, 709. Chapter 709, fear mixed with excitement. Antares let out another dragon cry, filled with astonishment. Lin Moya responded with a murmur, making Antares feel puzzled. You're not afraid. Lin Moya shook his head. What's the use of being afraid? Besides, I had already guessed it. How could you have guessed? Antares was completely unconvinced. What's so strange about that? Back then, even you couldn't see my condition, and I had already guessed that my problem might be serious. Now you're telling me it's the Great World Rune. Although I don't know how terrifying the Great World Rune is, it must be terrifying. But so what? There are only 2 things I can do. One is to accept reality and give up struggling, which is to accept my fate. 2 is to not give up and keep struggling. Even if I'm just an ant, I'll still try to break through this sky. Moreover, didn't you say that all the invincible beings in the Great World are pursuing it? Since it's in my soul, it might even be a good thing. Lin Moya showed no fear at all, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. Antares was once again shocked by Lin Moya's words, unable to imagine how Lin Moya could accept it so calmly. For anyone else, this should be utter despair. But in Lin Moya's eyes, not a trace of despair could be seen, only determination. At this moment, a certain emotion was stirred within Antares as well. The decision it had made earlier became even more resolute. Antares said in a deep voice, since that's the case, let's try to see if we can break through the sky. Lin Moya said, you can actually stay out of this. Antares shook its dragon head, you said it yourself, we are friends. It emphasized the word friends so heavily that Lin Moya couldn't refuse. Since he couldn't refuse, they might as well do it together. Give it their all, and even if they fail, at least they won't regret not trying. It's better than not trying at all and regretting it later. Otherwise, how could they be at peace? Then tell me, what should I do? Antares said, in our dragon race, there is a secret technique that can temporarily put the soul into a dormant state and cut off all connections with the outside world. Using this technique together with the soul-splitting method, we might be able to temporarily escape the curse of the Great World Rune. Lin Moya thought for a moment, you mean I should use the soul-splitting method to split off a wisp of my soul, and then transfer my consciousness into that wisp of soul. After that, let my main soul enter a dormant state and cut off all connections. Make the Great World Rune think my soul has fallen asleep, so it won't interfere anymore. And the wisp of consciousness that I split off will enter the soul space and ignite the skill star cores. Antares nodded, that's right, but it will also require some other methods. Lin Moya had already guessed Antares' idea. Not only would it require the soul-splitting method and the dragon race's secret technique, but it would also need a corresponding soul container. Most importantly, it would require his comprehensive rebirth talent. Without this talent, everything would be impossible. Antares began to prepare. A huge dragon scale flew out from the dense mist and came before Antares. Antares breathed dragon breath, and the dragon scale instantly burst into flames. The dragon scale split into 10 pieces in the dragon breath, constantly changing shape until they turned into transparent crystals. But it didn't end there. Antares continued to bake the crystals with dragon breath, removing impurities. After baking for 3 days and 3 nights, the crystals, which were originally larger than Lin Moya's body, had shrunk to the size of a fist. Their shape had also changed, taking the form of a divine dragon. They looked exactly like dragon soul crystals, except they were colorless. Antares brought the colorless dragon soul crystals and re-entered Lin Moya's soul world. Pour your soul power through the 9-colored dragon soul crystal and into these. Antares sent the colorless dragon soul crystals to Lin Moya. Lin Moya sensed an extraordinary aura from them. These colorless dragon soul crystals could store soul power, while the 9-colored dragon soul crystal had the ability to purify soul power. Lin Moya immediately poured a large amount of soul power into the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, which instantly began to breathe out dragon breath, pouring mouthfuls of purified soul power into the colorless dragon soul crystals. Antares said, "These colorless dragon soul crystals are tools our dragon race uses to temporarily store soul power, but their use is not great, only for emergencies." For the dragon race, the colorless dragon soul crystals were not very useful. They could only temporarily store soul power, and there weren't many occasions where they were needed. But now, Lin Moya's use for them was just right. There is no such thing as useless, there are only useless places. Lin Moya poured his soul power into the colorless dragon soul crystals without reservation. One colorless dragon soul crystal could perfectly store all of Lin Moya's soul power. After pouring in the soul power, the originally colorless dragon soul crystals gained color. Golden soul energy flowed within the dragon soul crystals, making them glow like beautiful jade. During the process of Lin Moya pouring in his soul, Antares was not idle either. It once again activated Dragon Insight, staring unblinkingly at the entire process. It was afraid that the curse power of the Great World Rune would also enter the Dragon Soul Crystals along with Lin Moya's soul power. Fortunately, it didn't happen. The soul power, after being purified by the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, became extremely pure. Even after the process was completely finished, Antares still didn't feel at ease and carefully examined it again before confirming there was no problem. It spoke, "I'm going to kill you now." Lin Moya nodded, "Go ahead." As soon as the words fell, Antares' power struck Lin Moya. The undead army collectively collapsed. Antares' attacks came one after another, and after 4 such attacks, Lin Moya's body was enveloped in purple light as his comprehensive rebirth talent was activated. After being reborn, Lin Moya poured his soul power into the second colorless dragon soul crystal. Antares continued to watch the entire process with Dragon Insight, ensuring there were no problems throughout. The Great World Rune was not only powerful but also mysterious. No one knew what might happen, and no one could guarantee there wouldn't be an accident. Antares was filled with fear and apprehension towards the Great World Rune, not daring to relax even slightly during the process. This was an act of defiance against the Great World Rune, and Antares felt a sense of excitement amidst the fear. It felt like it was creating a miracle, doing something no one else dared to even think about. "Old guy, if you knew what I'm doing now, you'd probably be scared enough to lose your dragon horns. This Great World Rune that you all value so much, that everyone is pursuing, I'm actually defying it." Antares muttered in its heart, its eyes flickering with excitement. The two cooperated seamlessly, using the comprehensive rebirth talent over and over again to store a large amount of soul power in the colorless dragon soul crystals. As temporary containers for soul power, the colorless dragon soul crystals could only last for a few days. The soul power inside would gradually dissipate. In just half a day, 10 dragon soul crystals filled with soul power, glowing with a golden radiance, had been completed. Each one contained an entire portion of Lin Moya's soul power. The purple light flashed again, and Lin Moya was reborn from his talent. His soul was once again full. Antares was very solemn, saying in a deep voice, "The next step is the most important one. You must control the amount precisely, not too much and not too little. If it's too much, it will attract the attention of the Great World Rune. If it's too little, you won't be able to control the soul power, and you might not even be able to form a complete consciousness." Chapter 710. Chapter 710, 710. Chapter 710, Sleep, 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 and all your troubles will disappear. Just like Antares, Lin Moya was also somewhat solemn at this moment. If this step was not done well, all the previous preparations would be in vain. Lin Moya used the soul calming technique, carefully splitting a wisp of soul from his main soul body. Too much wouldn't work, and too little wouldn't either. The difficulty was very high. If it were in the past, when Lin Moya had just mastered the soul-splitting technique, he would not have been able to do it. But now, thanks to the training of the Undead Wing's skill, his control over soul power had greatly improved, and his understanding of the soul-calming technique was also completely different from before. Therefore, this plan was possible. Wisps of soul split from the main body, forming a soul clone. The soul clone gradually solidified, becoming a second Lin Moya. The second Lin Moya was obviously smaller than the main body, and because of the lack of soul power, it appeared somewhat illusory. Previously, he could split 10 wisps of soul, but those 10 wisps did not carry consciousness. Now, the split soul needed to carry consciousness, which was a completely different level of difficulty. Lin Moya was very careful, doing it bit by bit. After spending half a day, he finally split out a complete soul clone. Antares still watched the entire process with his dragon wisdom eyes. It wasn't until Lin Moya's soul clone nodded at him that Antares let out a long sigh of relief. The Great World Rune was still in Lin Moya's main soul body, without any movement. Apparently, the Great World Rune had no interest in the soul clone. The soul clone was too weak, less than 1% of the main body, not worth paying attention to. Antares said in a low voice, "Next, I will use a secret technique to put your main soul body into a deep sleep. Your consciousness will be impacted by the secret technique. If you can't withstand it, your consciousness will fall asleep with the main soul body, and your soul clone will collapse simultaneously." Lin Moya knew that deceiving the Great World Rune would not be easy. Now, he could only take one step at a time. However, he was full of confidence, and like Antares, he was a little excited. "Let's begin." Lin Moya took a deep breath. In the soul state, he didn't need to breathe, it was just a habit. The main body and the clone breathed simultaneously, which looked a bit funny. Antares chanted softly, and a dragon appeared in the soul world. The dragon exhaled clouds of mist, which turned into dark clouds and enveloped Lin Moya's main soul body. Secret technique, Cloud of Unconsciousness. According to Antares, the cloud of unconsciousness could block all senses, putting the target into a deep sleep, making it hard to resist. Moreover, the cloud of unconsciousness cast by Antares was far beyond Lin Moya's level. Lin Moya's main soul body had no resistance and fell asleep almost instantly. As the main body fell asleep, the other consciousness was also affected. Lin Moya's consciousness became chaotic, feeling like he was about to fall. A strong sense of drowsiness hit him. At this moment, he very much wanted to sleep forever, never to wake up. In the cloud of unconsciousness, once asleep, all 6 senses would be closed, leading to a complete slumber. Without someone to wake him, he could sleep for hundreds or thousands of years. Lin Moya remembered Antares' words, and his clone's consciousness struggled to stay awake, fighting the drowsiness. Antares also watched closely. As the main body fell asleep, the Great World Rune seemed to lose its activity. The result was as expected, and Antares also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, his attention shifted to Lin Moya's soul clone. The soul clone was fighting the drowsiness transmitted from the main body. "Hold on. You must hold on," Antares whispered, without much confidence, because it was too difficult. Lin Moya's soul level was not high, and his strength was weak, making it very hard. But now, he had no choice but to do it. Lin Moya's soul clone trembled constantly, showing that he was struggling. But the drowsiness brought by the cloud of unconsciousness was too strong, and Lin Moya was gradually unable to hold on. The drowsiness grew stronger, and in a daze, Lin Moya seemed to hear someone constantly saying to him, "Sleep, sleep, sleep, and all your troubles will disappear." Suddenly, a purple light flew from the depths of his soul, crossing time and space, and landed on Lin Moya's soul clone. Lin Moya shuddered and woke up suddenly. Antares showed a look of shock. This purple light came very strangely, and the aura contained in the purple light was vast, almost comparable to the Great World Rune. The source of the purple light, Antares could see at a glance, was a spark, a purple spark. Antares wanted to find the source of the purple light but couldn't. Its appearance was very abrupt, and it disappeared just as abruptly. It left no trace, extremely mysterious. Even Antares didn't know where it came from. The purple light was just a spark, an insignificant spark. After rushing into the soul clone, the original drowsiness disappeared instantly, and Lin Moya was completely awake. The effect of the cloud of unconsciousness was completely gone. "How is it?" Antares asked in a deep voice. Lin Moya nodded. "We can proceed to the next step." When Lin Moya was in a daze, he saw the purple light flying towards him and vaguely guessed its origin. The world of talent, the most mysterious part of his soul. In the world of talent, there were 3 purple flames, representing his 3 unique talents. Most importantly, the world of talent also had his system. The spark that turned into purple light should be related to them. No matter what it was, now that he was awake, he had to proceed to the next step. Other matters had to wait. Lin Moya knew the priorities. Following the pre-arranged plan, Lin Moya's soul clone entered the skill space. 10 colorless dragon soul crystals filled with soul power followed closely. The soul clone itself had very little soul power, less than 1% of the main body. But at this moment, the clone was only used as a medium. The clone communicated with one of the dragon soul crystals, and the soul power stored inside poured out instantly, spreading across the entire skill space at an astonishing speed. Lin Moya had to hurry. Who knew how long the effect of the cloud of unconsciousness would last? After all, the opponent was the Great World Rune, the most fundamental power of the entire Great World. Even those old men riding green oxen might not have discovered the existence of the Great World Rune on him. If it woke up and intervened again, he would have no chance at all. Every second counted? No, even 0.01 seconds could decide life and death. The first Dragon Soul Crystal was activated, and the soul power inside spread across the skill space in less than a second. Lin Moya's eyes flashed with brilliance. Found it. There are indeed skills. The skill star cores that he couldn't find before were now found. There were only 3 skill star cores, representing his 3 level 80 skills. The previous skills were hidden by the Great World Rune in a way he couldn't understand. Now, without the interference of the Great World Rune, he found them easily. Lin Moya didn't dare to waste even 0.1 seconds. As soon as he found them, the remaining Dragon Soul Crystals were activated. The vast soul energy surged forward, rushing into the skill star cores to ignite them. The skill star cores began to glow, the laws of heaven and earth operated, and magical power descended from the sky, entering Lin Moya's body, passing through the soul world, and entering the skill space. Activating the skill star cores would inevitably cause a resonance of laws. At the moment of law resonance, Lin Moya's main soul body suddenly opened its eyes. The Great World Rune began to shine. Chapter 711. Chapter 711, 711. Chapter 711, Trash should have the awareness of trash. Antares let out a roar, filled with fear. Lin Moya's body lit up with countless points of light, each transforming into the shape of a divine dragon. These points of light were distributed throughout his body, interconnected and forming a large net. These were all arrangements made by Antares. During the time spent cooperating with Lin Moya, Antares had already made preparations for such unexpected situations. The net was created by Antares' power, filled with profound laws, aiming to delay the curse power of the Great World Rune. Stopping it was impossible. Antares was well aware of this. It knew how terrifying the Great World Rune was. There were many legends about the Great World Rune within the Dragon Clan, each one incredibly mysterious. Many invincible powerhouses of the Dragon Clan had disappeared while pursuing the Great World Rune, never to return. Antares was unwilling to have any contact with the Great World Rune, but for Lin Moya, it was willing to risk everything. It couldn't stop it, but it could try to delay it, buying more time for Lin Moya. A massive force carrying laws formed a thick defense, blocking the Great World Rune. An unimaginable curse power emerged from the rune, colliding with Antares' defensive net. The net shattered like tofu. For the first time, Antares truly witnessed the power of the Great World Rune. This was the most fundamental power in the Great World, a power everyone desired to control. Now, it had finally come into contact with it, but as an enemy. It didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Antares' soul was also affected by the collapse of the defensive net, causing it discomfort, though not to the point of injury. Antares' eyes showed a crazed look. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful you are, can I not even delay you? Antares roared, pouring a large amount of soul power into the net. It used nearly half of its soul power, which was far beyond Lin Moya's level. Because of Lin Moya's talent for complete rebirth, Antares didn't worry about Lin Moya's safety. Its soul power, carrying terrifying laws, surged forward, clashing directly with the curse power of the Great World Rune. The two forces collided, and the immense power spread uncontrollably. Lin Moya's body was injured by the terrifying power, and the undead army was instantly wiped out. Antares' power was crushed in an instant, and the curse power of the Great World Rune pierced through Antares' attack like an unstoppable spear. At this moment, Antares was no longer afraid. It became even more crazed, laughing wildly. Haha, I still managed to slow you down a bit. It seems you're not invincible after all. Antares' laughter was filled with madness. Although it was defeated, it felt the Great World Rune pause for a moment. Even a pause of less than 0.1 seconds was significant. If it could pause for 0.1 seconds, it might be able to pause for 0.3 seconds, or even longer. In the midst of its laughter, Antares once again charged forward with its power. The invisible force used Lin Moya's body as a battlefield, engaging in a fierce battle. Lin Moya, unaware of the events outside the skill space, was fully focused on activating the 3 skill star cores. Activating all 3 skill star cores simultaneously was challenging, but he had no time to waste. Fortunately, he was well prepared, with abundant soul energy. The 3 skill star cores grew brighter, beginning to emit light. The laws of heaven and earth continued to pour in, merging with the skill star cores, making them active. Suddenly, Lin Moya found his clone reconnecting with his main body. Not good. He realized that his main body had awakened for some reason. With the main body awake, the Great World Rune would also awaken, leaving him with little time. Lin Moya urgently pushed his soul energy into the skill star cores, accelerating the process. Meanwhile, outside, Antares clashed repeatedly with the Great World Rune, its power spreading across the ancient battlefield, even reaching the lower and deeper spaces. Roars of anger and bloodlust echoed from the deep space. At this moment, all the monsters, bosses, and even the human, dragon, and demon warriors felt a massive power descending upon them, making the air thick and breathing difficult. Antares' massive dragon body, over 10,000 meters long, coiled on the ground, its scales standing on end. A vortex appeared above its head, connecting to the deep space, from which roars emerged. Lightning and thunder flashed, as if something terrifying was about to emerge. Shut up! Antares roared, this is none of your business, you bug. Golden light shot from its dragon eyes, dispersing the vortex. As the vortex collapsed, a scream seemed to echo from within. Antares sneered, you think you can interfere with my business? Trash should have the awareness of trash. Come on, let's fight another 300 rounds. It roared, filled with battle intent, and charged back into Lin Moya's soul world. The curse power of the Great World Rune continued to advance, and Antares could only delay it, not stop it. It knew its limits, having only managed to delay it for less than a second. As the curse power was about to enter the skill space, another purple light flew from the depths of Lin Moya's soul, accurately hitting the Great World Rune. The rune trembled violently, igniting with a roar. The curse power stopped in its tracks. The Great World Rune shone brightly, extinguishing the flames. Another second passed. A single spark was more effective than all of Antares' efforts. An unusual aura rose from Lin Moya's body, and his soul emitted an extraordinary light. Antares was the first to sense it and laughed heartily. It worked, it worked. I won. It seems the Great World Rune isn't invincible after all. Chapter 712. Chapter 712, 712. Chapter 712, sooner or later, I will step on you. Antares' laughter shook the entire ancient battlefield. The earth trembled, mountains collapsed, and the ocean surged with waves reaching thousands of meters high, as if trying to pierce the sky. It laughed recklessly, almost madly. Only Antares could understand its current mood, which could only be expressed through laughter. In the Dragon Clan's legends, the Great World Rune represented supreme power, extreme danger, and immense strength. Contact with the Great World Rune meant certain death. Just now, it had prepared to fight to the death. But the result was not as bad as expected. Not only did it not die, but it also survived well. It even gained some insights from the confrontation with the Great World Rune. It realized that the Great World Rune was not completely unstoppable. With its power, although it couldn't match the Great World Rune, it could still delay it a bit. Even if it was just for 1 second, it was considered a success. Lin Moya's entire body was enveloped by the laws, with the laws of heaven and earth continuously pouring in. The skill star cores in the skill space were already fully lit. The skills were activated, and the curse power carried by the Great World Rune retreated, returning to the soul body and lying dormant. When it was not activated, it was invisible. Even if Antares used its dragon wisdom eyes to search inch by inch, it couldn't find it. Only when it took action could it be detected. The clone disappeared, and the main body's consciousness entered the skill space. Looking at the increasingly bright skill star cores, the consciousness let out a light laugh. This battle is my victory. Although I don't know why, no one can stop me. Even the Great World Rune, I will tear you apart. The consciousness exited the skill space and returned to reality. At this moment, Antares also stopped roaring, and the space seemed to still echo with the previous roars. Lin Moya looked at Antares, and Antares looked at Lin Moya. Just as Lin Moya was about to speak, Antares interrupted, "Don't say thank you, it's useless." Lin Moya looked at the self-righteous Antares. "I wasn't planning to say thank you." Antares snorted, "Then what are you going to say?" Lin Moya said, "You look a bit miserable, do you need some treatment?" As the mist cleared, Antares' body was exposed to Lin Moya's sight. Antares looked somewhat withered, with its dragon scales peeling off like withered leaves. The consumption of soul power was too great, making Antares look a bit listless. However, Antares seemed quite excited, shaking its big head. "It's fine, I'll be better in a few days." As it spoke, the mist reappeared, once again enveloping its dragon body, leaving only a big head exposed. Lin Moya asked, "How did it feel to confront the Great World Rune?" Although he didn't see the whole process, Lin Moya could imagine the danger at that time. Antares' eyes sparkled. It was thrilling, very exciting. Lin Moya said, "Don't get too excited, there will be more opportunities in the future." Antares widened its eyes. "You mean, it will stop you again?" Lin Moya nodded. "Since level 60, I've felt a vague suppression. The higher the level, the more obvious the feeling, but it never took action. Until this time at level 80, it finally took real action. Since it has acted, it won't just act once, it will definitely appear again in the future." Antares said solemnly, "This time we were lucky, especially the last bit of purple spark. I don't know where it came from, but it could compete with the Great World Rune." Lin Moya said, "It came from the world of talent." Antares looked at Lin Moya, instinctively realizing that Lin Moya had a big secret. Lin Moya saw the clue in Antares' eyes. "I know I have a big secret, but I don't know what it is. I only caught a glimpse of the world of talent. When I find out, I'll tell you first." Antares nodded. "Let's see your new skills, the skills that even the Great World Rune tried to stop you from getting. How strong are they?" Not only was Antares curious, but Lin Moya was also curious. At this moment, the skill star cores were fully lit. When the laws of heaven and earth stopped pouring in, the skill awakening was completely finished. The scene in front of him changed, and Lin Moya's vision was enveloped by a starry sky. In the starry sky, countless strong beings from various races were charging towards him. For these strong beings, the distance of billions of miles was nothing, they could reach in the blink of an eye. Some of them were like meteors, some were glowing like stars, crashing towards him. Along the way, countless skeletons were knocked away, unable to resist. It was still the necromancer in the robe. He raised his staff high, and the silver gem on the staff shone brightly. The light illuminated the sky, accompanied by a terrifying roar, and millions of skeletal dragons surrounded by flames flew out from the light. They fought fiercely with the strong beings of various races. The skeletal dragons were extremely powerful, tearing the strong beings of various races into pieces. They breathed deadly dragon breath, turning large numbers of strong beings into bones, disintegrating their flesh, and killing them on the spot. The scene disappeared, and Lin Moya shuddered, looking at Antares with shock in his eyes. Skill acquired, summon skeletal dragon. Summon skeletal dragon, level 80 summon a skeletal dragon. It was a new summoning skill, summoning a skeletal dragon. Just by looking at the skill demonstration, one could feel the power of the skeletal dragon. There seemed to be dragons among the various races just now, also killed by the skeletal dragon. Antares asked, "What's wrong? You look shocked, is the skill that strong?" Lin Moya nodded. "Let me check the other skills, I'll tell you all at once." Then he began to check the second skill. The scene in front of him changed again. Lin Moya was slightly shocked. Every time a skill demonstration appeared, it meant the skill was extremely powerful. It was the same for the previous skills. But each time a skill awakened, only one skill would have a demonstration. Unexpectedly, at level 80, 2 skills in a row had demonstrations. It was still the starry sky. The battle continued. The starry sky was already filled with corpses, both of strong beings from various races and undead. At this moment, the necromancer raised his staff again. Silver-white flames appeared inexplicably in the starry sky. The silver-white flames were the flames of the undead world, without warmth, but carrying a terrifying aura of death. These flames fell on the corpses, and the corpses began to revive. Flesh was reborn, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original forms. In an instant, the corpses in the starry sky disappeared, turning back into strong beings of various races. However, the bodies of these resurrected beings emitted a black aura, completely different from before. Lin Moya saw clearly from a god's perspective that these beings were not like living beings. After resurrection, the strong beings of various races quickly joined the battle, but they had turned their weapons against their own kind. After being resurrected by the necromancer, they became the necromancer's subordinates, obeying his commands. Moreover, they were stronger than when they were alive. Countless strong beings died at the hands of their former comrades. The scene shattered and disappeared, but the shock in Lin Moya's heart was hard to erase. This demonstration made him realize the terror of the necromancer again. Using war to sustain war. This was the only way to describe it. Skill acquired, Resurrection of the Dead. Resurrection of the Dead, use a corpse or soul as a medium to temporarily resurrect the target, making them your subordinate and enhancing their combat power. Resurrection duration, 24 hours. Chapter 713. Chapter 713, 713. Chapter 713, Skills with Infinite Possibilities. Lin Moya looked at the skill description, which was simple and unadorned. From the skill demonstration, Lin Moya saw the power of the skill. The more the opponent fought, the fewer their numbers became, while his own forces grew stronger and more numerous, seemingly endless. One person against an entire army was not an exaggeration. Moreover, the resurrected enemies looked exactly the same as they did in life, but their combat power was enhanced. The pressure on the enemies was unimaginable. It was another incredibly powerful skill. No wonder the Great World Rune wanted to stop him. Lin Moya was very curious about what he had done to provoke the Great World Rune. After all, he was just a small ant, extremely weak and insignificant. The level of the Great World Rune and himself were worlds apart. It wasn't worth it. The third skill appeared, and the scene in front of him changed again. Third demonstration. Lin Moya whispered softly, his whole body excited, his fists clenched. All three skills had demonstrations, indicating that all three skills were powerful. In fact, when the second skill demonstration appeared, Lin Moya had already guessed that the third skill might also have a demonstration. When it actually appeared, Lin Moya still couldn't hide his excitement. It was still that starry sky, still that battle. The battle was nearing its end, and the strong beings of various races were almost all killed. Suddenly, a mass of flames flew in from afar in the starry sky. It wasn't flying, it was leaping. The flames emitted intense heat and light, like a massive star. Each leap of the star covered billions of miles, almost like teleportation. After a few leaps, the star entered the battlefield. The star emitted intense flames, instantly causing massive casualties among the undead army. Even the skeletal dragons couldn't withstand the flames and turned to ashes. Then, from the star, a large number of strong beings flew out. These strong beings could live on the star, indicating their immense power. Lin Moya had felt similar auras before and recognized that each one was an invincible powerhouse. They were exactly like the invincible powerhouses he had seen in the primordial secret realm. As soon as they joined the battle, the undead army was defeated, unable to resist. Even the skeletal dragons were powerless against them. These beings were too overwhelmingly powerful. In an instant, billions of undead were destroyed, and the undead army was nearly wiped out. The necromancer raised his staff again, summoning countless undead to form a new army. Then the staff glowed differently, and the light spread, causing the undead army to start merging. Skeleton berserkers, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages began to merge. After merging, they turned into powerful skeletons that Lin Moya had never seen before. They were clad in armor, wielding a flaming giant axe in their right hand and an ice shield in their left, with a whirlwind at their feet and lightning covering their bodies. Their aura was equally powerful. At the same time, a skeleton king appeared in the starry sky, far more powerful than any skeleton king Lin Moya had summoned before. The skeletal dragon and the headless knight merged. The headless knight's warhorse disappeared, and the skeletal dragon became his mount. The headless knight transformed into a dragon knight. Elemental liches merged to form an elemental giant. All the auras were present. These beings all emitted an invincible aura. The battle erupted again, and the necromancer pointed his staff forward. With a hum, red light spread across the starry sky. An aging curse skill. Lin Moya instinctively thought, but then immediately dismissed the idea. It wasn't just a curse. In the red light, the originally blazing star seemed to be hit by a severe impact. Its flames began to flicker violently, and within seconds, it started to extinguish, eventually losing all its flames and life force. 10 seconds later, the star exploded, the explosion sweeping across the starry sky. However, in a battle of invincible powerhouses, a star-level explosion had no killing power. The scene shattered and disappeared, and Lin Moya still hadn't fully understood the skill. Skill acquired, Infinite Fusion. Infinite Fusion, fuse undead or skills to create new undead and skills. The fusion effect may weaken or greatly enhance depending on the fused undead and skills. It matched the skill demonstration. The necromancer used this skill to create an invincible undead army and a skill powerful enough to destroy a star. This skill, called Infinite Fusion, naturally had infinite possibilities. Lin Moya felt that the skill in the demonstration was far from its limit, with more possibilities waiting for him to explore and discover. 2 powerful attack skills and 1 skill with infinite possibilities. The 3 ultimate skills at level 80 were too powerful. No wonder the Great World Rune wanted to stop him, especially the last skill, which had infinite possibilities. As he grew stronger, this skill would also become more powerful. And now it was just a skill, not yet integrated into his soul to become a soul skill or a spell. It could be further enhanced. As long as I am strong enough, even the Great World Rune can be stepped on. The necromancer in the skill demonstration could achieve that level, so could he. They were both necromancers, no one was inferior to the other. Lin Moya was filled with pride and had no fear of the challenges ahead. How is it? Antares' voice rang out, and Lin Moya's aura had completely calmed down, indicating that he had mastered the skills. Lin Moya said, "I'll demonstrate for you, starting with the first skill. Skill, Summon Skeletal Dragon." Lin Moya raised his hand and pointed into the distance, and the sky darkened. Even the colorful lights in the sky were obscured. Antares' eyes narrowed slightly, murmuring, "Laws." Lin Moya also felt the aura of laws, faint but present. But even a faint aura of laws was enough to prove the skill's extraordinariness. A mass of silver-white flames appeared in the sky, with a vortex within the flames. A dragon's roar came from the vortex, and a strong aura of undeath spread out. Antares' eyes narrowed further, seeing more than just the dragon's roar, but also dragon breath. Then the flames exploded, and a skeletal dragon surrounded by flames appeared. The skeletal dragon roared at the sky, its dragon roar continuous. It was about 5 meters long, surrounded by silver flames, similar to a dragon but not as large. It was much smaller than the skeletal dragon Lin Moya had seen in the skill demonstration. It was like a miniature version. Antares frowned, "Is this a dragon?" Lin Moya nodded, "A skeletal dragon, but it's only level 1 now. Wait until I train it." Antares scrutinized the skeletal dragon. "The aura is very pure, it seems to be a member of our dragon clan, but I've never heard of such a branch in the dragon clan." Lin Moya shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. He began to train the skill, wanting to avoid future trouble, so he always trained new skills to the maximum level as soon as possible. The skeletal dragon was summoned repeatedly, its level gradually increasing. Training from level 1 to level 80 was a massive undertaking, but with Lin Moya's comprehensive connection talent, he didn't need to worry about mental power. He could summon continuously, and the skill level increased rapidly. As the skill level increased, the skeletal dragon's aura grew stronger, and its size increased. Lin Moya felt that this might be his last time training a skill. The other 2 skills had no levels and didn't need training. 2 days later, he finally trained the skill to level 80. Only then did Lin Moya start to check the skeletal dragon's attributes. Skeletal Dragon. Level, 80. Strength, 1,800,000. Agility, 1,800,000. Spirit, 1,800,000. Constitution, 1,800,000. Skill, Death Dragon Breath, Level 1. Death Dragon Breath, Level 1. Breathe dragon breath filled with death energy, causing corrosive damage to the target. The attributes were very powerful, and with the talent bonus, they exceeded those of a world-class boss of the same level. Perhaps its vitality wasn't as high as a world-class boss, but looking at the skeletal dragon's size, it wouldn't be much less. Antares said solemnly, "Attack me and see." Chapter 714. Chapter 714, 714. Chapter 714, Abnormal, 2 Transcendent. A new skill naturally needs to be experimented with. Lin Moya likes experimenting, and under Lin Moya's influence, Antares has also become very interested in experiments. It was willing to humble itself and act as the test subject. If it hadn't spoken up itself, Lin Moya wouldn't have dared. Now, it's only natural to proceed. The experiment has 2 steps. The first step is for the skeletal dragon to breathe its dragon breath at Antares. The dragon breath is the most commonly used and practical attack skill of the dragon race. The dragon breath covers a wide area, indiscriminately causing mass destruction. The death dragon breath exhaled by the skeletal dragon enveloped an area of about 20 meters in radius, like a lingering grey mist. Antares felt the death dragon breath, but an attack of this level naturally couldn't harm Antares. The dragon breath carries the 2 forces of fire and corrosion, and the power of both is not weak. I sense a hint of the laws of nature, with a tiny bit of the laws fused into it, enhancing the power of the skill. Purely in terms of offensive power, it's about level 88, approaching divine level, but not quite there. However, it's precisely because of that tiny bit of the laws that once hit by the dragon breath, the target may continue to suffer damage for some time afterwards. Antares' analysis was naturally not wrong. Lin Moya summoned the Lich General and had it enhance the skeletal dragon with a status effect. Legion Empowerment, 0%. Try it again. With the status effect, the skeletal dragon's attributes were greatly increased, but due to Lin Moya's limitations, its total attributes were capped at 9,990,000, unable to break through 10 million. Each of its attributes was just under 2,500,000, maintaining a balance between the 4 attributes. The skeletal dragon breathed its dragon breath again. Antares said after feeling it, "The power has increased, but not by much. It's very close to divine level, but still a bit short compared to true divine level." Lin Moya nodded. This was the limitation of the laws of heaven and earth, which he couldn't change. Unless he could transform the summoned skeletal dragon skill into a soul skill, then perhaps it could break free from the limitations of the laws of heaven and earth. But Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. As his own level increased, the skill would naturally become stronger. Turning it into a soul skill or a spell was only a matter of time. The first skill was tested quite simply, and Lin Moya had a grasp of the skeletal dragon's combat power. Next, he began testing the second skill. Lin Moya said, "Bring over a corpse." This was an extremely easy task for Antares. The mist rolled, and a few seconds later, several corpses fell from the sky in front of Lin Moya. They were all fresh corpses, killed and brought over by Antares. A few were from the upper realm, not particularly powerful. 2 were from the lower realm, and judging from their aura, they were over level 70. There was also one from the lower realm with a huge body, an ordinary boss over level 80. Antares had been very considerate, covering all bases at once. Lin Moya locked onto the corpses with his soul and used the second skill. Skill, Resurrection of the Dead. A cluster of silver-white undead flames appeared in front of Lin Moyu, then exploded with a bang. The flames fell onto the corpses, burning fiercely. Antares looked puzzled. Is this skill for burning corpses? Merely 2 seconds later, accompanied by a light sound, the corpses simultaneously stood up. They were resurrected. Antares' head couldn't help but jerk back, and the atmosphere became a bit eerie. Resurrection from the dead. Even Antares had never seen such a thing before. Once dead is dead, how could the dead come back to life? The original corpses, surrounded by flames, slowly stood up, their bodies constantly swaying. They opened their eyes, their gaze sweeping around, as if they had truly been resurrected. After watching for a few seconds, Antares realized something was off. The state of these resurrected corpses was not right. Their aura had increased significantly, much stronger than when they were alive. Especially that ordinary small boss, it now radiated an aura equivalent to a lord-level boss. What kind of skill is this? Antares asked. Lin Moyu explained, the skill is called Resurrection of the Dead. He explained in detail to Antares, who muttered, there's actually such a skill. Does this skill have any requirements for how long the corpse has been dead? Like the previous corpse burst skill, before it was transformed into a soul skill, it required fresh corpses to exert its full power. Lin Moyu shook his head, I'm not sure. Wait a moment. Antares raised its dragon head, as if searching for something. Lin Moyu saw the mist rolling incessantly, as if a huge dragon claw was emerging from the mist. After half a minute, Antares threw out a complete skeleton from the mist. This skeleton was extremely intact, even maintaining the posture it had at death. It must not have been moved since dying. There were many golden specks on the skeleton, and a powerful aura could still be felt, indicating that the owner of this skeleton must have been extremely powerful in life. Lin Moyu looked at the skeleton's appearance. Is this a demonic beast? Antares nodded, the skeleton of a demonic beast king. At that time, its soul was destroyed, but its body was not badly damaged and was preserved quite intact. After more than 1,000 years, the skeleton had not decayed, showing how powerful it had been. A demonic beast king was a being on par with high-level divine professionals, with a strength of at least level 96. Lin Moyu used the resurrection of the dead skill again. A cluster of flames fell onto the demonic beast king's skeleton, burning fiercely. Antares stared at the bones, wanting to see what this 1,000-year-old remains would become under Lin Moyu's skill. Next, it witnessed an astonishing sight. Under the silver-white undead flames, flesh and blood actually began to regenerate. This was an unimaginable thing. A skeleton that had been dead for 1,000 years was regaining its vitality. Even Antares could not comprehend it. Lin Moyu's skill refreshed its understanding of this world, making it re-evaluate the mysteries of this world. The mysteries of this world far exceeded its imagination. Antares, who had claimed to know everything, suddenly realized that there were still many things in this world that it did not understand. In the blink of an eye, the demonic beast king completed its regeneration of flesh and blood, leaping up from the ground. The demonic beast king radiated an astonishing aura, with the laws of nature swirling around it. Not only had it been resurrected, but it was even stronger than when it was alive. It not only received a boost from the skill, but also Lin Moyu's talent enhancements since it became Lin Moyu's summon. Moreover, its resurrected combat power was not affected by Lin Moyu's own level. Antares judged that the resurrected demonic beast king had a combat power of around level 98, approaching the half-step transcendent level. It had now become Lin Moyu's summon, allowing Lin Moyu to command it at will. After some testing, Lin Moyu cancelled the skill. All the resurrected corpses disappeared without a trace as a gust of wind blew by, truly reduced to ashes. Abnormal, no wonder the Great World Rune tried to stop you, your skills are too transcendent. Chapter 715. Chapter 715, 715. Chapter 715, what kind of trash is this? Antares let out a strange howl, filled with fear. Just by thinking about Lin Moyu's skills, he could understand how heaven-defying they were. If Lin Moyu had an ultra-divine level corpse, he could completely walk horizontally in this world. Even if it could only be maintained for 24 hours, that would be enough. For an ultra-divine powerhouse, 24 hours was enough to do many, many things. Kill the Dragon Emperor, annihilate the Demon Emperor, it seemed possible. Hard to find corpses? Antares indicated it was not a problem at all, there were corpses in the deep spaces. Antares muttered, with this skill, you have insurance when going to the deep spaces. Lin Moyu smiled faintly, it's still too early, I'm only level 80. Believe me, by then I will be even stronger. Once ordinary skills transform into soul skills, the skills can be further enhanced. Lin Moyu had always been confident in his own strength. Antares shook its head, shaking off its shock. Come, let's see your third skill. Lin Moyu said, I think the third skill is the most wondrous skill. It's not an attack skill, but it's more important than the previous two skills. If I could only choose one of the three skills, I would keep the third skill. The Great World Rune probably took action this time to stop this skill. Antares' interest was piqued. Oh, what kind of skill is it? Infinite Fusion. Lin Moyu said solemnly, this skill is called Infinite Fusion. He explained the effects of the skill, and Antares listened with some astonishment. Try it out, Antares said. Lin Moyu nodded, following the method shown in the skill demonstration, summoning skeleton berserkers, skeleton mages, and skeleton archers. The numbers were not large, only about 100 of each type. Then he used the Infinite Fusion skill. The three types of skeletons fused, forming a new summon. A skeleton holding a sword in its right hand and a shield in its left appeared before Lin Moyo. It wore armor, standing about 5 meters tall, much taller and more formidable than any of the previous skeletons. Just looking at its appearance, it was far inferior to the skeleton shown in the skill demonstration. But Lin Moyo didn't know if it was because his own level was too low, or because there were too few skeletons used in the fusion. In fact, the fused skeleton before him was already very powerful, emitting an aura far exceeding level 80, probably around level 85. 300 level 80 skeletons forming a level 85 skeleton. Lin Moyo didn't know if it was a gain or a loss. Skeleton General. Level 85. Strength 2,200,000. Agility 2,200,000. Spirit 2,200,000. Constitution 2,200,000. Skill Destructive Strike. Destructive Strike. Unleash a force 10 times its own strength. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill Soul Bombardment. Soul Bombardment. Bombard the target's soul. Cooldown 1 minute. The Skeleton General had 2 skills. It was the product of fusion, producing some unimaginable changes, somewhat different from the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King was a separate skill, with its own characteristics, but infinite fusion allowed for all kinds of changes. For example, Lin Moyo could fuse just the Skeleton Berserker and Skeleton Mage. If the numbers didn't change, the attributes might not change much, but the skills would definitely change. Different fusions would produce different results. The Skeleton General was enhanced by the Lich General's skills, but still couldn't break through to level 90. The 9,990,000 attribute limit was still restricting it. Currently, only soul skills could break through the level 90 limit, otherwise Lin Moyo himself would have to reach level 90. Next, Lin Moyo began all kinds of combinations, fusing skeletons with the Headless Horseman, fusing the Headless Horseman with the Skeletal Dragon, fusing the Skeletal Dragon with the Skeleton Mage. The results varied, some strong, some weak. Some results made Lin Moyo laugh bitterly. Especially one time when he fused the Skeletal Dragon with the Skeleton Mage, the result was a Skeleton Mage with a dragon's head. Its attributes were also pitifully low, not even as good as a level 70 Skeleton Mage. Infinite fusion had good and bad outcomes, it was really unpredictable. The skill demonstration had already shown Lin Moyo some of the best fusion combinations, the rest he would have to explore and discover himself. The Skeleton General, Dragon Knight and others were very useful. But what Lin Moyo was most interested in was that skill that could destroy stars. That red light was extremely dazzling. The red light should be an aging curse. But what other skills were fused into it? There was no answer, he could only keep trying. Following his own ideas, taking the aging curse as the main component, he first fused Toxic Starburst into it. Lin Moyo pointed at the sky, and with a hum, the skill was released. Within the red light, there was a tinge of green, but the power released by the skill was very weak, the destructive power clearly insufficient. Antares shook his head. What kind of trash is this, so weak? Lin Moyo didn't give up, he fused Bone Spear into it next. This time not even the skill could be released. Lin Moyo's fingertips emitted a puff of smoke, shooting out only half a meter before disappearing completely. Antares couldn't help but burst into laughter, his whole head falling to the ground, laughing until he was gasping for air. Hey, do you have to be so funny? Lin Moyo was also surprised, never expecting such a result. Taking the aging curse as the main component should be correct. Lin Moyo then fused Soul Flame into it. Amidst Antares' laughter, Lin Moyo pointed at him. With a hum, the red light spread out, and Antares' laughter immediately stopped. His soul was slightly impacted, though it didn't hurt, it was enough to shock him. Antares asked in a low voice, "This has some interest, it can probably instantly kill any being below level 83. Instantly killing level 80 and below was not what Lin Moyo wanted. Lin Moyo's ambitions were much greater, this was far from enough. The experiments continued, Lin Moyo fused one skill after another with the aging curse, but the results were mostly unsatisfactory. It seems it's not just 2 skills fusing, multiple skills need to be fused together. Lin Moyo realized this possibility. But fusing multiple skills together, even adding just one more skill, would require countless more experiments. But there was no way around it, he could only try one by one. Lin Moyo fell into a frenzy of endless experimentation. Lin Moyo was harsh on himself, only he knew clearly. Antares watched Lin Moyo experiment over and over, failing again and again, feeling bored. He's really crazy. In the end, Antares came to this conclusion about him. Then he suddenly laughed, I'm also crazy. Only 2 madmen would dare to confront the Great World Rune. The Great World Rune was the most fundamental power in the entire Great World, yet in front of it, he and Lin Moyo were just 2 ants. But not only did these 2 ants confront it, they even managed to win by a fluke. Antares felt that this was enough for him to boast about for 10,000 years. If one day he could truly step on the Great World Rune, Antares began to dream, imagining the impossible. A red light lit up. The previously sleeping Antares was startled awake, it exclaimed in shock, how could there be the laws of time? Chapter 716. Chapter 716, 716. Chapter 716, Be careful not to be taken as a slave. The light in the sky had not completely disappeared. Lin Moyo sensed the aura of the laws, but unlike Antares, he couldn't discern which law it was. Antares was startled awake, his eyes filled with astonishment as he looked at the sky. Time law. The 4 words carried a heavy weight. Antares sensed the time law from the red light. Lin Moyo looked at Antares, is there a problem? Antares did not answer him, do it again. He was still somewhat unsure, how could the time law appear? Lin Moyo raised his hand and pointed to the sky, and the red light appeared. This time, Antares was certain he was not mistaken, it was indeed the time law, directed at me, with full force. Antares said in a low voice. Lin Moya did not hesitate and used the skill on Antares. He knew that with his own ability, it was impossible to harm Antares, so there was no need to worry. The red light shone on Antares, and Antares shook his big head, his eyes suddenly narrowing, revealing a dangerous gleam. Then he let out a dragon roar, shaking the heavens and the earth. Clang! A dragon scale fell from his body and landed on the ground. Antares looked at the fallen dragon scale and murmured, "Very good." Lin Moya saw that the dragon scale was somewhat different, it seemed to have some cracks. He was not at a high enough level to understand. Lin Moya asked, "What exactly is going on?" Antares explained, "Your skill contains a trace of the time law, a very weak trace. It directed all your attack into this dragon scale, and the dragon scale was affected, becoming decayed." Although Lin Moya did not fully understand the time law, he knew that if it could affect Antares, the skill's power must be very strong. "How powerful is it?" Antares said, "Very good, it can basically kill all non-divine level professionals instantly. Even divine level professionals can be severely injured. Your trace of the time law carries a decaying characteristic, making decades pass in an instant." "I'm very curious, how did you do it?" Lin Moya said, "I combined several skills. Using the aging curse as the main skill, I fused it with soul flame and toxic starburst." Lin Moya's skill fusion experiments had lasted for 7 days and nights. He tried various combinations. He found that it was much more complicated than he had imagined. Not only did different skill combinations affect the fused skill, but the strength of the skills also had an impact. The same 2 or 3 skills, with different proportions, produced completely different effects. Lin Moya felt like an alchemist of skills, where skills were like potions, and the proportions had to be just right. At the same time, Lin Moya discovered some limitations. He could only fuse up to 3 skills. Once he exceeded 3, the entire fused skill would collapse. Lin Moya speculated that this limitation was related to his level and the infinite fusion skill itself. After all, it was still just a regular skill and had not yet become a soul skill. Additionally, there was another limitation. Regular skills could not be fused with soul skills. If fused, the skill would inevitably collapse. Lin Moya had tried, but soul skills could not be fused with each other either, due to the limitations of the infinite fusion skill itself. It was still just a regular skill. In other words, it was too weak to handle more powerful soul skills. After countless experiments over 7 days and nights, Lin Moya finally created this skill. A skill formed by fusing the aging curse, soul flame, and toxic starburst. The effect was decent, but still far from the skill that could destroy a star. Lin Moya had originally wanted to fuse Corpse Explosion into it as well, but the skill did not allow it, so he had to give up. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied, Antares was already amazed. The key was the time law brought by the skill. A trace of the time law, though insignificant, could cause terrifying effects. It greatly increased the skill's power, enough to kill non-divine level professionals instantly and severely injure lower divine level professionals. At Antares' request, Lin Moya used the skill several more times. Each time, it could damage a dragon scale on Antares. But Antares enjoyed the process immensely. After trying 10 times, Lin Moya finally asked, "Are you okay?" Who would keep asking to be hit and enjoy it? Antares' behavior was very strange. Antares shook his head, "No problem, I'm feeling the time law." Lin Moya asked curiously, "You care about this level of power?" It's different. Antares shook his big head, "Although the attack power is low, the level is very high. That's the time law, you don't know how many people dream of it. Do you believe that if you go to the great world and tell others you have a non-divine level attack with the time law, countless top powerhouses will come to find you, capture you, and make you use this skill every day? Don't worry, even if you don't want to, they have ways to make you do as they say." Antares' words made Lin Moya feel a chill, as if he would be taken as a slave. Lin Moya frowned, "Didn't you say that top powerhouses pursue the Great World Rune?" Antares laughed, "Pursuing the Great World Rune is something only a few top powerhouses can do, like the old man you met before. Most top powerhouses will settle for second best and pursue lesser powers." Lin Moya was suddenly enlightened, "You mean the time law?" Antares nodded, "It's okay to tell you, since you've already come into contact with the laws. There are countless laws, but they also have different levels of strength. The time law belongs to the top tier among the laws. The lightning law you are most familiar with belongs to the elemental laws, which are in the 3rd tier." Lin Moya was surprised, "So weak?" Antares nodded, "More or less. And the time law is firmly in the 1st tier, do you think it's strong?" Lin Moya thought of another law he had come into contact with but had not mastered. "What about the life law?" Antares said, "That's not really the life law, you haven't even touched the surface of the life law, you only have a trace of its aura, just a superficial appearance." Lin Moya understood. What laws are in each tier? Antares shook his head, "There are too many laws, I can't list them all, but I can give you a rough idea. The 1st tier has the fewest laws, the most famous ones are the time and space laws, followed by the destruction and creation laws. The 2nd tier includes well-known laws like the slaughter and life laws. The 3rd tier includes elemental laws like wind, fire, lightning, and light. The difference between each tier is huge. The truly top existences pursue the Great World Rune, but the Great World Rune is not easy to pursue, so they settle for the 1st tier laws." "Now you understand." Lin Moya was not stupid, he understood immediately. Lin Moya slowly said, "It seems the stronger the law, the more elusive it is." Chapter 717. Chapter 717, 717. Chapter 717, Blood can flow, but sharpness cannot be lost. Lin Moya's words were sharp and to the point, hitting the core. The weaker the law, the more concrete it is. Laws like wind, water, and fire can be felt in reality and are the easiest to comprehend. In contrast, light and darkness are more elusive, making them harder to grasp. Although they are in the third tier, the laws of light and darkness are slightly stronger. In the third tier, besides some visible elemental laws, there are also some invisible laws, such as the law of sleep. When it comes to the second tier, the laws are completely invisible and intangible, requiring indirect comprehension. As for the first tier, it is even more so, with a higher difficulty level. Lin Moya said, "My teacher seems to comprehend the law of slaughter." Antares said, "That little guy who uses a knife, he comprehends the law of killing intent. If he can go further in the future, he can advance to the law of slaughter." Can laws advance? Lin Moya found it novel that laws could advance. For example, the law of lightning he currently comprehends, what can it advance to? Antares said, "For example, your teacher's current law of killing intent has the potential to advance to the law of slaughter. And there's another one who uses fists, he comprehends the law of great strength, which can advance to the law of power in the future. And another one who uses formations, he has two advancement directions, body formation and symbol formation." Lin Moya immediately asked, "What about elemental laws?" Elemental laws can also advance. For example, the law of fire can become the fire of stars, eternal fire, or undying fire. The law of lightning you are good at can also advance to explosive star lightning, nine-turn purple lightning, or world-destroying lightning. But let me give you a suggestion: if you have the chance, focus on comprehending the law of time. In front of the law of time, all these other laws are trash. The law of time is not easy to comprehend, as seen from Antares' appearance. Even it couldn't comprehend it, so even if Lin Moya could, it would take a lot of time. Before that, he needed to have a skill to rely on. How many laws can one comprehend? Lin Moya asked. Antares chuckled, "You can comprehend as many as you want, but the more laws you comprehend, the harder it gets. Generally, people specialize in one or two laws. Otherwise, if you comprehend a bit here and there, you'll end up with just the basics. Time passes, life ends, and everything becomes empty." Antares, like an elder, sincerely taught Lin Moya. Lin Moya remembered its words, "Will you continue to comprehend the law of time?" "I can continue." Antares shook its head, "No need, your current law of time is too weak, there's nothing to comprehend. When your law of time becomes strong enough in the future, you can let me comprehend it. But this is not a matter of a day or two, it might take years or decades. You can't afford to waste this time now." Lin Moya indeed couldn't afford to waste time now. Wasting 10 days or half a month was fine, but wasting years was something he couldn't bear. Lin Moya didn't hold back. "In the future, when I have time and the law of time is stronger, I'll let you comprehend it." Antares snorted, "Fine, you can leave now. Where do you want to go? I'll send you there." Lin Moya thought for a moment, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. "Can you send me to the Dragon Clan?" Antares was puzzled. "Didn't you make an agreement with Lillian? Leave the Dragon Clan matters to her, why don't you plan to cooperate with her?" Lin Moya shook his head, "The cooperation will continue, but I have my own plans. Some things cannot be done by others. I'll do part of it, Lillian will do part of it, and the other part will be done by the human race. The sharpness of the human race cannot be lost because of my cooperation, and hatred cannot end because of one cooperation. To end the hatred, the human race must do it themselves, even if it means paying the price in blood, even if there are sacrifices. I can push things along, but I can't do it for them. The hatred of the human race has accumulated for so many years, it should be ended by them. In the hearts of the human race, there is a dream, to enter the Abyss world and personally destroy the Abyss demons." Lin Moya said a lot, all from his heart. Antares thought for a long time, not fully understanding. Its thinking was simple, not so complicated. But if it was as Lin Moya said, Antares said, "Have you thought about it? With your choice, the human race might suffer significant casualties." Lin Moya nodded, "I know, but some things must be ended by them." Lin Moya spoke firmly, and Antares said no more. Although it still couldn't fully understand, it unconditionally supported Lin Moya's decision. After all, they were friends. Lin Moya had his considerations. The hatred between the human race and the Abyss demons had accumulated too deeply. If one day, the human race was suddenly told that the Abyss demons and the Dragon Clan had a great battle, both sides were defeated and perished, the human race would lose their goal, which would not be good for the entire race. If the sharpness is lost, the human race might completely lose their edge. Lin Moya didn't want that. He wanted the human race to maintain their previous sharpness, to move forward bravely, and to reach a broader sky. After learning so much, he knew clearly that the Abyss demons and the Dragon Clan were nothing. They were just fragments of the world, insignificant cannon fodder. Perhaps in the future, the human race would face even stronger and more terrifying opponents, and they couldn't lose their edge. This decision was not made by Lin Moya alone, but after discussing it with Meng Anwen and others. Meng Anwen agreed with Lin Moya's view. The human race was not afraid of bleeding, they had shed a lot of blood over the millennia, and they were not afraid to do it again. But the human race couldn't lose their edge. The world of the Dragon Clan was very different from the world of the human race. The sky here was dark red, the air filled with strong fire elements, accompanied by the smell of sulfur. Lin Moya had seen descriptions of the Dragon Clan's world in the limited information he had. The The Dragon Clan's world was divided by elements, each element occupying a region. In the center of the Dragon Clan's world was the Dragon Emperor's palace. Now, he was in the fire element region, where dragons born here were mostly skilled in fire elements. After entering the Dragon Clan, Lin Moya didn't act immediately but began to replenish his undead army and skeletal dragons. Since mastering the skill to summon skeletal dragons, his attributes had an additional feature of a dragon's nest. The dragon's nest functioned the same as the summoning space and the lich space, a place to house skeletal dragons. The current number of dragon nests was 1,000, meaning Lin Moya could summon 1,000 skeletal dragons. Skeletal dragons, like skeletons, could enjoy the skill bonuses of the Lich General, possessing combat power close to divine level. They were currently Lin Moya's strongest summons, aside from the Skeleton King. After reaching level 80, not only did his attributes greatly improve, but all his skills were also fully enhanced. The Comprehensive Amplification talent reached level 9, achieving a 90-fold increase for most skills. The undead army also became stronger. Chapter 718. Chapter 718, 718. Chapter 718, it's Lin Moyu, he has broken in. Antares silently sent Lin Moyu into the Dragon Realm. This fragment world is divided into several regions based on the concentration of different elements. The area where Lin Moyu is located is filled with fire elements. Dragons born here are naturally very close to fire elements. Lin Moya stood by a volcano, where lava flowed, and the temperature was extremely high. Lin Moya's appearance did not attract any attention from the dragons. Even in a fragment world, there is vast land. Lin Moya did not take any action. He began to summon the undead. One by one, skeletons were summoned, accompanied by gusts of cold wind, and silver-white flames exploded, covering the originally red lava world. With the sound of dragon roars, skeletal dragons flew out from the silver-white flames. At level 80, the summoning space increased significantly, accommodating 4,400 undead. Lin Moya could summon 60 Lich Generals, each capable of commanding 4,400 undead. The total number of the undead army reached 264,000. Lin Moya distributed them evenly, with 66,000 of each of the three types of skeletons, plus the Headless Knights. In addition to the increase in numbers, the attributes of the skeletons and Headless Knights also improved significantly. There were improvements in basic attributes and talent bonuses. Each skeleton's combat power increased significantly, and with the substantial increase in numbers, the overall strength of the undead army increased by at least 30%. If the newly added skeletal dragons were included, the combat power increased by more than 100%. While summoning, Lin Moya pondered about the Great World Rune. The Great World Rune suppressed his strength, profession, and skills. That's why the skeleton's attributes were so low. Without the comprehensive amplification talent, he could only rely on the advantage of numbers to surpass other professionals of the same level. It would be impossible to complete a level challenge. His growth trajectory would be completely different. If one day, I get rid of the curse of the Great World Rune, I wonder how strong I will become. The curse suppression should be comprehensive. Perhaps I am also limited in other aspects. Recalling the skill demonstration, the undead army that filled the galaxy, the dragon knights capable of contending with invincible powerhouses, and the skeletal generals, Lin Moya felt that this was what his profession should look like. But then he thought of the old man riding the green ox, who could turn invincible powerhouses into ashes with a wave of his hand, painting a serene picture. That scene, devoid of any mortal aura, seemed to be another realm. Lin Moya calmed his excited heart, knowing that his future path was still long. In the fiery world, silver-white colors appeared from time to time. The temperature of the lava could not cover the chill of the cold wind. Large areas of flowing lava began to solidify, turning into magma. The sky became pitch black, with dark clouds pressing down, expanding continuously. In just half a day, it had covered an area of several tens of kilometers. The unusual changes finally caught the attention of the dragons. Some dragons came to investigate. As they approached the dark clouds, they heard dragon roars coming from within. The dragon roars were very familiar to the dragons. Moreover, the dragon roars from within the dark clouds seemed nobler than their own. Their bloodlines trembled, as if a lower-level race had encountered a higher-level race. The dragons became excited. Could it be an ancestor? Is it a treasure brought by the ancestors? Or has a sleeping ancestor awakened? This news spread quickly among the dragons. Some dragons, unable to contain their curiosity, entered the dark clouds. As the news spread, more and more dragons gathered. They crowded in the air, flapping their wings, making a flapping sound. None of the dragons that entered the dark clouds came out. The dark clouds were filled with mystery. The dragon roars from within the dark clouds grew stronger, as if countless giant dragons were flying inside. Finally, a dragon king arrived. A dragon king came to the dark clouds, frowning tightly, such a strong aura of death. The dragon king's eyes were extremely sharp, far beyond ordinary dragons. With one glance, it saw that the dark clouds were composed of terrifying death aura. It had never seen such an astonishing death aura. Ordinary beings could not survive in such conditions. When the death aura is dense enough, it has an astonishing corrosive effect. It quickly learned that none of the dragons that entered the dark clouds earlier had come out. It hesitated, unsure whether to enter. The death aura was too dense, very dangerous. At the center of the dark clouds, Lin Moya's gaze penetrated the death aura, seeing the situation outside. After half a day, the undead army was finally replenished. The dragons that entered earlier had long been turned into bones by the dragon breath of the skeletal dragons. It's almost time to take action, Lin Moya thought, a silver-white flame rising in his hand. The flame exploded, falling on the dragons that had just been killed. Skill, Resurrection of the Dead. These dragons had been burned to bones by the dragon breath of the skeletal dragons. Now, in the flames of resurrection, their flesh and blood were reborn, and they were resurrected, returning to the world. Once dead, they were dead. The resurrected ones were only in appearance, only in strength, stronger strength. Lin Moya thought, let's have you try fighting your own kind first. His words carried a hint of cruelty. Following Lin Moya's will, the resurrected dragons rushed out madly. The dark clouds rolled, causing waves, immediately attracting the attention of the dragons outside. Then they saw a group of dragons rushing out of the dark clouds, all of whom had entered earlier. They are fine. The Dragon King's eyes narrowed, instinctively sensing something was wrong. These returning dragons were also filled with dense death aura, and their skin and scales were covered with death aura, turning grayish-white. A sense of danger arose. Retreat quickly. It roared, but it was too late. After resurrection, these dragons had become much stronger, especially with the comprehensive amplification talent affecting them as well. Their combat power had increased by at least dozens of times. They charged into the group of dragons with astonishing speed, starting a massacre. It was a real massacre. Dragons of the same level were no match for them. In an instant, hundreds of dragons fell. Stop! The Dragon King, in anger, made a move. At this moment, the dark clouds rolled again, and a skeletal king appeared in the air. The skeletal king exuded an astonishing aura, its combat power determined by Lin Moya's soul level, reaching level 93. The Dragon King felt itself being locked on, watching as the skeletal king raised its longsword. The sense of danger reached its peak. Escape! I will die. The Dragon King turned to flee without thinking, but it was too late. The skeletal king swung its sword, and the Dragon King fell from the sky with a scream. Its body was almost cut in half. Then, the elements on its body exploded, engulfing it in a terrifying elemental explosion. In the brilliant elemental explosion, it saw countless skeletal dragons surrounded by silver-white flames flying out of the dark clouds. Behind the dragons was a massive undead army. Lin Moyu. It's Lin Moyu, he has broken in. It finally knew who the enemy was, but it was too late. Killed Dragon King, Experience Plus. General Star +1. As Lin Moya received the message, the Dragon King closed its eyes forever. Note, the protagonist and summoned creatures level 80 attribute skills are placed in the related works section. You can check them yourself. Chapter 719. Chapter 719, 719. Chapter 719, hurry up and kill, no need to save face for me. The skeletal dragons were at the front, and the headless knights were at the back, charging out from the dark clouds. Lin Moya's skeletal dragons breathed dragon breath, and the Dragon Clan members hit by the breath would be burned to bones in the blink of an eye. The dragon breath of the skeletal dragons also contained corrosive power, with flames from the undead world burning the body and corroding the soul, incredibly terrifying. Even if only a little bit touched them, it was hard to escape. Those with extremely good luck would still be severely injured. The giant dragons from the undead world were showing their might at this moment. 1,000 skeletal dragons began a massacre, and the battle was one-sided from the start. The Dragon Clan members fell from the sky like rain, screaming as they were burned to charred bones. In an instant, the Dragon Clan members gathered outside the dark clouds either fled or died. Thousands of corpses were left behind, scattered and vanished without a trace. The surviving Dragon Clan members, filled with fear, spread the news to the entire Dragon Clan. The undead monsters had invaded, and it was clear who had come. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, and Lin Moya flew out. He cast a skill, throwing out large fireballs. The Resurrection of the Dead skill was cast repeatedly, exploding into flames. The previously dead Dragon Clan members collectively revived, becoming part of the undead army. They were not under the command of the Lich General, they took direct orders from Lin Moyo. These resurrected beings had a lifespan of only 24 hours and were true cannon fodder. Lin Moyo brought destruction to the Dragon Clan this time. This scene was very similar to when the Dragon Clan first arrived in this world. At that time, the human race and the gods had just finished a great battle, suffering heavy losses. The Dragon Clan and demons brought destruction and disaster at that time. If the Dragon Clan and demons had not arrived simultaneously and clashed, the human race would have been wiped out. Even with Antares, the human race could have preserved a spark, but they would have been severely weakened. Now, Lin Moya was doing the same thing alone. He brought destruction and disaster to this fragment world. Invaders will pay the price sooner or later. You are like parasites, clinging to the world and sucking its blood and flesh. After so many years, it's time to pay back, with interest. Lin Moya muttered, and wherever he went, Dragon Clan members died and were resurrected, becoming his most loyal minions. They became stronger and emotionless. They would turn their blades against their own kind, mercilessly cutting them down. Lin Moya wanted the Dragon Clan to taste the bitterness of internal strife. Facing the enemy, Lin Moya was ruthless. After dealing with undead creatures for the past 2 years, Lin Moya had a clear understanding of life and death. Life is normal, and death is also normal. Even if one dies, it doesn't necessarily mean the end. The Resurrection of the Dead skill is about reviving the dead. As for whether they are still the same after revival, does it matter? At least to Lin Moya, it doesn't matter at all. They became his tools, tools for slaughtering the Dragon Clan, tools for leveling up. At this moment, Lin Moya became the Grim Reaper, wandering the world. Wherever he went, the land was barren, and the dead were resurrected. Lin Moya didn't know the map of the Dragon Clan, but the direction in which the Dragon Clan members fled became his best guide. Lin Moya flew in the direction they fled and soon saw a huge city. The Dragon Clan members were generally much taller than humans, with heights of over 3 meters being common, and heights of 4 or 5 meters not being rare. Accordingly, their cities were much larger than human cities. They built walls tens of meters high around the city, with huge magic crystals placed on the walls. The city was already on alert, with alarms ringing. Formations were activated, surrounding the entire city. The formations allowed exit but not entry, a common tactic of the Dragon Clan. Lin Moyo had seen it on the Dragon Clan's warships, and the city's defenses were obviously much stronger than those of the warships. Not only were the defenses stronger, but the attack systems were also much stronger than those of the warships. After all, the size of the warships was limited, and the huge magic crystals on the city walls were a clear indication. Lin Moyo and his team stopped 10,000 meters away from the city, and he communicated with Antares, "I'm going to slaughter the city." Antares' sleepy voice came, "Slaughter away, no need to report to me." Lin Moya said, "Although they are mixed blood dragons, they still have dragon blood. Do you mind?" Antares laughed, "Those guys subordinates, I can't wait for you to kill all these mixed blood dragons. Hurry up and kill, no need to save face for me." "Got it." Lin Moya's last bit of hesitation disappeared. At his command, the undead army launched a fierce attack on the Dragon Clan city. The Dragon Clan city also launched a fierce counterattack. Leading the charge were the resurrected Dragon Clan members. They carried the aura of death and launched the fiercest attacks on their own kind. The sky was filled with clouds and mist, and the skeletal dragon swooped down, breathing dragon breath on the city. The dragon breath fell on the formation shield, igniting intense undead flames. In an instant, the city turned into a silver-white fireball. Under the corrosive power of the undead flames, the city's defensive formation was on the verge of collapse. The battle entered a white-hot stage as soon as it began, and the Dragon Clan's counterattack was fierce, causing heavy casualties among the resurrected. But Lin Moya didn't care at all. These guys were just cannon fodder. He knew that as the battle continued, the number of resurrected would grow. The Dragon Clan would soon experience true fear. Among the cannon fodder of the resurrected, one was incredibly powerful. It withstood the attacks from the city and launched a fierce assault on the city's formation. It was the Dragon King from before, now resurrected. Without the Dragon Crystal, the Dragon King's strength is significantly affected. After its death, the Dragon Crystal was taken, and it was resurrected by the undead. After being strengthened and enhanced by talents, its strength did not increase further. The loss of the Dragon Crystal weakened its combat power, but the various enhancements increased its combat power. In the end, it balanced out, and its strength was not much different from when it was alive. Lin Moya held the Staff of Creation in his right hand and placed the Dragon Crystal on the staff with his left hand. The life core absorbed the energy of the Dragon Crystal and began to repair itself. This time, the life core should be repaired. Lin Moya thought, if the life core was repaired, there might be a chance to resurrect the God of Life. Even if not, with the complete Staff of Creation, a new God of Life could be born. The God of Life had the ability to heal the injuries of the gods. Then some of the human race's former comrades, those gods, could also awaken from their slumber. This matter was interconnected. Lin Moyo also thought of the human ancestors in the corpse realm, those who had once saved his life with supreme will. If there was a chance, Lin Moyo also wanted to resurrect them. As his strength increased, Lin Moyo knew that the chance of resurrection was not impossible, just very difficult. Unless they were truly annihilated, there was always a possibility. Boom! With a violent explosion, the city's defensive formation finally exploded. The dragon breath, carrying death, turned the entire city into a sea of fire. The undead army stormed into the city, launching a merciless slaughter. Experience points began to soar again, at a speed not slower than killing the Thunder Tree group. Chapter 720. Chapter 720, 720. Chapter 720, Bold, how dare you seek death? The news of Lin Moyo entering the Dragon Realm had completely spread. The entire Dragon Clan was in an uproar, filled with killing intent. Since they descended into this world, no human had ever invaded the Dragon Realm. The defensive systems in the Dragon Cities were built 1,000 years ago, and that was because the abyssal demons had invaded at that time. Humans, what are they? With the strength of humans, even after another 1,000 years, they wouldn't be able to invade the Dragon Realm. The human defensive systems were modeled after those of the Dragon Clan and the abyssal demons. In the eyes of the Dragon Clan, humans were synonymous with weakness and inferiority, merely their food. Now, a human had brazenly invaded the Dragon Realm. This was a slap in the face to all dragons. The slap from 1,000 years ago still hurt, and now a second slap had come. How could they tolerate this? All the dragons shouted to kill Lin Moyo, to grind his bones to dust. The Dragon Clan mobilized collectively, quickly gathering and heading towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo couldn't be happier. The more that came, the better. The first city was destroyed, and the dragons within were almost all dead, with no survivors. Lin Moyo saw several dragon eggs. The dragon eggs should have had life within them, but under the dragon breath, they did not survive. I should have kept some dragon eggs, taken them back to roast. Roasted dragon eggs might taste good. Lin Moyo used the resurrection of the dead skill, unleashing countless flames. In an instant, silver-white flames burned in every corner of the city, and many resurrected beings were reborn from the flames. There weren't many dragons in this city, not exceeding 20,000 in total. Compared to the undead army, a 20,000-strong resurrected army was not much, but having more than 20,000 cannon fodder was still beneficial. The army continued to advance, leaving behind a city turned to ruins. The advance was swift, and soon they saw the second city. From a distance, Lin Moyo saw a dark mass in the sky, the dragon army quickly gathering. Warships were lined up, hundreds of them. The warships were also filled with dragon soldiers. At a glance, the army numbered over 100,000. Including the city garrison, the number could reach 200,000. They were fully prepared, waiting for his arrival. Quick response. Lin Moya smiled, looking relaxed and not at all tense. 200,000 dragons would ultimately result in his resurrected army expanding to 200,000. Using war to sustain war, making the dragons kill each other, he would become the dragon clan's nightmare. Kill! Lin Moya whispered, and the army launched an attack. Leading the charge was still the resurrected dragon army. The 20,000-strong resurrected dragon army charged towards the city like a sharp sword. Why are they our own people? What did Lin Moya do? Why is this happening? This guy is too despicable, controlling our people. Kill him, we must kill him. The dragons roared in fury. They instantly understood Lin Moya's intention, which was to make them kill each other. Lin Moya didn't use any conspiracy, just straightforward combat. Facing their own kind, the dragons had no choice but to open fire. The magic crystals hummed, emitting brilliant light. Hundreds of dragon warships flashed simultaneously, launching powerful attacks. Many resurrected beings were killed, but they felt no fear, knowing no life or death. They pressed on under heavy fire, reaching the city and starting the siege. Dragon roars echoed in the sky, skeletal dragons dived down, breathing dragon breath. The undead army followed closely, beginning their assault. The siege scene from the previous city played out again. This time, the difficulty was slightly higher, but for Lin Moya, it just took a bit more time. Suddenly, the space around him twisted, and 6 dragon kings appeared simultaneously, surrounding Lin Moya. I've been waiting for you. Lin Moya chuckled, the sky darkened, and the skeleton throne descended. The skeleton king rose with a great sword, locking onto the 6 dragon kings. This time, not one but 2 skeleton kings appeared. One was formed from 100,000 skeletons, the other from 90,000. Both skeleton kings reached level 93. After level 80, the attributes of the skeletons greatly improved, and naturally, the skeleton kings also improved. The limitation was still Lin Moya, restricted by his soul level, and the Great World Rune. Otherwise, Lin Moya believed the skeleton kings could be even stronger. The 2 skeleton kings appeared, swinging their swords simultaneously, unleashing the god-slaying strike. Lin Moya also shouted, his body bursting with brilliant light. Soul skill, concentrate. His attributes soared to the limit, shining brightly, instantly elevating his power to level 93. He took out a pair of giant swords, transforming into a warrior. In the skill demonstration, Necromancer stayed away from the battlefield, holding a staff, like a commander, a marshal. But Lin Moya was more like a general, charging into the battlefield. The 6 dragon kings were stunned. How did Lin Moya seem to know they were coming, already prepared? Skill, God-slaying strike. Lin Moya and the skeleton kings almost simultaneously used the God-slaying strike. The targets were the 6 dragon kings. The dragon kings screamed in fear, their bodies instantly severed. There was no need for elemental chaos to finish them off. The 6 dragon kings were instantly killed. Killed dragon king, experience plus. General star +1. 6 messages popped up, and the experience bar jumped significantly. Nearby skeletons came over, skillfully extracting the dragon crystals from the dragon king's bodies. Then a flame burst, splitting into 6, falling into the 6 dragon kings' bodies. The dragon kings began to regenerate, their severed limbs reconnecting. Lin Moya didn't wait for the result. He led the 2 skeleton kings towards the city. The city was in fierce battle, and Lin Moya and the 2 skeleton kings' arrival completely broke the balance. Divine level power was something the city's formations couldn't withstand. Massive elements exploded on the formations, shattering them. Soul skill, strengthen troops. Lin Moya used the strengthen troops skill, consuming a large amount of soul power. Even at level 80, with a significant increase in soul power, under the dual states of concentrate and strengthen troops, he could only maintain it for 6 seconds. But now, with a large number of enemies to kill, the soul power consumption could be continuously replenished, so there was no need to worry about the skill duration. Lin Moya transformed into a warrior, charging into the dragon city. The real slaughter began. Without the city's formation protection, the dragons became lambs to the slaughter. The warships in the sky were targeted by the skeletal dragons and skeleton kings, falling one by one. Soon, the 6 dragon kings who had just been killed became resurrected beings, joining the battle. They retained their power from life, divine level power. The battle was completely one-sided. The fate of the dragons in the city was sealed. Nearly 200,000 dragons, of varying levels, from as low as level 40 to as high as over level 80. Under the blades of the undead army, they all met the same fate. Experience soared, in no time reaching 70%. Just one more city, and he would reach level 81. Lin Moya's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was using the dragons to level up. In the soul world, the domain godstone spun continuously, absorbing the killing intent, the black killing intent growing denser. In the heart of the dragon territory, the dragon emperor received the news. Bold, how dare you seek death? A roar echoed from the dragon emperor's palace, and a divine dragon soared into the sky. Chapter 721. Chapter 721, 721. Chapter 721, Lin Moya, you deserve to die. Lin Moya was killing with great pleasure. Under the combined effect of the 2 soul skills, concentrate and strengthen troops, the combat power of the undead army was pushed to its limit. Even an 89-level dragon warrior could not withstand the siege of a few skeletons. Unless the dragon king took action, there was no way to stop the undead army. The combat power of the skeletal dragons was already infinitely close to the divine level. Even when facing the dragon king, they could fight back and forth several times. If it were an ordinary 90-level Dragon King, being besieged by a dozen skeletal dragons would also pose a risk of falling. Moreover, 2 skeleton kings with combat power exceeding level 93 were eyeing from the air. The strength of the undead army had reached its peak. 2 powerful auras swept in. High-level Dragon Kings. Lin Moya's heart tightened slightly. High-level Dragon Kings could wield laws, completely different from low and mid-level Dragon Kings. Perfect, let's test the skills on you. Lin Moya used Infinite Fusion, Aging Curse, Soul Flame, and Toxic Starburst, combining the 3 skills in sequence. A red light appeared in his palm. The high-level Dragon Kings were extremely fast. Before they arrived, their law-infused attacks had already reached. One law attack struck the Skeleton King, while the other headed straight for Lin Moya. Under Soul Lock, the attack was guaranteed to hit unless Lin Moya's undead wings spread out behind him, and with a slight movement of his soul power, he instantly cut off the Soul Lock. Lin Moya appeared 1,000 meters away as if he had teleported. At this moment, the law attack landed on the Skeleton King, causing it to collapse instantly. The power of the law was too strong. Regardless of the type of law, even a mere trace was not something the Skeleton King could withstand. 2 high-level Dragon Kings revealed their forms in mid-air, one of them showing a look of surprise. Before it could react, a flash of red light passed over its head. The red light instantly enveloped it. The aura of the time law flashed by. Its scales aged visibly, its body decayed, and its aura weakened. The lifespan of the Dragon Kings was not short, especially the high-level Dragon Kings, who lived over 400 years, much longer than humans. This was one of the reasons why Antares called them mixed-blood dragons. True dragons, even newborns, had lifespans measured in millennia, often living for thousands of years. After reaching adulthood, living for tens of thousands of years was normal. For beings like Antares, who knew how long they could live, this was a level Lin Moya could not comprehend. Mixed-blood dragons had shorter lifespans than true dragons but still lived much longer than humans. Even so, they could not withstand the time law. In an instant, it seemed to have aged decades or centuries, directly reaching the end of its lifespan. Lin Moya did not know how many years this high-level Dragon King had lived or how much lifespan it had left. This skill of his directly brought it to the end of its lifespan. The high-level Dragon King aged rapidly, its vitality decayed, its laws dissipated, and it was on the brink of death. The high-level Dragon King beside it was scared out of its wits and fled without a second thought. High-level Dragon Kings were incredibly fast, disappearing in an instant. Lin Moya would not let it go. A purple god-slaying thunder struck it, reaching it in an instant. With a roar, a sea of thunder appeared in the sky, and it fell with a scream. Then, another god-slaying thunder flew out, catching up with it in mid-air. In the midst of thunder and lightning, it could not withstand the half-step divine-level attack of the god-slaying thunder. In just 2 strikes, it was killed on the spot. Killed high-level Dragon King, Experience Plus. General Star +1. Killed high-level Dragon King, Experience Plus. General Star +1. 2 messages popped up in succession. High-level Dragon Kings provided an immense amount of experience. One was equivalent to 4 90-level low-level Dragon Kings. Lin Moya's experience bar jumped significantly, and he began to glow with the light of leveling up. Level 81. He had just arrived in the Dragon Realm for less than a day and had already leveled up. It was incredibly fast, a speed never seen in human history. Even Lin Mohan could not compare. Not only Lin Moyu, but even in the early days of the era, when gods and humans worked together to fight external enemies, the leveling speed was never this fast. For Lin Moyu, such a leveling speed was not surprising. For others, the higher the level, the slower the leveling. After all, the efficiency of killing monsters decreased, the time to kill each monster increased, and they could only accumulate experience over time. For Lin Moyu, his undead army killed everything in seconds. The only problem was not having enough monsters. Now, in the Dragon Realm, the dragons were treated as monsters by Lin Moyu. Divine-level Dragon Kings were treated as bosses, and he continued to push forward, gaining a large amount of experience. After killing 2 high-level Dragon Kings, he let the skeletons collect the dragon crystals and dropped a flame on their corpses. In just a few seconds, the 2 resurrected beings capable of wielding laws joined Lin Moya's ranks. The combat power of the resurrected army increased significantly once again. At this point, the battle was nearing its end, and Lin Moya put away his skills, preparing to clean up the battlefield. Boom! A roar echoed in the sky, followed by a deafening dragon roar. The sound came from all directions, impossible to pinpoint. Among them was a soul-stirring voice. Dragon Emperor. Lin Moya's expression became serious. The real opponent had arrived. In the Dragon Realm, the only enemy Lin Moya had to be cautious of was the Dragon Emperor. As for the others, Lin Moya did not take them seriously. Indeed, even high-level Dragon Kings who could wield laws were not difficult for him to kill. Only the half-step divine-level Dragon Emperor could be an obstacle. A divine dragon shadow, hundreds of meters long, appeared in the sky. The divine dragon shadow saw the city that had been turned into ruins and the mountains of bones within the city. Lin Moyu, you deserve to die. The divine dragon roared, and the Dragon Emperor's form emerged from it. Lin Moya said casually, that depends on whether you can kill me. The Dragon Emperor said coldly, since you have come to the Dragon Realm today, don't think about leaving. As he spoke, a giant axe appeared in his hand. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly. It was this giant axe that had forced him to retreat last time. With the giant axe in hand, the Dragon Emperor's aura surged, reaching the peak of the half-step divine level, infinitely close to the divine level. High-level divine beings could wield laws, while half-step divine beings began to learn to control laws. But controlling laws was just a metaphor, without a specific meaning. Roughly speaking, it meant integrating one's personal will into the laws, making the laws of heaven and earth one's own. For example, in the world, there is a knife. At the high-level divine stage, you can remotely control this knife. You have a remote control, and you can make the knife cut whoever you want. As for the power and accuracy, it is not under your control. At the half-step divine level, you make the knife in the world your own. You can take it out at any time and cut whoever you want. When you truly reach the divine level, you integrate the laws into your soul. The laws truly become your own, your private property, not only more flexible to control but also more powerful. When the laws belong to the world, you can only exert 1% of their power. After mastering the laws at the divine level, you can exert at least 10% of their power. The difference is enormous. Now, with the help of the giant axe, the Dragon Emperor was infinitely close to the half-step divine level. Lin Moya knew that in the fragment world, it was absolutely impossible to become a divine being. No matter how strong a half-step divine being was, it was still just a half-step divine being. The Dragon Emperor swung his axe at Lin Moya, and Lin Moya also pointed a finger at him. Chapter 722. Chapter 722, 722. Chapter 722, Bastard, why did you run away again? The two were at loggerheads. Lin Moya and the Dragon Emperor clashed, causing the space to collapse. The city, already in ruins, was completely destroyed by the aftermath of this clash. The skeletons, headless knights, resurrected beings, and even the skeletal dragons in the city did not survive. This strike contained incredibly powerful laws, and within these laws was the will of the Dragon Emperor, different from any laws seen before. The personal will was too strong, and the power of the laws formed a divine dragon shadow in mid-air, attacking Lin Moya. Lin Moya pointed out a finger in response, countering the attack. The undead wings flapped, and soul power surged into them, allowing him to fly 10,000 meters away in an instant. The Dragon Emperor was surprised, losing his target within his soul lock, which failed for the first time. A red light flashed overhead, and the Dragon Emperor sensed danger. As a half-step transcendent being, it had a strong sense of danger. It roared. In the roar, its ancestral bloodline burned fiercely, and a drop of dragon blood shot out from its body. The dragon blood quickly transformed into a clone, while the Dragon Emperor's main body appeared several kilometers away. Lin Moya's attack landed on the Dragon Emperor's clone, which rapidly aged and collapsed. The Dragon Emperor's pupils shrank. What kind of attack is this? With its knowledge, it had not encountered such a profound law as the time law, but it could feel that it was a law, a very terrifying law. In just a short time, Lin Moya had become stronger again. Such an enemy was too terrifying to be left alive. The Dragon Emperor felt a bad premonition: if it couldn't kill Lin Moya today, it would surely die in the future. The Dragon Emperor roared again, and the giant axe in its hand shone brightly, its power rising once more. The aura of the laws spread, continuously tearing the space apart. A huge black hole appeared beside the Dragon Emperor, composed of laws. Lin Moya saw that his attack had missed and felt a bit regretful. If the time law had hit, even if it couldn't kill the Dragon Emperor, it could at least reduce its lifespan significantly, weakening its strength. Now the Dragon Emperor was clearly on guard, and this black hole, what was it? Lin Moya remained cautious about the unknown. He sensed a threat from the black hole, filled with laws, a world entirely composed of laws. At this moment, he finally saw what law the Dragon Emperor was using: the Law of Stone. The Law of Stone had two characteristics: enhancing defense and enhancing strength. Between the two, defense was the primary ability of the Law of Stone. The Dragon Emperor had studied the Law of Stone to an extremely profound level, just half a step away from transcendent. If not for the limitations of the fragment world, the Dragon Emperor might have already reached the transcendent level. The Demon Emperor Lillian was the same. If not for the fragment world's restrictions, her achievements would not be limited to half a step from transcendent. Especially since Lillian was smarter than the Dragon Emperor, her future achievements would be even higher. The Dragon Emperor, carrying the black hole, charged at Lin Moya. Die! The giant axe swung again, and brilliant light burst from the black hole, merging the Law of Stone with the axe's attack, overwhelming everything. The attack covered a radius of several kilometers, causing the ground to collapse, the city to shatter, and the space to tear apart. The entire scene looked like the end of the world. Lin Moya's face changed, and a sense of danger surged in his heart. The undead wings flapped, instantly breaking free from the lock, flying 10,000 meters away. With a loud bang, the attack landed on the ground. The ground sank, forming a huge pit. The pit was over a kilometer in diameter and several hundred meters deep. Lin Moya took a deep breath. The power was indeed astonishing. The Thunder God Tower appeared in his hand, and the purple God-slaying thunder flew out in response. The God-slaying thunder landed on the black hole, silently absorbed by it, without causing any ripples. The Law of Stone, both offensive and defensive. Lin Moya thought to himself, unsure if he was right. After all, his understanding of the laws was still too limited. But now, what the Dragon Emperor displayed was indeed so. The Law of Stone was very strong in defense. Another overwhelming attack came, and Lin Moya dodged again. A red light appeared in his hand, and the infinite fusion skill was activated. He pointed out again, and the power of the curse, carrying the aura of the time law, descended. This time, the Dragon Emperor did not dodge, relying on the Law of Stone to withstand it. At the same time, it swung the giant axe several times at Lin Moya, covering the space within 10,000 meters around him. Lin Moya did not want to confront it head-on and dodged again. The curse, carrying the aura of the time law, landed on the black hole. The black hole instantly shrank by about 1/5, but the next second it returned to normal. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw that the power from the giant axe seemed to be transmitted into the Dragon Emperor's body, allowing it to maintain the energy of the black hole. In other words, as long as the giant axe was in hand and its energy was not exhausted, he couldn't harm the Dragon Emperor. The giant axe was a transcendent level weapon, and Lin Moya couldn't estimate how much energy it contained. He felt that even if he fought for days and nights, he couldn't exhaust the energy in the giant axe. The purple god-slaying thunder was ineffective, and the time law was also ineffective. Lin Moya had stronger killing moves. The Dragon Emperor's attacks came wave after wave, and Lin Moya could only keep dodging. It seemed that the Dragon Emperor had the upper hand, and Lin Moya appeared very embarrassed, still too reluctant. It seems I can't confront the Dragon Emperor head-on for now. Lin Moya's eyes turned, and since he couldn't win, he decided not to fight. The undead wings flapped rapidly, and soul power surged madly. Lin Moya instantly pushed the speed of the undead wings to the limit. He disappeared, vanishing without a trace in an instant. This scene fell into the Dragon Emperor's eyes, just like the situation in the abyss last time. Lin Moya had also disappeared like this, without a trace. It thought Lin Moya had escaped again and roared in fury. "Bastard, why did you run away again?" Lin Moya had completely disappeared from its soul lock. Unlike the Demon Emperor, it hadn't left any mark on Lin Moya, so it couldn't track him. In just 10 seconds, Lin Moya flew over 10,000 kilometers, arriving in a land of ice and snow. When he stopped, a city appeared before him, an undefended dragon city. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and the undead wings flapped as Lin Moya swooped down into the city. The defensive systems in the dragon cities were built 1,000 years ago. At that time, the human race and the abyssal demons had reached a silent cooperation, with the human race fighting the dragon clan on the battlefield. The abyssal demons directly attacked the dragon world. The dragon clan was caught off guard, so they built many formations in each city, forming a defensive system. Even after 1,000 years, these defensive systems remained strong. But now, the defenses were not activated. Lin Moya's speed was too fast, the undead wings flapped slightly, and soul power flowed, and Lin Moya was already in the city. The next second, the sky turned pitch black, skeletal dragons roared incessantly, and silver-white undead flames burned the entire city. The undead army raised their blades and began a massacre in the city. Lin Moya stood in the center of the city, his gaze sweeping through it, the staff of creation in hand, devouring one dragon crystal after another. The life core gradually became complete, starting to glow, and the aura of laws began to appear in the life core. The 2 dragon crystals from the high-level dragon kings were very effective, much better than ordinary dragon crystals. Lin Moya could understand that the staff of creation and the life core originally belonged to high-level gods. They inherently contained laws. To repair them, either quantity was needed, or suitable items were required. However, Lin Moya still didn't understand the relationship between the life core and the dragon clan. Why would repairing it require dragon crystals? When the god of life fell in battle, the dragon clan hadn't arrived yet. Antares. Lin Moya's thoughts raced, thinking of Antares. If it had nothing to do with these mixed blood dragons, then it must be related to Antares. He would have to ask later. Chapter 723. Chapter 723, 723. Chapter 723, Are you going to humiliate yourself again? In just a few minutes, the entire dragon city was slaughtered. Lin Moya was not bloodthirsty but had no choice. To complete his plan, Lin Moya had to become the master of the world and then let his world devour the dragon world and the abyss world. In this process, he had to eliminate the original inhabitants of the fragment worlds. He didn't have to kill them all, but at least 80 to 90% had to be wiped out. Otherwise, these 2 fragment worlds would cling to him like maggots, impossible to shake off. Moreover, Lin Moya viewed the dragon people as monsters, tools for his leveling up. Killing monsters to level up, Lin Moya had no psychological burden. In the upper space, at the core area, in the center of the ancient battlefield, Antares' big eye slightly opened a slit. It watched everything Lin Moya did in the dragon world, satisfaction in its eyes. Kill to your heart's content. When you enter the great world in the future, you will understand how cruel the real world is. Destroying stars and exterminating races, wiping out billions of lives in the blink of an eye. A world, a big star, can be destroyed with a wave of the hand by an invincible powerhouse. Only by becoming ruthless yourself can you survive in such a world. Antares' voice carried a sense of nostalgia. It once came from such a great world, its hands stained with blood. Since coming here, the years had become quiet, and its killing intent had gradually subsided. It was only dormant, not gone. Who knows, one day it might surge again. Lin Moya's city slaughter was too fast, taking only a dozen minutes. The city turned to ruins under the dragon breath, and the dragon inhabitants were completely wiped out. During this time, besides feeding the dragon crystals to the staff of creation, Lin Moya also summoned the undead army. At level 81, the number of the undead army increased again, reaching a total of 280,000. Each type of skeleton exceeded 70,000, with a total of 210,000 skeletons, allowing the simultaneous summoning of 2 skeleton kings in their strongest state. The number of dragon nests increased as well. Although the increase in combat power was not as significant as the jump from level 79 to 80, it was still a very important step for Lin Moya. After level 80, each level up primarily increased soul power significantly. The previously consumed soul power was fully restored, and the soul became full again. After putting away the undead army, Lin Moya's undead wings vibrated, and he instantly disappeared without a trace. A few minutes after Lin Moya left, a dragon roar echoed in the sky. A divine dragon flew from the distant sky, crossing thousands of miles like lightning, arriving above the city. Seeing the destroyed city, the Dragon Emperor roared in anger, "Lin Moyu, you coward. If you have the guts, don't run, come out and fight me. Let's decide the winner, life or death. Come out, coward, come out." The Dragon Emperor roared almost irrationally, but received no response. Lin Moyu had long left, leaving no trace. Lin Moyu arrived in front of Antares, still awake. Antares chuckled strangely, "Sleep? I'm waiting for you to come back." Lin Moyu was slightly surprised, "You knew I would come back." Antares proudly raised its head, "Of course, who do you think I am? Your actions were within my expectations. If I'm not mistaken, you're going to humiliate yourself again." Lin Moyu said, "Don't say it so harshly, have some class. This isn't self-humiliation, it's enduring hardship to become a superior person. Get lost, stop flattering yourself. Hurry up, I still need to sleep and have sweet dreams." Antares snorted, blowing a gust of wind that messed up Lin Moyu's hair. Lin Moyu didn't waste any time, sitting cross-legged and starting to move the skill star cores. His soul skillfully entered the skill space. In the skill space, 21 skill star cores rotated continuously, shining brightly. They looked identical, hard to distinguish from each other. Moreover, their positions were not fixed, constantly moving. Their movement had no pattern. The 21 skill star cores seemed to attract each other, moving chaotically, presenting a state of chaos. Collisions were common, but fortunately, the collisions did not damage the star cores. They bounced off each other like elastic balls, often bouncing far away. The entire movement had no trajectory, impossible to grasp. Because of this, Lin Moyu couldn't distinguish one from another. Soul power surged in, and Lin Moyu directly captured the nearest skill star core. An invisible giant hand grabbed it. The running skill star core trembled violently, instantly stopping. Massive soul power wrapped around it, dragging it out. An invisible force in the skill space tried to restrain it, preventing it from leaving. But the restraining force was no match for Lin Moyu's soul power, and the skill star core left the skill space at a steady speed. Has it become easier? Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. This time, moving the skill star core was much easier than the previous 2 times. A slight thought made him understand. It wasn't that the restraining force of the skill space had weakened, but that his soul power had become stronger. Since reaching level 80, his soul power had increased significantly, to a surprising extent. Lin Moyu also understood that because his soul level was too high, each increase in soul power seemed to be more than others. With divine power in his body, each increase was far beyond others. Moreover, this increase became more apparent in the later stages. Now at level 81, moving the skill star core felt effortless. Lin Moyu felt that this time he could move 2 skill star cores. With joy, Lin Moyu became a happy mover. In just half a day, the skill star core was moved out of the skill space and sent to the soul world. In the soul world, the soul skill with a fusion degree of 100%, Undead Wings, had already turned into a star, burning brightly, emitting light and heat. The other skill star cores were arranged in order based on their soul fusion degree. The closest to Undead Wings had the highest soul fusion degree. In order, they were Concentrate, Fusion Degree 99%, Strengthen Troops, Fusion Degree 50%, Damage Transfer, Fusion Degree 50%, Corpse Explosion, Fusion Degree 20%, Summon Skeleton King, Fusion Degree 30%. They rotated around Undead Wings in an orderly manner, looking like a galaxy in the starry sky. Compared to the chaos in the skill space, it was much better. The arrival of the new skill star core did not affect their operation, stopping at a distance. Lin Moyu infused a large amount of soul power into it, making the skill star core shine brightly. With several experiences, Lin Moyu was the most skilled in converting soul skills among the human race. Soul energy poured in madly, crazily. In just a few minutes, all the soul energy was exhausted. Antares sensed Lin Moyu's aura and snorted. An attack fell. The undead army was wiped out, but only a few skeletal dragons died. Lin Moyu said, "Not enough, put in more effort." Antares frowned, "You brat, you've become tougher." "Of course, so give it your all. Don't be a weak dragon. Get lost." With a roar, a stronger attack fell. Chapter 724. Chapter 724, 724. Chapter 724, Do you want me to find you a female dragon? Antares felt humiliated. Lin Moyu actually called him a soft-footed dragon. "Bastard, do you know that soft-footed dragon is an insult among our dragon clan?" Antares roared, launching an attack and achieving a kill. "I'll destroy you." The roars continued, and the second attack resulted in a second kill. Lin Moyu was not afraid at all. Destroy me, just 2 more times." "Scoundrel." Antares cursed back, but Lin Moyu didn't care. Despite Antares' furious appearance, his attacks were actually measured. Previously, they were at a high divine level, now they had been raised to a half-step transcendent level. The control was very precise. In Antares' eyes, Lin Moyu had become a complete scoundrel. Who would come to seek death, and not just once? Previously, to deal with the Great World Rune, he had killed Lin Moyu nearly 50 times. This time, it would probably take dozens of kills as well. For the final attack, Antares did not hold back, adding a bit more force. With one strike, Lin Moyu was beaten to a bloody pulp, unrecognizable. Then his talent was activated, purple light flashed, and his body instantly recovered. His soul also simultaneously returned to its peak state. Complete rebirth, true rebirth. Even if his body was completely obliterated, he could still be resurrected. That's why Antares felt this talent was too heaven-defying. The abundant soul power once again poured into the skill star core, like a rolling river. Antares sighed, "Others are stingy with their soul power, but you waste it like this." Lin Moya multitasked, injecting soul power while saying, "This is not waste, I'm fighting for my life." After ordinary skills are converted into soul skills, further increasing the fusion degree is very difficult. The first time is the best opportunity. If you seize this chance, you can avoid future troubles. Just like his profession's characteristics, once skills are trained to the level of his profession, they can improve as he levels up. The first time is the hardest, but if done well, it saves trouble later. Skill conversion is the same. The first soul fusion is the best time to increase the fusion degree. If missed, it will be difficult in the future. Like his previous skills, the fusion degree remained stuck at the initial conversion level, making further improvement very difficult. Lin Moya regretted not discovering this method earlier, not realizing the strength of his talent. A few minutes later, his soul power was exhausted again. The skill star core was not yet filled and could continue. Lin Moya said, "Come on. As you wish, scoundrel." Antares snorted, spraying dragon breath on Lin Moya. Lin Moya died in the dragon breath, and Antares controlled the rhythm of the dragon breath, counting like a drill sergeant. 1. Until Lin Moya died 4 times, his talent was activated again. Antares' dragon breath also extinguished at this moment. Lin Moya complained, "Are you using me to practice your skills?" Antares laughed heartily, "Why not? Waste utilization. Dead dragon." Lin Moya gritted his teeth, furious. Antares had a smug look, as if daring Lin Moya to come at him. Lin Moya continued to inject soul power into the skill star core and asked, "Those geniuses in the great world, what is their fusion degree when converting soul skills?" Antares asked, "Are you asking about humans or other races?" Lin Moya said, "Humans. Humans, generally around 30 to 40. Talented ones can reach 60%, and some prodigies can reach 70%. Lin Moya found it strange, none reach 100%. There are, but very few. Not all spells can reach 100%, having one is already impressive. Lin Moya nodded, understanding that reaching 100% fusion degree was indeed difficult. No wonder Antares was so shocked when he pushed the fusion degree of Undead Wings to 100%, calling him a freak. And it might get even freakier, with each remaining skill potentially reaching 100% fusion degree. This seemed to surpass the level of a prodigy, deserving to be called a monster. Lin Moya asked, "What about other races besides humans?" Antares replied seriously, "Generally around 30 to 40. Talented ones can reach 60%, and some prodigies can reach 70%. Lin Moya glared at Antares, "How is that different from humans?" "No difference." Lin Moya knew he was being teased and immediately shut up. Antares chuckled, "Just kidding, don't be so petty." Lin Moya said, "I just want to know more about the great world." Antares said seriously, "If you go to the great world in the future, you must hide your talent well, this is very important." Antares had mentioned that some races have secret methods to steal others' talents. There are also soul races that can take over others' bodies. Soul races often do this. Lin Moya nodded, "I will. Don't ask too much now, you'll understand when you get to the great world. But there's something you can start considering now." Antares had put away his smile, speaking seriously to Lin Moya. The aura fluctuated, and his soul power was exhausted again. The skill star core was not yet full. "Talk later, let me kill you a few more times." Antares excitedly sprayed dragon breath. Lin Moya was surrounded by dragon breath, dying repeatedly. Antares seemed to be addicted to killing, shouting while spraying dragon breath. Lin Moya sighed helplessly, thinking this guy was a bit abnormal. Maybe he was pent up. Lin Moya blurted out, "Do you want me to find you a female dragon? Get lost. I'll destroy you." Antares roared, burning Lin Moya to ashes. Purple light flashed, Lin Moya was reborn again, continuing to inject soul power. He sighed helplessly, "Alright, what should I consider now?" Antares, like a split personality, became serious again. "Your goal is to become the master of this small world. You also need to let this small world devour 2 fragment worlds. To achieve this, you must become transcendent. However, this world is just a small world, its limit is transcendent. When you reach the peak, you must make 2 choices. First, take the whole world out, exposing it to the great world, accepting the baptism of the great world's laws. Second, go out alone, leaving this world as it is." Lin Moya pondered Antares' words. "What's the difference between the 2 choices?" Antares said seriously, "The difference is huge." Suddenly, Lin Moya's body trembled. The skill star core was finally filled. It began to spin rapidly, glowing and heating up. Lin Moya knew another 100% fusion degree soul skill was about to be born. An unusual aura emanated from Lin Moya. "Freak!" Antares couldn't help but curse. Chapter 725. Chapter 725, 725. Chapter 725, continue, don't stop. The skill star core grew brighter and hotter. Lin Moya's attention was entirely focused on the skill star core, which was rapidly spinning and generating flames. Lin Moya had no time to talk to Antares, his eyes fixed on the skill star core. The second star is about to be born. Antares also entered Lin Moya's soul, appreciating the grand spectacle with him. A 100% soul fusion, transforming an ordinary skill into a soul skill. The soul skills you mentioned are also called spells in the great world. And a 100% fusion degree, where the skill star core transforms into a star, is called a stellar level spell. Those spells that haven't formed stars are called planetary level spells. Spells can carry laws, and the amount of laws a spell can carry varies with its level. Stellar level spells can carry several times, even dozens or hundreds of times more laws than planetary level spells. How wonderful, such a beautiful star. It's said that when a star is born, it is accompanied by very mysterious things. Even a strong person may only witness it a few times in their life. Cherish it. Antares murmured, seemingly speaking to Lin Moyo, but also to himself. Lin Moyo remembered Antares' words well. At this moment, his attention was entirely captivated by the star about to be born, and he did not respond to Antares. Boom! The skill star core reached its limit and exploded. It transformed into a mass of flames, rising into the soul world. The explosion's light swept across the entire soul world, causing subtle changes. What is this? As the star exploded, Lin Moyo suddenly saw something mysterious. It was something he had never seen before. At the center of the brilliant explosion, there was a small black dot. The black dot seemed to connect to somewhere. Lin Moyo's attention was already focused on the star, especially after hearing Antares' intentional words. He was even more alert. Now, he indeed saw something different. The pitch-black dot looked like a bottomless cave, filled with mystery, deeply attracting him. But the black dot appeared abruptly and disappeared even faster. It lasted less than half a second before vanishing. It was almost a fleeting moment. When Lin Moyo came back to his senses, the skill star core had already transformed into a star, hanging high in the soul space, emitting intense light. Compared to the star formed by undead wings, this new star seemed a bit lonely, standing alone. But it did not diminish its nobility, fundamentally different from those planetary-level soul skills. Lin Moyo immediately felt that his soul space seemed to have expanded, and his soul level had also correspondingly increased. On the path from level 93 to 94, he had taken another small step. With a few more steps like this, he could reach level 94. As the soul level increased, his combat power would significantly improve, and it would be an all-around enhancement with no weaknesses. Did you see anything just now? Antares' voice sounded. Lin Moyo replied, I saw a black dot. It seemed very mysterious, but it disappeared too quickly to see clearly. Antares chuckled, remember that black dot? What is it? Is it important? Lin Moyo instinctively felt the black dot was very mysterious and strongly attracted him, but he didn't know what it was. Very important, important to everyone, but for now, just remember it. You are not qualified to touch it yet. Antares was very serious, clearly not wanting to say more. Lin Moyo understood and did not ask further. Next was the time to reap the rewards. Finally, he had transformed an ordinary skill into a soul skill, and it was a perfect stellar level spell. With excitement, he checked the skill. Bone Fangs, Fusion Degree 100% release Bone Fangs to attack, the number and power determined by the amount of mental power consumed. Is that it? Looking at the skill description, Lin Moyo was slightly stunned, his expression very strange. Antares noticed Lin Moyo's expression. What's wrong? Lin Moyo said, the skill of mine is a bit strange. What's strange about it? Speak clearly, don't stutter. Antares looked at Lin Moyo with disdain. Lin Moyo didn't know how to explain. I'll demonstrate it for you. Spell, Bone Fangs. He pointed to the sky, and the skill was activated. A white light appeared at his fingertip, then exploded, transforming into tens of thousands of sharp white bones piercing the sky. The fangs moved as fast as lightning, covering tens of thousands of meters in an instant, almost like teleportation. If not for Antares' sharp eyes, it would have been hard to see. The roar sounded only after the fangs had completely disappeared. Lin Moyo himself had over 2.6 million mental power, and with the Monarch Staff's bonus, his mental power exceeded 3 million. During the skill demonstration, Lin Moyo used 1/3 of his mental power, which was 1 million mental power. Using 1 million mental power for a skill, even the strongest forbidden spells in the mage system didn't require such high mental power. Mental power can be seen as an external manifestation of soul strength, and controlling a large amount of mental power also requires a strong soul. Controlling 1 million mental power was not difficult for Lin Moyo. The mental power was replenished instantly, as if it had never been consumed. The comprehensive connection talent silently played its role. Antares watched Lin Moyo's skill demonstration, feeling something was off. Before it could speak, Lin Moyo released the skill a second time. This time, his fingertip carried lightning. Lin Moyo used the lightning law, the only law he could currently drive. Again, with 1 million mental power, a white light appeared at his fingertip, rising with the lightning, then exploding in the sky, illuminating an area of several miles like daylight. The sky seemed to have a white sun, the light lasting for several seconds before disappearing. Failed. Antares was stunned. Failed. Lin Moyo nodded. It can't carry the law. Impossible. Antares was shocked, finding it hard to believe. A perfect stellar level spell unable to carry a law was something it had never seen in its long life. Lin Moyo smiled bitterly. I think I know why. When the star illuminated his soul, Lin Moyo felt something was off. Now he was 100% sure it was the Great World Rune causing trouble. Antares asked, the Great World Rune? Lin Moyo nodded with difficulty. It should be. I felt something was wrong earlier. Facing the actions of the Great World Rune, even Antares was helpless. Last time, it failed to stop Lin Moyo from awakening the skill, so this time it used a different method. Clearly a perfect stellar level spell, but it wouldn't let it carry a law. It made it worse than a low fusion degree planetary level spell. It was very frustrating. Antares wanted to comfort Lin Moyo but didn't know where to start. Lin Moyo shook off his bitter smile, his eyes firm. Blessings and misfortunes are intertwined. Who can say what the result will be? The Great World Rune is not omnipotent, there will be a way to deal with it. And my skill, even without a law, is still powerful. As he spoke, Lin Moyo continuously fired bone fangs into the sky, seemingly venting his frustration. Antares watched Lin Moyo, his eyes subtly changing. Continue, don't stop. Chapter 726. Chapter 726, 726. Chapter 726, no lowest, only lower. Lin Moyo followed Antares' advice and continued to release bone fangs. Moreover, the consumption of mental power was becoming increasingly massive. With the presence of the comprehensive connection talent, he didn't have to worry about the consumption of mental power at all. All the consumed mental power would be distributed to each summoned creature. The moment it was consumed, the mental power would be replenished. Lin Moyo could completely use his mental power without any reservations. When the mental power consumed by each skill reached 3 million, the number of bone fangs had already exceeded 100,000. The power and speed had greatly increased, and even with the soul eye, Lin Moyo couldn't see clearly. He could only see the bone fangs flash from the light cluster at his fingertip and then disappear without a trace. The speed was beyond 100,000 meters per second, possibly reaching millions or tens of millions of meters per second. The speed was incredibly fast. As for the power, Lin Moyo could roughly judge. Although he couldn't see it, the space where the bone fangs passed would leave faint marks. The space seemed to be torn but not completely. A deep scratch was left behind. This alone indicated that the power of the bone fangs was definitely not weak, approaching that of a high-level divine professional. While Lin Moyo was using the skill, Antares, who had told him not to stop, closed his eyes. He wasn't sleeping but sensing something. Lin Moyo could feel Antares' soul power fluctuating violently. Then a huge eye appeared on Antares' forehead, a third eye. Divine Dragon Wisdom Eye. Antares used the Divine Dragon Wisdom Eye on his main body for the first time. Under the Divine Dragon Wisdom Eye, nothing could hide, not even the Great World Rune. Antares observed the bone fangs with the Divine Dragon Wisdom Eye for a full minute. Then he spoke, "Attack me with full strength." Lin Moyo didn't hesitate to aim the skill at Antares. After all, it wasn't the first time, and Lin Moyo had no psychological burden. The bone fangs landed on Antares, and this level of attack was nothing more than a scratch to him. After feeling it for a while, Antares slowly said, "That's enough, stop." Lin Moyo stopped and asked, "What did you discover?" Antares said, a law I've never seen or heard of before." Ha! Under the curse of the Great World Rune, the bone fangs couldn't carry a law. Yet Antares said he sensed a law, one he had never seen before. This broke Lin Moyo's imagination again. Antares shook his dragon head. "Let me think about how to describe it. Filled with the aura of death, but there seems to be a trace of life within the death. It's similar to your undead summons." Lin Moyo thought of the scene when he used the skill, like the arrival of the undead world, and blurted out, "I want to call it the undead law." Very fitting, indeed. Antares reorganized his words. "I sensed the undead law in your spell. This undead law exists within the spell itself, not from an external source. From this, I judge that although the Great World Rune can suppress your stellar-level spells and prevent your laws from integrating, it cannot suppress the laws carried by the spells themselves." Lin Moyo asked, "Are there spells in the Great World that inherently carry laws?" Following Antares' words, he also started calling soul skills spells. Although he was used to calling them soul skills, in the Great World, there was a more common term. Each race had its own name for their abilities, and spells were the most popular and common term, like a universal language that everyone could understand. But people from the same hometown still used their own dialects. When he went to the Great World in the future, Lin Moyo would also have to adapt to the local customs. Antares replied, "Spells that inherently carry laws are not non-existent, but they are very rare. Moreover, such spells are extremely powerful." Lin Moyo asked, "How can I enhance the laws within my soul skills? No, spells." Antares shook his head. "You can only rely on yourself to comprehend. Laws are somewhat mysterious. Use this skill more, comprehend it more, and perhaps you can enhance it. Moreover, I feel that instead of comprehending other laws, you should focus on comprehending the undead law. The undead law is the law of your profession, much stronger than the lightning law." Lin Moyo also understood that his profession dealt with undead creatures. Comprehending the undead law was naturally the best. Of course, Lin Moyo also had an ambition. He didn't want to give up on the time law. If possible, he wanted to master both. Lin Moyo said, "I will study it well. My soul power still has surplus. I should be able to move another skill star core." Antares' dragon eyes lit up, suddenly energized. "Go move it, and let me continue killing you later." Madman. Lin Moyo couldn't be bothered with him. His soul power moved slightly, entering his soul world. In the soul world, the stellar-level spell representing undead wings burned like a fireball, high above, with 5 planetary-level spells rotating around it. Not far away, the newly formed stellar-level spell, Bone Fangs, seemed lonely, standing alone. In the soul space, soul power permeated. Maintaining these converted spell star cores required a constant consumption of massive soul power. Only when there was surplus soul power could he go to the skill space to move another one. Now that Lin Moyo's soul power had surplus, he felt he could move another skill star core. Lin Moyo once again rushed into the skill space like a bandit, quickly locking onto the nearest skill star core. Soul power wrapped around it and dragged it out. It's harder than last time. Because there were fewer skill star cores, the space's restraining force increased accordingly, but it still couldn't stop Lin Moyo, who dragged it out of the skill space. The restraining force of the skill space tried to stop Lin Moyo but seemed helpless. Half a day later, the skill star core was dragged out of its birthplace and entered another unfamiliar environment. Following a fixed route, Lin Moyo skillfully transported the skill star core into the soul world. He found a suitable place to fix it and then poured soul power into it without holding back. The skill star core seemed to realize its fate and cooperated with Lin Moyo, devouring soul power voraciously. It seemed really hungry, devouring large amounts of soul power. Eat, eat, no matter how much you eat, I can supply it. Lin Moya wasn't feeding soul power, he was stuffing it. He ignored his soul's capacity and poured it in recklessly. He stuffed it happily, and the skill star core devoured it happily. The light began to grow stronger and brighter. Kill me. Alright, here I come. A shameless voice responded to an even more shameless one. Antares, excited, slapped Lin Moyo. This time, he didn't use dragon breath, he tried a different method. It felt like he wanted to use every possible way to kill. Anyway, Lin Moya couldn't die, so Antares had no reservations. One slap after another, Lin Moya died repeatedly, only to be reborn in the purple light of his talent. Antares urged, can you do it? Soft-footed human, hurry up. Stuff it, pour in the soul power, don't be afraid of overloading it, you can't overload it. Antares shouted excitedly, shamelessly. Lin Moya thought of a saying, no lowest, only lower. Chapter 727. Chapter 727, 727. Chapter 727, 2 choices, actually no need to think. The new skill star core began to charge. Lin Moya thought of a new term, which was very fitting. During the charging period, the man and the dragon continued their previously interrupted conversation. Antares asked, where did I leave off? You said the difference between the two methods is significant. Lin Moya rolled his eyes at him, clearly knowing that Antares was doing it on purpose. At Antares' level, how could he possibly forget where he left off? Antares chuckled dryly and continued, let's talk about the first method first. Let this small world be completely exposed in the great world. The advantage of doing this is that the small world can bathe in the laws of the great world. The process of being baptized by the laws of the great world will last for hundreds of years. As the master of the world, during this period, you can easily comprehend the laws. This is the great world's preferential treatment for newly promoted small worlds. Lin Moyo asked in a deep voice, what about the disadvantages? Nothing can have only advantages without any disadvantages. With so many advantages, there must also be disadvantages. Antares continued, the disadvantages are also obvious. Once exposed, this small world will lose the protection of the laws of the great world. The position of the world master can be contested and replaced. I don't need to tell you how many strong beings and powerful races will come over by then, right? A newly promoted small world is like a delicious meat bun, and everyone wants a bite. As the master of this world, Lin Moyo would be the first to bear the brunt. He was not confident in defending against the competition from various strong beings. Moreover, he had to consider the safety of others in the world. The aftermath of a great battle would bring disaster to the entire world. Others only want the position of the world master and the preferential treatment of being baptized by the laws of the great world. Those foreign strong beings would not care about the life and death of the native creatures of this world. Thinking of this, Lin Moyo felt a chill down his spine. He could imagine what the world would become without the protection of the laws of the great world. His small world was still too weak. Currently, under the protection of the laws of the great world, there is a strong and solid barrier outside the small world. It is very difficult for other strong beings to invade. They can only use some special methods to invade this world. Only in this situation does the small world have a bit of self-preservation power. Seeing Lin Moya's solemn expression, Antares continued, if you choose this path, I can help you guard the world. With me here, ensuring your safety is not a big problem. Lin Moyo understood Antares' meaning. Ensuring his safety was not a problem, but it was hard to say for others. If a real great battle broke out, the aftermath alone would be unbearable for ordinary people. Some strong beings, if they can't get what they want, might even destroy the world. Lin Moyo asked, how do other small worlds usually handle their promotion? There are various methods, but generally, battles are unavoidable. Some small worlds are in remote locations and are not discovered during their promotion. After 100 years, the baptism of the laws of the great world is over, and no one comes to contest it. A remote location, clearly, his small world was not. It hadn't even been promoted yet, and it was already being watched. And it wasn't just one race watching. The soul race, demons, forces within the dragon race, and that old man riding the green ox. Lin Moya felt that his world was already a coveted treasure in the eyes of others. It was truly a headache. The problem is, the world hasn't been promoted yet, so how did others discover it? Facing Lin Moya's question, Antares chuckled lightly, you'd have to ask those guys from the previous era. It's useless to talk about it now. Let me tell you about the second choice. If you choose the second method, you leave the world and enter the great world alone. In this way, you will lack the baptism of the laws of the great world, which is not beneficial for your growth, but it also has no disadvantages. The advantage is that this world can still be protected by the laws of the great world, and the people in this world can be safe. Moreover, as the master of the world, you can further enhance the world's security. When you become strong enough in the future, you can let the world be promoted. Antares clearly explained the pros and cons of both methods, leaving the choice to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo didn't think for long and already had an answer. There were people in this world he needed to protect, and he couldn't let them be in danger. He was not a saint he could kill without blinking and was ruthless to his enemies. Demons, dragons, gods, and even humans had died by his hand. As long as they became his enemies, he could kill them without mercy. But at the same time, there were also his family and friends in this world. He would not allow them to be harmed. I know what to do. Lin Moyo had made his decision. Antares seemed to have guessed Lin Moyo's choice. Alright then. Saying this, he slapped Lin Moyo again, 4 times in a row, activating his talent. This time, Antares didn't shout, and Lin Moyo remained silent. After 4 slaps, purple light rose from Lin Moya's body, and his talent was activated. After 3 rounds of this, the skill star core was finally full. It had transformed into a mass of flames, leaping from an ordinary skill star core to a perfect stellar level spell. Antares reappeared in Lin Moya's soul world. At the moment when the stellar level spell truly took shape, the small black dot in the explosion was a scene he very much wanted to see. Lin Moya also wanted to see it again, even though it was just a fleeting moment, and he couldn't see much, but he wanted to remember that feeling. Antares told him to remember it, and it wouldn't be wrong. The fireball exploded, radiating light. Lin Moya once again saw the small black dot in the center of the explosion. The small black dot lasted only half a second, and Lin Moya focused all his attention, trying to extend that half second as much as possible. Half a second was very short, and Lin Moya still saw nothing. But this small black dot had an infinite attraction to him. Not just to him, but to others as well. Antares squinted his eyes with a fascinated look, and Lin Moya knew he must have discovered something. Antares had said that it was something all strong beings wanted to see, but the opportunities to see it were very few. Lin Moya provided such an opportunity, and Antares seized it. He hoped it would help Antares. If it could really help Antares, Lin Moya would be genuinely happy. Looking at the newly risen star, his soul suddenly trembled. That oppressive feeling reappeared. The Great World Rune. Lin Moya gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of rage. The Great World Rune had acted again. Needless to say, this newly born, seemingly perfect stellar level spell also couldn't carry laws. The Great World Rune used a method he couldn't understand to limit his growth. This feeling was very annoying, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, the Great World Rune couldn't suppress the laws carried by the spell itself. Putting aside his frustration, he checked the newly promoted stellar level spell. Bone Prison, Fusion Degree 100% bind the enemy, causing paralysis. Bound enemies cannot move or counterattack. The number and duration of bound enemies depend on the amount of mental power consumed. Chapter 728. Chapter 728, 728. Chapter 728, Rarely Seen, Double Star Spell. When Lin Moya first obtained the Bone Prison skill, he used it frequently. At that time, his combat power was not strong, and he needed to control his enemies in various ways. Whether it was chasing down enemies, controlling the pace of battle, or interrupting enemy skills, the Bone Prison was very effective. Later, as his enemies grew stronger, the skill's effectiveness began to lag behind. Moreover, as his combat power increased, his fighting style became more open and aggressive, and the frequency of using Bone Prison decreased. In recent battles, he hadn't used this skill at all. Lin Moya always believed that there were no useless skills, only useless practitioners and unsuitable scenarios. The temporary uselessness of Bone Prison did not mean it would always be useless in the future. Finally, now that Bone Prison had been transformed from an ordinary skill into a spell, and even a stellar level spell, it was still very powerful even if it couldn't carry laws. The skill level was no longer its limitation, only mental power was its limit. As long as there was enough mental power, it could completely restrict the enemy. Lin Moya had no shortage of mental power. With the skill becoming a spell, the characteristic of reduced damage also disappeared, no longer affecting the damage to the enemy. Imagine controlling the enemy and attacking them when they couldn't resist. How satisfying would that be? Lin Moya couldn't wait to control the Dragon Emperor and give him a good beating. But Lin Moya also knew that the Dragon Emperor wouldn't be so easily controlled. Even if he used all his mental power, it would be difficult to effectively control him. After all, the level difference was too great. He was only level 80, while the Dragon Emperor was already level 99, at the peak of the half-step transcendent level. One more step forward, and he would be a genuine transcendent level. Moreover, with that unknown giant axe in hand, his combat power was infinitely close to the transcendent level. And the skill that appeared like a black hole at the end, Lin Moya felt that relying on just these two skills, it would still be difficult to defeat the Dragon Emperor. It's not an attack skill, so even if it can't carry laws, it doesn't matter much. Lin Moya comforted himself. Facing the powerful and mysterious Great World Rune, he had already won once by luck. This time, the Great World Rune didn't give him another chance, directly sealing his spell, preventing it from carrying laws. As a result, even a perfect stellar level spell was only slightly stronger than an ordinary skill. Compared to those spells that carried laws, it was much weaker. Antares seemed to still be in contemplation, not opening his eyes. Lin Moya didn't disturb him, silently watching the new resident in his soul world. The star representing Bone Prison was also a solitary one, without any planetary level spells orbiting it. But this was normal. In Lin Moya's plan, he would eventually transform all planetary level spells into stellar level ones. All spells would have a fusion degree of 100%. Even the Great World Rune couldn't stop him from doing this. What's happening? Lin Moya noticed that the stars representing Bone Prison and Bone Fangs were getting closer. There seemed to be a connection forming between them. Lin Moya saw what looked like fiery lines extending from the two stars, like tentacles, connecting with each other. They approached each other and, upon reaching a certain distance, began to rotate around each other. The rotation speed increased, creating a dazzling scene. It's a double star. Antares suddenly sighed. He had woken up at some point and was watching the two rotating stars with bright eyes. Lin Moya asked, "What is a double star?" Antares' eyes sparkled. Each star represents a spell. When two stars with similar properties approach each other and form a connection, creating a situation where they are intertwined, it is called a double star. Once a double star is formed, the effect of the spells will greatly increase. Using one spell can achieve the effect of two spells, but with only the consumption of one spell. The most crucial part is that the two spells can simultaneously carry two sets of laws, exploding together. At this point, Antares suddenly stopped talking. He realized that Lin Moya's spells couldn't carry laws, and he had touched on Lin Moya's sore spot. Lin Moya didn't mind. He caught the key point in Antares' words. I want to do an experiment. Lin Moya was very curious about the double star spell and wanted to know its real effect. Antares also seemed eager to know and agreed without hesitation. Antares grabbed a few monsters, with levels ranging from 70 to 80. Without exception, these monsters all came from the lower space. The low-level monsters in the upper space no longer qualified as test subjects. Facing Antares, these monsters could only tremble uneasily, without any resistance. They looked like meat on a chopping board, with no other possibility but to wait for death. The survival rule of the weak being prey to the strong was vividly displayed at this moment. Lin Moya locked onto one of the monsters and used the spell. Bone Prison. The monster, which had been struggling uneasily, suddenly became stiff. A layer of white bone appeared on its body, paralyzing it as if it had been petrified by the bone prison. Almost simultaneously with the formation of the bone prison, bone fangs exploded. With a bang, the monster was shattered into pieces. Tens of thousands of bone fangs seemed to explode within the monster, piercing through its body and tearing it to pieces. Interesting. Lin Moya's mouth curled into a smile, his previous displeasure swept away. He could feel that the bone fangs had exploded from the bone prison. Moreover, the explosion was not just at one point but at various points all over the body. The bone prison became the carrier of the bone fangs, controlling the monster while attacking it with spikes. Double star spell. This was the double star spell that Antares had mentioned. Using one skill could achieve the effect of two skills, with only the consumption of one mental power. He only needed to use bone prison to control the monster, and bone fangs would simultaneously launch an attack. As a result, the practicality of bone prison greatly increased. Moreover, the biggest headache with bone fangs, the hit rate issue, seemed to be improved. Let's try multiple targets. Lin Moya used the same amount of mental power and locked onto multiple targets with his soul. He cast the spell, and several monsters were simultaneously trapped by bone prison. The controlled monsters couldn't move, covered in a layer of white bone. Then, with several bangs, the white bone fangs shot out, piercing through the monsters' bodies and tearing them apart again. It was still an instant kill, without any suspense. However, it was slightly different from the previous skill. Using the same amount of mental power to control multiple monsters, the number of bone fangs also decreased accordingly. The total amount remained the same, but the number of attacks each monster received was reduced. The bone fangs were evenly distributed by the skill. What if I use bone fangs to attack? Lin Moya pointed his finger, bone fangs. A white light cluster exploded, and the bone fangs flashed by. The monsters hit by the bone fangs were immediately covered in white bone, completely controlled by the bone prison. Using it in reverse had the same effect. As long as one spell hit, it would trigger the second spell. It was indeed very magical. Try it on me. Antares squinted his eyes, once again volunteering to be the test subject. Chapter 729. Chapter 729, 729. Chapter 729, the bandit returns to the dragon clan. Not enough killing yet. Ordinary monsters could no longer test the strength of the skills. Lin Moya used Antares as a test subject. Antares' existence was unshakable by Lin Moya, making it the perfect test subject. Lin Moya used bone prison on Antares. This time, Lin Moya used all his mental power without holding back. He knew that even with all his mental power, he couldn't harm Antares. The difference in their levels was like heaven and earth, impossible to measure. 3 million mental power was instantly consumed. Antares was not bound. The bone prison only flickered on Antares for less than 0.1 seconds before collapsing. It had no effect. But in that 0.1 second, the already collapsed bone prison still unleashed bone fangs. The double star spell, even if the binding failed, did not affect it. Bone fangs exploded on Antares, hitting its hard dragon scales with intense impact sounds. Antares carefully felt it and said in a deep voice, a very good spell, control plus attack. If the enemy is weaker, being bound means instant death. The attack power is about at level 90, enough to instantly kill a level 90 professional. Antares' feelings were similar to Lin Moya's. The power of bone fangs depended on the mental power consumed. Currently, Lin Moya's mental power was only 3 million. If he used the strength and troops skill, his mental power could increase significantly, and the power would also increase. Moreover, there was a 500% additional damage bonus, making it possible to instantly kill a level 92 divine professional. With this skill, even without using summoning skills, Lin Moya could fight against divine professionals. Antares sighed, it's a pity that such a good skill can't carry laws. Lin Moya smiled without saying anything. It couldn't now, but that didn't mean it couldn't in the future. He didn't believe the Great World Rune was unsolvable otherwise. How to explain the first time? There would always be a way to solve the problem. Lin Moya asked, since there are double star spells, are there triple, quadruple, or quintuple star spells? Antares nodded, yes, I've seen triple and quadruple star spells, but I've only heard of quintuple star spells, never seen them. Even in the Great World, having 5 perfect stellar level spells with similar properties is rare. Lin Moya asked, what's the highest number of stars? Legend has it there are 10 star spells, but no one has ever seen them. It's just a legend, impossible in reality. If you can get a quintuple star spell, you can dominate your peers. According to Antares' explanation, the more connected stars, the greater the spell's power. Especially after 3 stars are connected, forming a triple star spell, the power increases significantly. Each additional star doubles the power. Lin Moya laughed, I can't use laws, though. And Terry shook his head, it doesn't matter. Even without laws, as long as you have enough stars, you can still crush your opponents. Lin Moya exhaled deeply, I hope so. Please send me back to the Dragon Clan world. You're going back. I need to practice in real combat. In the Dragon Clan world, Lin Moya appeared silently. His eyes were filled with killing intent and determination. He still had unfinished business in the Dragon Clan world. Just destroying 2 cities wasn't enough. When the Dragon Clan invaded back then, they destroyed many cities. At that time, the human race suffered billions of casualties. He had only killed a few dragons, not nearly enough. Gratitude must be repaid, and grudges must be avenged. Lin Moya was clear about his principles. The undead wings spread, and he chose a direction at random. With a flap of his wings, he flew like lightning. This was the wind element region, filled with wind everywhere. Lin Moya rode the wind, bringing destruction. A large city came into view, and in the next second, Lin Moya was already in the city. The city's defense system detected Lin Moya, the intruder, and alarms blared, activating formations. But it was too late. Lin Moya had already charged into the city. His vast soul spread out, locking onto thousands of dragons. White light appeared at his fingertips. Spell, Bone Prison. Using 3 million mental power, it was a full-force attack in normal conditions. White light flickered in the city, and all the dragons locked by Lin Moya were paralyzed. White bones appeared on their bodies, and then bone fangs exploded from the bones, tearing them to pieces. In one strike, thousands of dragons died on the spot. Among them were high-level dragons and dragon warriors. Regardless of their level, the result was the same. And Terry's evaluation was very objective. Lin Moya's skill was enough to instantly kill a level 90 divine professional. This meant that the power of this strike reached level 90, the realm of dragon kings. No matter how powerful the dragon warriors were, they couldn't withstand the attack of a dragon king. Lin Moya's single attack did not scare off the dragons. This was a major city of the Dragon Clan, home to hundreds of thousands of dragons and a large stationed army. A large number of dragon soldiers took to the sky, rushing towards Lin Moya. This time, Lin Moya did not summon the undead army. This time, he planned to kill the enemies himself. With killing intent boiling in his eyes, Lin Moya shouted softly. Concentrate and strengthen troops were activated simultaneously. Both states pushed Lin Moya's combat power to the limit. Soul power was consumed rapidly. At level 81, his soul power could maintain for a full 12 seconds, twice as long as before. But Lin Moya didn't need to worry about time. As long as there were enough enemies to kill, the duration of the spells could be extended indefinitely. Attributes were pushed to the limit, and at the soul level of 93, Lin Moya's attributes also reached the level of 93. His mental power broke through the 5 million mark, increasing by more than 70%. The powerful mental power greatly increased the spell's power. Lin Moya continuously cast Bone Fangs. No need for soul lock or aiming. There were too many enemies in the city, he just needed to sweep and sweep again. Bone Fangs, driven by 5 million mental power, exploded into more than 200,000, covering a large area. The speed was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. Even with the soul power of level 93, Lin Moya could only see faint traces. The space seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, not broken but leaving countless marks. The attack of Bone Fangs was infinitely close to level 96. Even a level 95 Dragon King would be in a sorry state facing Bone Fangs. The dragon soldiers who had just taken to the sky fell like raindrops. White bones appeared on their bodies. Bone Prison, accompanied by Bone Fangs, exploded, binding them tightly. Lin Moya stood in the air, sweeping the entire city indiscriminately. Experience notifications popped up like raindrops, and soul power continuously flowed in, converting into the experience needed for leveling up. If anyone saw this scene, their eyes would pop out. No one had ever leveled up like this. Using the Dragon Clan's cities as his leveling ground. Treating the Dragon Clan world as a dungeon. Dragon warriors were elite monsters, Dragon Kings were bosses. Naturally, the Dragon Emperor was the final boss of this dungeon. In just a few minutes, the city suffered heavy casualties. Concentrate and strengthen troops both had the effect of absorbing enemy souls to enhance one's own soul level. Although the effect was not strong, Lin Moya killed too many. His soul level took a step forward, gradually reaching the limit of level 93. Dragon roars echoed in the sky, and the Dragon Emperor rushed over from afar. Lin Moya, you deserve to die. Chapter 730. Chapter 730, 730. Chapter 730, Lin Moya, you're dead. You came too late. Lin Moya chuckled softly. When he was still 10,000 meters away, he pointed at the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's voice abruptly stopped, and he appeared dazed. The Bone Prison appeared on the Dragon Emperor. Then, white light exploded, and Bone Fangs erupted. The Dragon Emperor roared angrily, his entire body exuding a terrifying aura of laws, blocking the attack of the Bone Fangs. However, Lin Moya's attack was too sudden, catching the Dragon Emperor off guard, causing him to suffer minor injuries. His scales shattered, and his hair was disheveled, making him look very embarrassed. Lin Moya used 5 million mental power, combined with the additional 500% damage from strengthened troops, but could only cause minor injuries to the Dragon Emperor. The lack of laws was a significant disadvantage. It was effective against the Dragon Kings but fell short against the half-step transcendent Dragon Emperor. With one strike, Lin Moya understood the limits of his skills. He grinned at the Dragon King and waved his hand. The undead wings flapped, and Lin Moyo instantly disappeared without a trace. The Dragon King's pupils shrank sharply, losing sight of Lin Moyo again. Lin Moyo, you bastard, you coward, you damn bastard. The Dragon Emperor roared in fury, but Lin Moyo had already left, thousands of miles away. Soul power continuously supplied the undead wings, pushing their speed to the limit. In just a few seconds, he flew over 10,000 kilometers, almost crossing the entire Dragon Clan world. Lin Moyo, at an astonishing speed, arrived at another city. He had no specific target, nor did he need one. He was here to massacre the city, to avenge the blood feud of the human race from 1,000 years ago. The domain godstone continuously rotated, absorbing the killing intent. Without the disturbance of killing intent, Lin Moyo could always remain calm. Facing the Dragon Emperor, he had no intention of fighting, retreating after one strike. Relying on the advantage of the undead wings, he severed the soul lock, traveled thousands of miles in an instant, and sought a new city. The new city was not large, and there were not many dragons living inside. However, in Lin Moya's view, the city had a large number of dragon soldiers. This is a military city, Lin Moya said softly, appearing above the city. In the next second, terrifying white light enveloped the entire city, filled with the aura of death. Bone fangs, with a sharp whistling sound, swept through the entire city. Huge buildings collapsed one after another, pierced by bone fangs as if they were made of tofu. Even hiding 10 meters underground was useless. The ground was riddled with holes, and the Dragon Clan's defenses collapsed almost instantly. A large amount of soul power surged in, quickly replenishing the consumed energy. 2 minutes later, a massive aura appeared in the distant sky. This time, they came quickly. Lin Moya sensed the Dragon Emperor's aura from afar. At the same time, a law shot towards him from tens of thousands of meters away. The law was fast, but Lin Moya was faster. The undead wings flapped, instantly severing the soul lock, and he disappeared without a trace. The law missed its target, hitting nothing. The stone law, carrying immense power, fell like a meteor, flattening a small mountain in the distance. The Dragon Emperor was nearly driven mad with rage. Looking at the devastated city, he roared furiously. Although the death of a few dragons meant nothing to him, the Dragon Clan world was neither too big nor too small, with tens of millions of dragons living in it. The death of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, did not pose a threat to the Dragon Clan. However, no matter how many dragons there were, they couldn't withstand Lin Moya's continuous slaughter. The news of Lin Moya's city massacres had spread throughout the Dragon Clan. If this continued, it would inevitably lead to the collapse of the Dragon Clan's morale. The Dragon Emperor, filled with unwillingness, roared angrily, but it was to no avail. His eyes changed, as if he had made a significant decision. He tightly gripped the transcendent-level giant axe and then raised it high. Chanting in a low voice, "The Dragon Clan is in trouble, please ancestors descend. The Dragon Clan is in trouble, please ancestors descend. The Dragon Clan is in trouble, please ancestors descend." The Dragon Emperor repeated this phrase, his bloodline burning fiercely, and the divine dragon shadow outside his body became more solid. The giant axe lit up, with complex lines appearing on it. These lines formed a formation. The Dragon Emperor activated the formation with his bloodline, his face turning pale. Activating the formation required a large amount of bloodline, causing significant harm to the Dragon Emperor. The formation was finally completed, projecting brilliant light. Within the light, a giant dragon appeared. A giant dragon with a cyan body, identical to the elemental dragon Lin Moyo had seen before. It exuded the aura of laws, with a strong personal will within the laws. This was a strong being who had integrated the laws into himself. The giant dragon seemed to be sleeping. Hearing the Dragon Emperor's call, it lazily opened its eyes and glanced at the Dragon Emperor. Mixed blood dragon. The words were filled with disdain. The term mixed blood dragon deeply stung the Dragon Emperor. But the Dragon Emperor did not dare to act out instead. He bowed and said in a low voice, "Greetings, my lord." "Speak, what is it?" The elemental dragon still looked lazy, with a look of disdain for the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor swallowed his anger. "A freak has appeared here, posing a great threat to our Dragon Clan." "A freak? How freakish?" The elemental dragon seemed slightly interested, but only slightly. The Dragon Emperor said, "He is an 81-level human." "What, an 81-level human?" The elemental dragon exclaimed, his words filled with even more disdain. "What use could an 81-level human be? He could kill him with a single breath." The elemental dragon said lightly, "Although you are just a mixed blood dragon, you are still a half-step transcendent. Moreover, with the giant dragon axe, you can exert power infinitely close to the transcendent level. And yet, you can't defeat an 81-level human. What a waste, you have no right to ask for help." The term mixed blood dragon stunned the Dragon Emperor again. The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath. "It's not that I can't defeat him, it's that he won't fight me. He has a skill that is very fast and can sever soul locks. He keeps changing cities, massacring them. Every time I catch up, he escapes." The elemental dragon laughed heartily. "Such a thing actually exists." The Dragon Emperor said, "Please, my lord, help me eliminate him. We have been fighting for the clan leader, even as cannon fodder, we have been diligent." The elemental dragon impatiently waved his hand. All right, I understand. I'll give you something that should solve your problem." The Dragon Emperor was overjoyed. "Thank you, my lord." Although he didn't know the level of the being in front of him, or even his name, the Dragon Emperor knew he was definitely stronger than himself. The form of the giant dragon was his lifelong second goal. The first goal was, of course, to revert to the ancestral dragon form. But he also knew that reverting to the ancestral dragon form was impossible at most. He could evolve into an elemental dragon. To evolve into an elemental dragon, he had to go to the dragon transformation pool. To go to the dragon transformation pool, he needed enough merit. He came here with the task of eliminating the human race, to seize this world for his race, to earn merit. That way, he could enter the dragon transformation pool, not only having the chance to evolve into an elemental dragon but also stepping into the transcendent level. 1,000 years ago, the human race and demons joined forces to block his path. 1,000 years later, Lin Moya blocked his path again. And now, even if he completed the task after seeking help, his merit would be greatly reduced. For whatever reason, he had already hated Lin Moya to the bone. He wouldn't be satisfied until he ground Lin Moya's bones to dust. The formation on the giant dragon axe was still operating, and a round, jade-like bead emerged from the formation. The bead looked somewhat similar to Antares' dragon pearl. The abyssal demons liked to use magic stones, while the dragon clan preferred dragon pearls. Of course, these were not real dragon pearls but special materials crafted to resemble dragon pearls. The dragon emperor held the dragon pearl, and his soul power surged into it. He immediately understood its function. This dragon pearl, called the space-locking pearl, contained a formation that could lock space, enough to trap a half-step transcendent. Once trapped, it would be difficult to escape. The dragon emperor's face showed a cold smile, filled with killing intent. Lin Moyu, you're dead. Chapter 731. Chapter 731, 731. Chapter 731, how can such a hybrid dragon be worthy? Lin Moya once again found a city. Lin Moya discovered that the news of his arrival at the Dragon Clan's city had spread. The defensive formations of each city had already been activated, and the Dragon Clan people in the city were on high alert. Lin Moya looked up and saw a large number of Dragon Clan soldiers on the city walls, as well as warships that had already taken to the sky. The formation formed a shield, covering the entire city. He did not sense the presence of a Dragon King. This was another city without a Dragon King. The repair of the Staff of Creation was nearing completion, and if he could get some more Dragon Crystals, it would be fully restored. Although there were many Dragon Kings among the Dragon Clan, not every city had one. It could only be considered his bad luck not to encounter one. Lin Moyo estimated that now even the Dragon Kings would not dare to trouble him. He had killed high-level Dragon Kings, and even if ordinary Dragon Kings came in groups, they would just be delivering themselves to him. With a thought, the sky instantly turned dark. Clouds churned in the sky, as if another world had descended, appearing intermittently within the clouds. From the clouds, countless undead legions emerged. Skeletal dragons roared, spewing dragon breath onto the formation. Headless knights charged recklessly at the formation, causing it to twist and deform. Skeletal berserkers and skeletal mages attacked simultaneously. Skeletal archers at the rear had already drawn their bows, their souls locked onto the dragons behind the formation. When the formation shattered, they would launch a deadly attack. The Dragon Clan people in the city turned pale, with the timid ones already scared out of their wits, sitting on the ground trembling. Even the brave ones looked as if they were facing a great calamity, their expressions extremely grim. This scene was indeed terrifying. The formation could only hold for a moment, and not even that. The magic crystals in the city were operating at full capacity, but the formation was rapidly deforming under the attack, on the verge of collapse. All the city's attack methods had been deployed, but these attacks had little effect on the undead legion. The number of undead was overwhelming, making people feel utterly hopeless. In just over a minute, the formation shattered like glass. The skeletal archers, who had been waiting, simultaneously took action. Skill, soul shot. Waves of invisible arrows fell on the Dragon Clan people, exploding within their souls. Many dragons died silently, their eyes wide open in extreme pain. The damage to the soul was far more painful than imagined. Dragon breath enveloped the entire city, and countless dragons screamed and fell in the dragon breath, their flesh and bones disintegrating, their souls burning, leaving only white bones. Many dragons never imagined that they would one day die in dragon breath. Massacre. Lin Moyo looked solemnly at the tragic scene in the city, without a trace of sympathy or pity. Compared to the bloodshed the human race had once endured, killing this many dragons was nothing. It wasn't even considered interest. Lin Moyo felt neither pity nor hatred. At this moment, he was extremely calm and rational. He knew what he was doing and what he should do. If possible, he would wipe out the Dragon Clan, leaving none behind. As invaders, they had to be prepared to be annihilated. There would be no prisoners. The human race did not need prisoners. The Dragon Clan's resistance was futile. The outcome was already determined when Lin Moyo arrived. 2 minutes later, a massive presence was felt from afar. The Dragon Emperor had arrived. From the moment Lin Moyo appeared to the Dragon Emperor's arrival, it had only been 5 minutes. The Dragon Emperor was fast, but still a step too late. Lin Moya saw the Dragon Emperor from afar and felt a soul lock. At the same time, he saw that the Dragon Emperor seemed to be holding a ball of light. This light gave Lin Moya a sense of danger. Instinctively, Lin Moya wanted to leave, his soul power surging, the wings of the undead vibrating, cutting off the soul lock. But to his surprise, he found himself still in place. The space seemed to become extremely sticky, making it impossible for him to move. Not only him, but the undead legion was also affected. All the collapsing buildings and various debris were suspended in mid-air. It wasn't time that had stopped, but the space seemed to have an extra layer of glue, sticking everything in place. The Dragon Emperor's mad laughter echoed in his ears. Lin Moyu, you're dead. The Dragon Emperor rushed over, and Lin Moya noticed that its speed was also affected, but much less than his own. The ball in the Dragon Emperor's hand emitted a hazy light, enveloping it. It's that ball. Lin Moyo instinctively felt that the current situation was caused by the ball in the Dragon Emperor's hand. This ball, which looked like a dragon pearl, continuously emitted light, with formation patterns on it. At the same time, it exuded a strong aura of laws, seemingly stronger than the Dragon Emperor itself. Is this a new acquisition? Lin Moyo speculated that if the Dragon Emperor had always had this ball, it would have used it long ago, not waited until now. Lin Moyo's soul moved, and a purple divine thunder shot out. His body was difficult to move, but it didn't prevent him from releasing the divine thunder. The purple divine thunder, infused with the laws of thunder, also slowed down in the space, flying at a visible speed. The Dragon Emperor easily dodged the divine thunder. Stop struggling, you're dead. As it spoke, it raised its giant dragon axe, its eyes filled with bloodlust, and swung it at Lin Moyo. The giant dragon axe carried immense power, accompanied by the Dragon Emperor's law of stone, descending mightily. Suddenly, Lin Moyo disappeared. Along with him, the undead legion also vanished. The giant dragon axe struck empty air again. The immense power landed in the city, causing a loud boom. Due to the formation, the space was solidified, and the city collapsed at an extremely slow speed. First, cracks appeared, then it slowly exploded. The whole process was like a slow-motion scene slowed down hundreds of times. The Dragon Emperor was stunned. Lin Moyo had disappeared again. This is impossible. How could he escape? The Dragon Emperor was going crazy. It was one thing for him to escape before, but this time the space was solidified. How could Lin Moyo still escape? It was unreasonable, too unreasonable. The light of the dragon pearl in its hand gradually dimmed, and the formation covering the vast land disappeared. The space instantly returned to normal. The entire city completely collapsed. The Dragon Emperor's full-force strike, infinitely close to a super-god level, leveled the entire city. The remaining dragons in the city also died in this strike. The Dragon Emperor confirmed that Lin Moyo was no longer there and roared in madness again. Its scales stood on end, and a phantom of a divine dragon appeared behind it, roaring continuously. The sound echoed through half of the dragon clan's world. Antares looked at Lin Moyo with a smile. How does it feel to escape death? Seeing Lin Moyo suffer, he was very happy. No feeling, I'm used to it. Lin Moyo was indeed used to dying. He didn't even know how many times he had died. Even if the Dragon Emperor's axe had fallen, it wouldn't have killed him. So he wasn't afraid at all. However, Lin Moyo felt that being a target was meaningless, so he activated Antares' dragon scale and left directly. Lin Moyo frowned. What was that in the Dragon Emperor's hand? He knew Antares must have seen it. Antares said, that was a formation pearl. Formation pearl? Lin Moyo didn't understand. Antares explained, a formation pearl contains a recorded formation that can be activated with soul power to directly set up the formation. Lin Moyo asked, was the formation just now a space formation? Nonsense, how could a hybrid dragon like it be worthy? Chapter 732. Chapter 732, 732. Chapter 732, The Vast World, You Speak of Silence. Antares was full of disdain. Lin Moyo felt that he might have indeed overestimated the Dragon Emperor. A mere half-step supergod, how could he possibly touch the pinnacle of space laws? Antares said, it only used the formation within the formation pearl to solidify the space. There are many laws that can achieve this, such as the laws of water, gravity, etc. The distance to the space laws is still unknown. And this guy's formation pearl was borrowed from someone else. Lin Moyo asked curiously, borrowed from someone. Is it strange? Antares retorted, it's not strange at all. They are just hybrid dragons, like abyssal demons, all cannon fodder. As cannon fodder, if they can't win, they ask for help from above. What's so strange about that? Lin Moyo asked. Lilian said that the abyssal demons are backed by the demon race. The Dragon Emperor should be backed by the dragon race, isn't that your clan? Antares denied Lin Moyo's words. What you said is not very accurate. In fact, Lilian only knows a small part. Lin Moyo looked at Antares with bright eyes. I would like to hear more. Seeing that you are sincerely asking, this dragon will mercifully tell you. The demon race has two major branches, the hell demons and the abyssal demons. Besides these, there are some smaller branches, which are not worth mentioning. Lilian belongs to the abyssal demons, but she is also just cannon fodder, born and raised in the fragment world. She has half human blood, and if discovered by orthodox demons, she would be dead. Our dragon race is even more complicated. First, we are graded by the strength of our bloodline, then divided into various factions. The hybrid dragons that came here belong to the elemental dragon faction. If we subdivide further, they belong to the rock dragon faction. Anyway, you will naturally understand these things when you reach the vast world. It's not a big secret. Just listening, Lin Moyo felt the vastness of the great world. The dragon world spanning tens of thousands of kilometers and the abyssal world can only be considered fragment worlds. And his own world is a perfect world, but it is only a small world. According to Antares, his world is far from being so small, because he has not yet truly entered the great world, nor experienced the baptism of the great world's laws. It's like being in an egg that is still hatching. If he truly enters the great world, the entire small world's structure will undergo a great change. From small to large, the entire world's size will expand more than tenfold. Of course, while receiving benefits, he must also accept the cruelty of the great world. In the great world, there are many worlds where weak races live, which are destroyed for various reasons. These reasons could be a strong person's experiment or the aftermath of a battle between strong individuals. The great world is both beautiful and dangerous. After understanding the cruelty and vastness of the great world, Lin Moyo was filled with anticipation for it. In the future, he must go out and take a good look, to appreciate the scenery. Lin Moyo asked, is there a way to deal with the formation in the Dragon Emperor's hand? Just a broken formation, there are many ways to deal with it, as long as this dragon moves a finger. Stop, stop. Lin Moyo interrupted Antares boasting, I just ask, can you take action? Antares shook his head, it seems I can't, but if this dragon wants to break the agreement, I can forcefully take action. Then you said it for nothing. I just ask, do I have a way to deal with the formation? Lin Moyo rolled his eyes, saying it for nothing. Antares shook his head, your strength is still a bit lacking. If you have half-step supergod strength, you can use laws to counter it. Even if you can't completely offset the formation's impact, it would be enough for you to fight the Dragon Emperor on equal footing. Not like now, having no way at all, only able to escape. This was also said for nothing. If he had half-step supergod strength, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble, he would have killed the Dragon Emperor long ago. Among peers, Lin Moyo has never been afraid of anyone, always taking the route of instant kills. Is there no other way? Lin Moyo asked. Antares tilted his head and thought, no other good way. After all, this formation is of supergod level, equivalent to the Dragon Emperor's giant dragon axe, and it just restrains you. The Dragon Emperor is only a half-step supergod, and such supergod level equipment in its hands can only exert power infinitely close to supergod level. As long as Lin Moyo reaches half-step supergod, he can contend with it. Lin Moyo thought for a moment, I still want to try again. Antares was stunned, you are really persistent. I have an idea, I want to try again. If it doesn't work, I will give up. Antares was a bit helpless, alright, then you try again. It was not worried about Lin Moyo's safety, with its dragon scale, the formation couldn't trap Lin Moyo. Antares once again sent Lin Moyo into the dragon world. Lin Moyo concealed his breath, spread his undead wings, and flew towards the distance. Soon, a city appeared in his sight. A medium-sized city, not too big or too small, with not many dragons living in it. The city's formation was activated, Lin Moyo disappeared, but it didn't mean he left. The Dragon Emperor ordered all cities to be on alert, and to contact it immediately upon discovering Lin Moyo. The sky turned dark, and the undead army, carrying a destructive aura, rushed towards the city. The city's alarm sounded, and all the dragons saw the overwhelming undead army attacking. Their faces changed drastically, filled with extreme fear. The overwhelming undead army attacked the city's formation. In just over a minute, the formation was broken. Then came the bloody massacre. 2 minutes later, the Dragon Emperor appeared in the distance. The formation pearl in its hand flashed, and the formation was activated, instantly covering an area of hundreds of kilometers. The space became sticky, and everyone and everything seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. But the Dragon Emperor was stunned, it did not see Lin Moyo. There was only the undead army, but no sign of Lin Moyo. While it was puzzled, the undead army also disappeared. The Dragon Emperor stood in mid-air, a bit hesitant and puzzled. The city was half destroyed but not completely. Many dragons inside were still alive. Although severely injured, as long as they were not dead, they could be saved. A few minutes later, it received another message. Lin Moyo appeared in a large city thousands of kilometers away, attacking the city. The Dragon Emperor rushed over without thinking. When it arrived, the formation was already broken, many buildings in the city had collapsed, and the skeletal dragons were spraying dragon breath wantonly. The dragons were screaming, constantly dying. The formation pearl was activated again, once again trapping the undead army, stopping the battle. But there was still no sign of Lin Moyo. Seconds later, the undead army disappeared under its nose, leaving only the devastated city. Lin Moyo. The Dragon Emperor's teeth were bleeding from the bite. It had guessed what Lin Moyo was doing. Lin Moyo hid himself, only letting the undead army attack, clearly avoiding a direct confrontation. While the Dragon Emperor was thinking of countermeasures, it received another message. Lin Moyo appeared again, attacking the previously breached small city. When the Dragon Emperor arrived, the half-destroyed small city was completely destroyed. The surviving dragons were also slaughtered. Chapter 733. Chapter 733, 733. Chapter 733, Guerrilla Tactics, The Power of Faith. Antares watched Lin Moyo intently, seeing through Lin Moyo's intentions. Lin Moyo was controlling the undead army from hundreds of kilometers away, commanding the undead army to attack, perfectly avoiding the Dragon Emperor, not directly confronting him. And after attacking another city, he would return, like cleaning up the remaining garbage, making it impossible to grasp his motives. Lin Moyo had no purpose, acting on a whim, attacking wherever he felt like. When the urge arose, he might travel tens of thousands of kilometers, or perhaps only 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers away. One city after another was attacked by Lin Moyo. The powerful defensive formations in the Dragon Clan's cities could not withstand Lin Moyo's undead army for long. Once the formation shattered, a massacre would follow. And Lin Moyo, the master, never showed himself. For a time, the Dragon Clan's world was in an uproar, with all the dragons falling into panic. For one person to terrify an entire world like this, these mixed blood dragons are just trash. This kid is indeed ruthless in his killing, but this matter cannot be done in obscurity. Faith, one of the fundamental powers of the human race, may be of help to you. Antares raised his paw, as if swatting a fly, and spat out a stream of laws. The laws merged into the heavens and earth, disappearing from sight. In the next second, numerous scenes suddenly appeared in the human world's sky, like projections. These scenes covered almost every corner of the human world. The human world was vast, with a population exceeding 10 billion. But in fact, the land area inhabited by humans only occupied less than 10% of the entire world. At least 90% of the area was ocean. Now, Antares had used a secret technique to transmit Lin Moya's actions to the human world. A hero should not remain obscure. A hero's deeds should be known to all. The divine martial Lin is currently in the Dragon Clan's world, fighting for the human race. Antares' voice, along with the scenes, spread throughout the entire human world. The scenes showed Lin Moya controlling the undead army, attacking the Dragon Clan's cities, one after another. Each time, a large number of dragons were killed. After watching for a while, people finally understood what Lin Moya was doing. Instantly, the world was in an uproar. Who could have imagined that Lin Moya would single-handedly enter the Dragon Clan's world, raiding their cities? This was an impossible event in human history, something no one dared to even imagine. The divine martial Lin is actually slaughtering the Dragon Clan in their world. That's the Dragon Emperor, a truly formidable existence at the pinnacle. Isn't the divine martial Lin in great danger? In Xiajing City, the Imperial Palace, the sovereign, Dongfang Yi, also saw the scenes and heard Antares' words. As the sovereign and a divine-level expert, he naturally knew much more information than ordinary people. In an instant, he analyzed the entire situation and made a rough guess. Immediately, several orders were issued from the Imperial Palace, spreading across the country at an astonishing speed. The Xia Empire began to operate with incredible efficiency. Information about the Dragon Clan began to spread widely. It turns out that 1,000 years ago, the Dragon Clan had invaded our human world. The Dragon Clan had destroyed our cities and killed our people, with no less than tens of millions of deaths at the hands of the Dragon Clan's blades. The land of the human race was once stained red with blood, all because of the Dragon Clan. For thousands of years, the Dragon Clan had been driven out, so the human race's hatred towards them was not deep. But now, after this propaganda, people realized that the Dragon Clan also carried a debt of blood. Countless cities had been destroyed one by one, with tens of millions of humans killed by the Dragon Clan's blades. And not only were they killed, but many humans also became food for the Dragon Clan, devoured alive. The hatred towards the Dragon Clan became truly profound at this moment. People began to understand Lin Moya's actions. Even those who were initially dissatisfied with Lin Moya's city-destroying actions now began to support him. This hatred could no longer be described as a debt of blood. It had reached the point where it was a matter of life and death for one side. The two sides had no possibility of reconciliation and no possibility of taking prisoners. If either side had the ability, they would undoubtedly put the other side to death. Only one side could survive, while the other had to be annihilated. People were concerned for Lin Moya, but they also supported him. Not everyone, but at least more than half of the human race supported Lin Moya. Faith began to gather, coalescing into a mysterious power that was transmitted through the void to Lin Moya. Antares immediately sensed this power, muttering to himself, truly a miraculous power. It is not a law, yet it can contend against laws. Truly miraculous. Why is it that our Dragon Clan cannot wield this power? What a pity. If our billions of dragons could be of one mind, how could it have come to this? Antares sighed endlessly, his gaze filled with envy, but also some disappointment in his own clan. The power of faith was indeed miraculous. It was like the Flower Nation and the Cabbage Nation. Although their national strength was weak, and their people were somewhat shameless, they still possessed the power of faith. The god of ideals was a product of the power of faith. In the countless races of the great world, only a few possessed this power. And the ones who could truly wield this power were only the human race. Lin Moya felt a warm current enter his body, as if he had been immersed in a hot spring, extremely comfortable. This warm current eventually gathered in his soul world, where the 9-colored dragon soul crystal devoured it, transforming it into an extremely pure soul power without any impurities, and spraying it onto Lin Moya's soul body. For a time, his soul power and soul level both increased. Lin Moya felt that he had moved a little closer to the 94th level. The soul power was then converted into a large amount of experience. Not long ago, he had just reached the 81st level. In just a few days, he was about to level up again. Antares' voice suddenly rang out in his soul. How does the power of faith feel? Lin Moya asked in surprise. The power of faith, isn't that something the god of ideals needs? You need to broaden your horizons. Your vision can't be too short-sighted. The power of faith is a good thing, and it is also one of the fundamental powers of your human race. You should contemplate it carefully. It is said that the power of faith is very miraculous, but on this point, I cannot help you. There was a hint of envy in Antares' words. It truly could not help him. After all, the Dragon Clan did not possess the power of faith. Lin Moya knew that Antares must have lent a hand. How did you do it? I just spread what you did in the Dragon Clan's world far and wide. After all, you've worked so hard, it wouldn't do for you to remain obscure. You don't want to be a behind-the-scenes manipulator, do you? There's also that kid called Dongfang Yi. He's quite clever and gave you a helping hand, a push in the right direction. Add to that you're already high prestige, and like this, everyone's reverence for you has been transformed into faith, becoming the power of faith. It sounded reasonable, and that was indeed what happened. If Lin Moya did not already have such high prestige among the human race, with the name of the divine marshal known to all, this would not have been so easy to achieve. So it was a natural progression, with Antares merely lending a hand, and Dongfang Yi providing a timely push, and the matter was accomplished. As for what benefits the power of faith could bring to Lin Moya, only Lin Moya himself knew. With a flap of his undead wings, Lin Moya disappeared again. Hundreds of kilometers away, at the city that had already been battered, the undead army also vanished. The faint sound of the Dragon Emperor's furious roars could be heard. Chapter 734. Chapter 734, 734. Chapter 734, The Battle at the Dragon Clan's Imperial City. Lin Moya continued his guerrilla tactics against the Dragon Clan according to his plan. Unable to locate Lin Moya's true body, the Dragon Emperor had no choice but to order all Dragon Clan members to gather together. Only in this way could they curb Lin Moya's guerrilla tactics. Apart from this, the Dragon Emperor couldn't think of any other good solutions. The Dragon Clan moved quickly, with teleportation arrays between each city. They swiftly converged towards the central Imperial City of the Dragon Clan. Fortunately, the Imperial City was large enough to accommodate all the Dragon Clan members without much issue. If it became too crowded, they could build outposts outside the Imperial City. Lin Moya arrived outside a city, looking puzzled. The formation was still running, but the city was already empty. Lin Moya's eyes flickered slightly, guessing the Dragon Clan's strategy. Not very clever, but quite practical. They should all be in the Imperial City. Once the Dragon Clan gathered, Lin Moya knew his guerrilla tactics would be rendered ineffective. His path to leveling up through the Dragon Clan was cut off. Checking his experience, he was already at level 81 with 95% experience, just 5% away from leveling up. Thinking about it, he felt somewhat unwilling. Just 5% more, I'll get it from the Imperial City. One last battle, let's see if I can kill a few more Dragon Kings. The Staff of Creation was almost fully repaired, which was another reason Lin Moya didn't want to give up besides leveling up. Lin Moya flew towards the center of the Dragon Clan's world, where the Dragon Clan's Imperial City and the Dragon Emperor's palace were located. The power of faith continued to flow in, gathering into a warm current. His soul level was gradually improving, slowly but steadily. The feeling was as solid as the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. Besides the improvement of the soul, I haven't found any other uses for the power of faith. Since it is one of the fundamental powers of the human race, it should have more uses. Lin Moya knew that the human race Antares mentioned referred to the human race in the Great World. In the Great World, the human race was also a major race, not inferior to the Demon Dragon Clan. Since the power of faith could become one of the fundamental powers of a race, it must have its extraordinary aspects. While Lin Moya was flying, the human world was already in an uproar. The Dragon Clan's cities are empty. Where did the Dragon Clan go? It seems Lin Moya knows their direction. I get it, the Dragon Clan must be afraid of Lin Moya's tactics and have gathered together, not daring to scatter anymore. Haha, Lin Moya alone can force the Dragon Clan into such a state. Lin Moya was awesome. Oh my, look, so many dragons. What a magnificent city. The giant dragon statue in the center must be at least several thousand meters high. This should be the Dragon Clan's Imperial City. A terrifying scene appeared in the images. Tens of millions of Dragon Clan members gathered in one city. Inside and outside the city, in the sky and on the ground, were all Dragon Clan members. Millions of dragons surrounded the entire city, building outposts outside, clearly preparing for a long-term stay. As long as Lin Moya was alive, they wouldn't dare to return. Returning would mean being defeated one by one. Lin Moya arrived outside the Dragon Clan's Imperial City, concealing his aura and hiding tens of kilometers away. The Dragon Clan's Imperial City had stood in the Dragon Clan's world for over 1,000 years. It was an incredibly magnificent city with exquisite buildings. A giant dragon statue, at least 3,000 meters high, stood in the center of the city. The statue resembled the Dragon Emperor. No, it wasn't just a resemblance, it was exactly the Dragon Emperor. Lin Moya couldn't help but sneer, quite narcissistic. Lin Moya observed the Dragon Clan's Imperial City from a distance. There was no formation in the Imperial City. He didn't know if it wasn't activated or if there wasn't one at all. Lin Moya didn't even see a single magic crystal. It was probably due to overconfidence. But thinking about it, if someone could attack the Imperial City, what use would a mere defensive formation be? Now, the Dragon Clan had been forced to this point, and the formation could only delay time, nothing more. Lin Moya maintained a distance of tens of kilometers, hiding in the dark, circling the Imperial City to observe the situation. After several confrontations, he had obtained a lot of information about formations through the undead army. Many times, he had secretly dispersed the undead army, deliberately placing many undead troops far from the battlefield, thus measuring the range of the formation's coverage. After repeated tests, Lin Moya had analyzed that the formation's coverage range was exactly 100 kilometers. Lin Moya saw the Dragon Emperor in the Imperial City, sitting on a throne on the giant dragon statue in the center. As long as he left the 50-kilometer range from the Dragon Emperor, he could avoid the formation. The Imperial City itself had a diameter of over 40 kilometers. The formation covered the Imperial City and only affected an area 10 kilometers outside the city. Lin Moya began to plan his attack. Antares projected the image of the Dragon Clan's Imperial City to the world. All humans saw the scene and worried for Lin Moya. Lin Moya won't be in danger, will he? There are tens of millions of dragons here. Not just that, look at the sky. That's the Dragon Emperor, it looks terrifying. There are many Dragon Kings beside the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Clan's Dragon Kings are more numerous than our divine-level experts. Lin Moya, be careful. Lin Moya, if it doesn't work, retreat. You've already embarrassed the Dragon Clan enough. Yes, you've done enough. You're not alone, we can fight with you. Countless people silently prayed for Lin Moya, and some were filled with fighting spirit, wanting to join Lin Moya in a bloody battle with the Dragon Clan. The human race's faith was reignited, their spirit undiminished, fearless in battle. Lin Moya circled twice, having a rough plan in mind. He began to retreat, retreating over 100 kilometers, completely disappearing from the Dragon Clan's sight. Then the undead army appeared. Following his will, the undead army spread out, forming a large circle with a diameter of 200 kilometers, surrounding the Imperial City. Lin Moyo himself remained hidden 100 kilometers away, controlling the battle through the vision of the undead army. Since reaching level 70 and completing the third transformation, his control distance over the undead army had no limit. Perhaps there was still a limit, but at least so far, he hadn't found it. Even hundreds of kilometers apart, he could control them freely. There was an invisible connection between them, difficult to sever by laws or formations. Even if the undead army was trapped by a formation filled with laws, Lin Moyo only needed a thought to recall them, with no difficulty. The undead army was in position. Lin Moyo took a deep breath. Soul power flowed slowly. This was a battle belonging only to the undead army, with him as the hidden commander. The undead army moved. 400 skeletal dragons swooped down from the sky, followed by headless knights, and then the skeletal army. Several elemental liches were also in the ranks, adding auras to the team, increasing their damage. The elemental liches' auras were generally effective against dragon warriors, but very effective against dragons below level 70. Lin Moyo divided the undead army surrounding the Imperial City into 10 groups, evenly distributing the numbers. Each group had about 30,000. The first to act were the 4 groups on the east and south sides of the Imperial City. The alarm sounded through the sky. All the dragon clan's attention focused on the undead army. They really dare to come. The Dragon Emperor suddenly stood up from the throne, killing intent rising. For a moment, the sky was filled with swirling clouds, revealing a giant dragon's shadow. Chapter 735. Chapter 735, 735. Chapter 735, The Endless Undead Army. The Dragon Emperor had not yet truly acted, merely igniting his bloodline to form a divine dragon phantom, which already caused a huge commotion. Lin Moyo's entire human world was silent at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded watching this scene. The divine dragon phantom looked incredibly powerful, making everyone feel so small. Not to mention ordinary people, even high-level god-class experts like Meng Anwen felt a shiver in their hearts when they saw the divine dragon phantom. They felt an oppressive force at the soul level. A half-step supergod begins to grasp and absorb laws, which is much stronger than high-level god class. The difference of one level is like the difference between heaven and earth. Xiaowu, be careful. Meng Anwen also broke into a sweat for Lin Moyo. The current situation was different from the abyss. At that time, they were only facing the Dragon Emperor, but now there were so many Dragon Clan members. Although the undead army was strong, facing tens of millions of Dragon Clan warriors was too small. The undead army charging towards the Dragon Emperor looked more like a suicide squad. The Dragon Emperor let out a roar, and the Dragon Clan immediately moved. At least 1 million Dragon Clan members moved, although their levels were not as high as the level 81 undead army. Even if they were of the same level, the Dragon Clan warriors could not compare to the bone dragons that were infinitely close to god level. But the Dragon Clan had too many members. The Dragon Clan moved like a storm, swallowing the undead army. This time, Lin Moyo was at a numerical disadvantage. This was a situation Lin Moyo had anticipated and calculated, so there was no surprise. What use is a large number if you are afraid of death? No one understood that the most terrifying aspect of the undead army was that they had no fear, no pain, and no fear of death. Even if they fought to the last member, they would not collapse. Unlike the Dragon Clan, once the casualties were too high, they would definitely collapse. Lin Moyo's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes filled with a cold smile. Come on, let you taste the terror of the undead army. No one noticed that the undead army was not moving fast. As a result, the Dragon Clan's battle line was stretched. Millions of Dragon Clan members left the Imperial City, swarming from all directions, like a giant mouth swallowing the undead army. Before the two sides even made contact, various auras took effect. Many Dragon Clan members inexplicably caught fire, lightning roared, and bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Ice layers formed on the Dragon Clan members, slowing them down. The auras were not very powerful, as the items Lin Moyo used to summon the elemental liches were of low level, but they were still effective against low-level Dragon Clan members. The bone dragons simultaneously breathed dragon breath, burning large numbers of Dragon Clan warriors. The bone mages and bone archers also attacked, with elements exploding like fireworks and soul attacks silently extinguishing souls. As soon as they made contact, the Dragon Clan suffered heavy casualties. The Dragon Clan warriors went crazy, attacking wildly. Under the full connection talent, the damage to the undead army was distributed among all members. In the attack, all the undead army members took average damage. Even the hidden bone dragons and bone mages were also taking damage. The Lich generals continuously healed, showing the undead army's unimaginable resilience. The Dragon Clan's death toll kept rising, but the undead army did not lose a single member. Corpses fell like rain, covering the ground and piling up like mountains in no time. The Dragon Emperor did not expect the undead army to be so powerful. He had never fought the undead army directly, always dealing with Lin Moyo himself. He had never taken the undead army seriously. Now, upon contact, he realized the undead army's strength exceeded his expectations. The Dragon Emperor held the formation pearl, seemingly ready to act. But he did not move, hesitating before stopping. He gave an order, and a high-level Dragon King beside him responded, rushing towards the battlefield. A high-level Dragon King was enough to deal with the undead army. Without finding Lin Moyo, he could not act. The high-level Dragon King moved quickly, carrying laws with him. In no time, he joined the battle. His body was engulfed in flames, clearly comprehending the fire element laws. The fire waves rolled in, consuming large numbers of the undead army. The undead army suffered its first casualties, as the attack exceeded the skeleton's endurance limit, rendering the full connection talent ineffective. The dead skeletons were instantly resurrected in the summoning space. Using the undead army alone to deal with high-level Dragon Clan members was too difficult, almost impossible. But it did not matter, it was just one death, causing no damage to the undead army. Lin Moya's mind moved, and the undead army scattered, avoiding the high-level Dragon King, especially the bone dragons, who breathed dragon breath at the Dragon Clan warriors, targeting the densest areas. The undead army did the same, avoiding the high-level Dragon King and targeting the weaker Dragon Clan warriors. The high-level Dragon King continuously spread flames, exterminating the undead army. Minutes later, the 4 groups of undead army, totaling about 120,000, were finally wiped out. Even with the high-level Dragon King's intervention, tens of thousands of Dragon Clan members died. The Dragon Emperor looked towards the southeast, guessing that Lin Moya might be hiding there. After all, the undead army came from there. Just as the thought arose, undead armies appeared simultaneously from the northwest. The numbers and scale were identical to before, charging towards the Imperial City. This time, the Dragon Emperor gave up on finding Lin Moya. He knew Lin Moya must be hiding, impossible to find easily. Since he could not find Lin Moya, he decided to eliminate the undead army first. With a command, the Dragon Clan army charged again. He still could not act, as he could not determine Lin Moya's location. The formation's range was limited, unable to cover the entire area. If he acted, there would be a gap, which would become Lin Moya's attack point. Moreover, as the Dragon Emperor, how could he lower himself to personally deal with these weak cannon fodder? He had to maintain his dignity. Lin Moya wanted this effect. Another high-level Dragon King flew out, rushing towards the battlefield. The Dragon Clan indeed had many Dragon Kings, but only 4 high-level Dragon Kings, the same number as high-level demons. 2 had been killed by Lin Moya, leaving 2. 1 high-level Dragon King returned to the city, ready to rest. The undead army reappeared in the east and south, identical in number and scale. The Dragon Emperor's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "You go." The high-level Dragon King who had just returned responded and charged out. The battle line spread in all directions around the Imperial City. The undead army continued to ignore the high-level Dragon Kings, targeting the Dragon Clan members. The high-level Dragon Kings were indeed strong, wielding laws and killing the undead as easily as drinking water. But there was only one, and the undead army was scattered, taking time to kill them all. During this time, the undead army could cause significant damage to the Dragon Clan warriors. Lin Moya summoned the resurrected undead, sending them back to their original positions, waiting for the next wave of attacks. The battle was under his control, with the undead army able to attack from various directions. The death rate was not fast, relying on the passive skill of the undying undead. The skill allowed the undead army to die 3 times within 5 minutes. The skill would reset every 5 minutes, granting 3 more deaths. At the current death rate, the undead army was almost immortal. The undead army was killed wave after wave, but reappeared wave after wave, seemingly endless. The Dragon Emperor frowned. Why can't these undead monsters be killed? Chapter 736. Chapter 736, 736. Chapter 736, the Dragon Emperor is about to be driven crazy by Lin Moya. Anteri secretly laughed out loud. A mixed blood dragon is a mixed blood dragon, they just can't figure it out. This kid Lin Moya's skills are too monstrous, you can't even imagine. The entire rhythm of the battle is completely under his control, you just wait to be slowly ground down. Antares watched the entire battle intently, as it was deeply aware of Lin Moya's skills. Based on the current pace of the battle, even if it continued for another year or 2, the undead army would not suffer any casualties. Lin Moya was taking advantage of the time difference, utilizing the resurrection feature of his skills, to fight in separate batches. He firmly grasped the rhythm of the battle, ensuring that the undead army did not suffer any casualties at all. In contrast, the Dragon Clan had already suffered over 100,000 casualties in just a few clashes. A large number of dragon deaths were converted into a vast amount of experience. Lin Moya was enveloped in a white glow, officially reaching level 82. His soul power increased significantly once again. I can move the skill nuclei again. Time to show off again. Lin Moya smiled faintly. He knew that he would gain 2 more star-level skill nuclei. The skill nuclei would become stars, transforming ordinary skills into star-level spells. Although they could not carry laws, they would still be much stronger than ordinary skills. Moreover, Lin Moya looked forward to seeing if he could form multi-star spells. As long as he could reach 5-star spells, even without carrying laws, the spells would become extremely powerful. The more this battle dragged on, the more the Dragon Emperor felt that something was amiss. The Dragon Clan's casualties were increasing, no matter how he arranged things. Even if the Dragon Clan did not attack and only the high-level Dragon Kings took action, it was useless. These undead would bypass the Dragon Kings, charging recklessly towards them without fear of death. The Dragon Emperor had wanted to take action several times but held back. Once the formation was activated, the only one who could move within the formation would be him. The undead army trapped within the formation would have to be dealt with by him personally. This did not seem like a good solution, but if he did not take action, the Dragon Clan's casualties would only increase. By now, not only one high-level Dragon King was in action, but several other Dragon Kings had also joined the fray. Yet they still could not completely stop the undead army from attacking the ordinary Dragon Clan members. The undead army was like waves, one after another, endlessly surging forth. I must find Lin Moya. The Dragon Emperor thought to himself, issuing orders for all the Dragon Kings to deal with the undead army, minimizing casualties among the ordinary Dragon Clan members as much as possible. It would then swiftly fly out to search for Lin Moya's whereabouts. It knew that Lin Moya would not be too far away, he must be nearby. As soon as the Dragon Emperor moved, the smile on Lin Moya's face grew more pronounced, finally willing to take action. The Dragon Emperor did not find Lin Moya's location on the first try, but halfway through, it saw a few skeletons. Upon seeing the skeletons, the Dragon Emperor immediately understood. So that's how it is. It realized why the undead army was surging in from all directions. It was all Lin Moya's deliberate doing, intentionally letting the undead army reach predetermined positions before launching attacks, in order to conceal his own location. The Dragon Emperor felt that it had grasped Lin Moya's plan and followed the direction the skeletons had come from in reverse, believing Lin Moya should be there without a doubt. But the result was still a disappointment. At this moment, Lin Moya's figure suddenly appeared above the Imperial City. Two level 93 skeleton kings manifested in mid-air. The spells, Mighty Force, and Concentration, were simultaneously activated, pushing all stats to their peak. Lin Moya and the Skeleton Kings swung their long swords together, simultaneously unleashing Soul Cleaver on the ordinary Dragon Kings. 3 sword beams flashed, instantly killing several ordinary Dragon Kings. The entire process was smooth and extremely fast. Before the Dragon Kings had even died, the nearby skeletons had already moved to collect the Dragon Crystals. Lin Moya pointed his finger at the nearest high-level Dragon King. A purple thunderstrike instantly emerged. Not just one, but 3 consecutive ones. The purple thunderstrikes carrying half-step super god level attacks fell, turning an area of thousands of meters into a sea of lightning. That high-level Dragon King was struck, letting out a miserable scream as it was instantly blasted into ashes. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moya flapped his undead wings, arriving beside the high-level Dragon King and snatching away its Dragon Crystal. The skeletons had also extracted the Dragon Crystals, and Lin Moya swiftly stored all the Dragon Crystals in his spatial storage at the fastest possible speed. This entire process took only 1 second, with Lin Moya's movements reaching the pinnacle of speed, as if he had rehearsed it countless times. Indeed, Lin Moya had simulated this process countless times in his mind. Just as he finished, space suddenly became viscous. All movements came to a halt. Lin Moya, you're dead. The Dragon Emperor charged over in a frenzy, raising its giant dragon axe to strike. Lin Moya revealed a cold smile, as there were still a large number of Dragon Clan members behind him, as well as the Dragon Clan's Imperial City. This axe strike would likely kill tens of thousands of dragons, and half of the Imperial City would be destroyed. The Dragon Emperor had clearly lost its rationality, only wanting to kill Lin Moya at this moment. Who could have imagined that in the very instant Lin Moya left, taking just 1 second, the Dragon Clan would pay an unimaginable and horrific price? The Dragon Emperor realized that it had been tricked by Lin Moya. All of Lin Moya's previous actions were actually to lure it out. Yet it had been completely oblivious, truly falling for the trap. In that 1 second of leaving, the Dragon Clan had suffered losses beyond comprehension. Now, the Dragon Emperor's mind was filled with only one thought: to kill Lin Moya, to tear him into shreds. Seeing the nearly crazed Dragon Emperor, Lin Moya's soul stirred, activating Antares' Dragon Scale. The Dragon Emperor's attack once again lost its target, and its immense law power struck down. There were indeed a large number of Dragon Clan members behind Lin Moya, all of whom were obliterated by the law power. The giant axe then struck the Imperial City. A large portion of the Imperial City collapsed into ruins. The Dragon Emperor's eyes were bleeding, standing in mid-air. It knew that Lin Moya had escaped again, vanishing without a trace. Just like before, he had left in a way the Dragon Emperor did not understand. The Dragon Emperor let out another maddened roar, roaring endlessly. But no matter how loudly it roared, even if it shattered the heavens, it was all in vain. Amidst the roars, the Dragon Emperor swung its axe again and again, slashing through space and creating black cracks. This scene, witnessed by all the human race, made it seem as if the Dragon Emperor had truly gone insane, about to be driven crazy by Lin Moya. The projection ended here, disappearing along with Lin Moya's departure. Lin the deity is too awesome. I feel like the Dragon Emperor is about to go crazy. This time, the Dragon Clan lost at least 100,000, with 5 Dragon Kings dead. The Dragon Clan's losses were truly horrific, but compared to the blood debt owed to the human race, it's nothing. If I had Lin the deity's power, I would also have to enter the Dragon Clan's world and completely annihilate them. Not just the Dragon Clan, but also the Abyss Demons, they cannot be spared either. What Lin Moya did not expect was that Antares' live broadcast this time had completely ignited the morale of the human race. Countless people in the human race now took Lin Moya as their role model, their goal. Even more people became die-hard fans of Lin Moya. The power of faith further increased, continuously being transmitted to Lin Moya. Antares looked at Lin Moya with a wicked smile. Do you know, that mixed blood dragon is about to go crazy? Lin Moya shook his head. It won't go crazy. If it went crazy that easily, it wouldn't be qualified to be the Dragon Emperor. You leveled up again, are you going to start showing off again? Antares had a strange smile, as if his hands were itching, eager to try something out. Lin Moya took out the Staff of Creation, along with the 5 Dragon Crystals he had just obtained. Before that, let me repair this first. One of the crystals looked different from the others, with laws coiled around it. It belonged to a high-level Dragon King. Antares said in a low voice, you can't repair it like this. Chapter 737. Chapter 737, 737. Chapter 737, actually, this thing was made by me. The staff of creation shone brightly, especially the life core at the top of the staff, which was even more dazzling. Lin Moya watched as the life core continuously absorbed dragon crystals, becoming more complete, and the aura of laws on it grew stronger. Just as the life core was about to be fully repaired, Lin Moya suddenly heard Antares speak, which puzzled him. "Why do you say that?" Lin Moya asked curiously. Antares chuckled. "You need to know what this thing is made of. Just relying on the dragon crystals of mixed blood dragons is far from enough." Lin Moya looked at the life core, then at Antares, who had a mischievous smile. "Does this thing have something to do with you?" "Of course," Antares said matter-of-factly. Lin Moya said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You didn't ask, did you?" "You clearly knew." "I didn't know." "You definitely knew." "I really didn't know." Neither of them would back down, but Antares would never admit it was at fault. At this point, Lin Moya didn't want to waste any more words, so, how can it be repaired? No rush, let it absorb for a while longer. The life core continued to swallow dragon crystals one by one. The repair continued, but the speed slowed down, until the last piece, the dragon crystal of a high-level dragon king, was completely absorbed. The life core seemed to be fully repaired, but Lin Moya knew that there was still a fine crack running through the entire life core. Proportionally, the life core was about 99% repaired, with just a tiny bit left, but this tiny bit could greatly affect the life core. The aura of laws emanating from the life core was also incomplete. A small error can lead to a huge discrepancy. For a mythical weapon, even a tiny bit cannot be off. Antares chuckled. "See, I told you it couldn't be fully repaired." Lin Moya said irritably, "Now can you tell me?" Antares chuckled. "Dragon crystals can indeed repair this thing, but the level of mixed blood dragon crystals is too low. Even high-level dragon king crystals are not enough. Unless you get a dragon emperor's dragon crystal, it might work. As for other dragon crystals, no matter how many, it will be the same. They can repair it, but it will never be fully repaired." Lin Moya interrupted Antares' rambling. "Get to the point." Antares sighed. "You have no patience at all. It's actually very simple. This thing is made from one of my dragon scales." Lin Moya's eyes widened. "Made from your dragon scale? Is there a problem? With my level, using a dragon scale to make a mythical weapon is overkill. If it weren't for..." Antares stopped talking, as there were many things from the past it didn't want to mention, possibly some secrets it didn't want to reveal. Antares released a breath onto the staff of creation, and the staff immediately shone several times brighter than before. In the light, there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar, but it was very weak and could not be heard without careful listening. Lin Moya felt that Antares seemed to be hiding something, deliberately erasing its own aura. This also led to Lin Moya not associating it with Antares at first. After all, when the staff of creation appeared, the dragon clan had not yet descended, so it shouldn't have much to do with the dragon clan. At that time, Lin Moya just felt it was a bit strange but didn't think much of it. Now he knew it was related to Antares. Under Antares' dragon breath, the last tiny crack in the life core was finally mended. The staff of creation was fully restored, and this mythical weapon that once belonged to the god of life was reborn. A strong white light, carrying the aura of laws, shot straight into the sky. Lin Moya could feel its power. Mythical weapons belong to high-level gods or high-level deities and possess great power. Although it is said that those above level 90 can use mythical weapons, to truly unleash the power of a mythical weapon, one needs to reach level 96, at least to be able to wield laws. Lin Moya used a detection spell to check the attributes of the Staff of Creation. Staff of Creation, exclusive mythical weapon of the God of Life, all attributes plus 500,000, skills, Light of Life and Death, Resurrection. Light of Life and Death can heal or attack the target. Resurrection can reshape the body of a deity and heal the soul. After the repair, the attributes were enhanced. The skills also changed, with the Light of Life and the Light of Death merging into one, becoming the Light of Life and Death. Whether it brings life or death, whether it heals or kills, all depends on the user's will. Additionally, a new skill, Resurrection, was added. This skill gave Lin Moya hope that those deities who were severely injured and in slumber during the Great War might have a chance. Antares poured cold water on Lin Moya's excitement. Don't get too hopeful. This skill can only be used by the God of Life. Now, the deities are either dead or asleep. Even if a deity gets the Staff of Creation, becoming the God of Life would take at least 100 or 200 years, almost impossible. Unless aided by the world's will, this time could be shortened. But now, the world's will is asleep itself. Lin Moya said, it's still better than having no hope. At least now Lin Moya saw hope, which was much better than the previous darkness. You used your dragon scale to make the Staff of Creation, why does it have the laws of life? Lin Moya felt the aura of laws emanating from the Staff of Creation. This aura was familiar to him, as he had once truly felt it and almost possessed it. Antares said disdainfully, with my level, is it strange to understand some laws of life? Otherwise, how do you think Jianyi was resurrected? Lin Moya accepted this explanation. Antares' level was indeed beyond his comprehension. After feeling the aura of laws for a while, he put away the Staff of Creation. Now it was time to get down to business. Lin Moya sat cross-legged, his soul power surging, and he plunged into the skill space. Antares' eyes also lit up with excitement, ready to take action. In the human world, after the live broadcast ended, new orders quickly spread from the center of power. The Shangxia Empire immediately entered a state of martial law in preparation for war upon receiving the orders. They had to guard against a Dragon Clan attack. Lin Moya's actions not only caused serious damage to the Dragon Clan but also heavily humiliated them. In their anger, it was not impossible for the Dragon Clan to launch an attack on the human race. In the Yuan battlefield, the atmosphere in each fortress became tense. The watchful eyes kept rotating, observing the entire Yuan battlefield. With the watchful eyes, it was almost impossible for the Dragon Clan to launch a sneak attack. During this time, Lin Moya's deeds had been widely spread, not only in the Shangxia Empire but also in other countries. Throughout the human world, Lin Moyo had become the #1 idol, without exception. Everyone took Lin Moyo as a role model. Each one hoped to become the second Lin Moyo. At the same time, the atrocities committed by the Dragon Clan 1,000 years ago were written into textbooks and became well known. The human race also realized that they had such a tragic and bloody history. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit and worked hard. Chapter 738. Chapter 738, 738. Chapter 738, she is ambitious and unwilling to be a pawn. Lin Moyo entered the skill space again, feeling that familiar sense of having more than enough power. Lin Moyo knew that this time he could move 2 more skill star cores out. Currently, there were 19 skill star cores left in the skill space. As his level increased, the soul power gained with each level would become stronger. With the continuous improvement of his soul level, the same amount of soul power could exert even greater strength. Lin Moyo was confident that he could move all these skill star cores out before reaching level 90, leaving none behind. If he could do it sooner, that would be even better. After moving all the skill star cores, he still had to go to the most mysterious talent world. The 3 major talents were more important than the skill star cores, and Lin Moyo absolutely could not miss them. Once he reached the god level, the door to the talent world would become smaller, and it would become increasingly difficult to extract the talents and integrate them into his soul. Therefore, all of this had to be completed before reaching level 90. Level 90 was called the God level, and it could be said to be the first true transformation. All the previous work was laying the foundation for this first transformation. The more solid the foundation, the higher he could go in the future. Without a solid foundation, how could he build high? Lin Moyo understood this very well, so he did not dare to relax for a moment. The first skill star core was successfully moved out and sent to the soul world. The soul power rushed in desperately, and the soul body quickly became empty. This feeling was uncomfortable, but Lin Moyo was already used to it. He didn't care at all. When the first round of soul power was exhausted, Lin Moyo spat out the long-awaited words to Antares. "I'm going to make a move now," Antares said with a mischievous smile. Lin Moyo rolled his eyes at him. "You talk as if you haven't made a move before." Antares laughed heartily. "I'm just thinking about how to kill you this time." "Do whatever you want, just hurry up, you weak dragon," Lin Moyo said irritably. "I told you not to call me a weak dragon. This time, I've decided to kill you with laws," Antares said with killing intent, spewing out a breath of hot air. The hot air carried the laws of the fire element, possessing super god level damage. The fire element laws surrounded Lin Moyo, turning into blazing flames that burned, causing the undead army to collapse instantly. Under the roasting of the fire element laws, the undead army died twice in a row. The flames disappeared, and then a strong wind blew, the laws of wind entering Lin Moyo's body and then exploding inside him. Antares controlled it very precisely. After 2 attacks with the laws, it just activated Lin Moyo's comprehensive rebirth talent. Accompanied by purple light, Lin Moyo injected soul power into the skill star core for the second round. Antares asked, "Are you still planning to go to the Dragon Clan?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "No, going again won't be very effective. Let's leave it at that for now." "Then what are you planning to do next?" Lin Moyo thought for a moment. "I plan to go to the Abyssal Demons. I've been to the Dragon Clan, so I can't let the Abyssal Demons go either." Antares was a bit puzzled. "Aren't you cooperating with Liliane?" Lin Moyo explained, "The cooperation is only with her personally, it has nothing to do with the Abyssal Demons. Besides, she is willing to sacrifice the demon race. If I kill some, she won't mind. In fact, she might even hope that I can kill some demons. Maybe she will come out to stop me like the Dragon Emperor, but that would just be an act." Lin Moyo spoke with great confidence. Although he hadn't interacted much with Liliane, he could already analyze some of her behavior patterns. Liliane had no feelings for the demons, at least not like the feelings he had for the human race. Liliane had half human blood, which she cared about and also hated. But she grew up in the world of abyssal demons, and the demon blood gave her great power. So Liliane's emotions were very complex. At the same time, Liliane was also a very ambitious person. She was unwilling to be someone else's pawn and would try every means to break free. To cooperate with him and to escape the fate of being a pawn, she could sacrifice the abyssal demons and the entire fragment world. All of this was to completely break free from the control of the abyssal demons and become a free entity. Lin Moyo murmured softly, "Liliane, she is a person with great vision and ambition. If she can break free from control, her future achievements will not be low." Perhaps after interacting with Antares for a long time, at this moment, he had a sense of being high above. In the abyss, Demon Queen Liliane also received the news of Lin Moyo causing havoc in the Dragon Clan. After getting the detailed information, she couldn't help but smile. Leaning lazily on the Demon Queen's throne, she drank a glass of dragon blood wine, letting the bright red dragon blood drip down the corner of her mouth. "Growing so fast, you really didn't disappoint me. The stronger you are, the more likely my plan will succeed. I understand your thoughts. After killing the Dragon Clan, you should come to our abyss next. Should I send some heads over? What do you think, little Nana?" Her gaze turned downward, where the Succubus King was kneeling, trembling. Facing the Demon Queen, the Succubus King had no thoughts of resistance. The 1,000-year-old accumulated power was too strong, and the Succubus King didn't even dare to answer. The Succubus King's real name was Liana, and after becoming the Succubus King, few dared to call her by her name. The only one who dared to call her Little Nana was the Demon Queen in front of her. The Succubus King didn't know what the Demon Queen wanted to express and didn't dare to speak. The sound of a stone falling echoed in the palace, and a finely crafted magic stone rolled to the Succubus King's feet. This magic stone was very exquisite and of high grade, faintly emitting the aura of laws. It was a top-grade magic stone, the best kind, something only the Demon Queen was qualified to possess. The Succubus King knew that all her possessions couldn't compare to this small magic stone in front of her. But why did the Demon Queen throw this top-grade magic stone to her? The Succubus King couldn't guess. But it certainly wasn't a simple matter. I want to know, how loyal are you to me? The Demon Queen's voice sounded, falling into the Succubus King's ears like a thunderclap. Without thinking, the Succubus King immediately responded, I am absolutely loyal to your majesty. There were no exaggerated adjectives, no flattery. One sentence of absolute loyalty was enough. The Succubus King roughly knew the Demon Queen's character. She didn't like flattery, preferring straightforward speech. The Demon Queen chuckled, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. Now I'll give you a chance to live. Swear a demon blood oath, swear loyalty to me. The Succubus King exclaimed, did I do something wrong? A demon blood oath was not something to be taken lightly. Once sworn, it had to be fulfilled. If not, being reduced to ashes was almost certain. The Demon Queen's voice echoed in the palace, you have no choice. Either swear loyalty to me or die here. Domineering, utterly unreasonable domineering. Either swear and become the Demon Queen's slave or die here. Faced with the choice between becoming a slave and death, the Succubus King didn't hesitate much. A strong aura rose from her body, and then a layer of essence blood flew out, forming a blood cloud. Facing the blood cloud, the Succubus King loudly swore, I swear a blood oath, from now on, I will be the most loyal to. Before she could finish, the Demon Queen interrupted her again, not the Demon Queen, but me. You can call me by my name, Liliane Yulheli. Liliane was just a name, but the full name of a demon was very long. The Succubus King didn't dare to resist and obediently swore again. Chapter 739. Chapter 739, 739. Chapter 739 New Spell, Manifestation of the Undying Law. The Succubus King couldn't understand why, despite already being loyal to the Demon Emperor, she had to go through this additional step. Although she was unwilling, she had no choice but to comply to save her life. As the oath was completed, the essence blood that flew out of her body began to boil. A portion of the essence blood flew towards Demon Emperor Liliane, carrying part of the Succubus King's soul. Liliane unceremoniously accepted this essence blood. The Succubus King shuddered, feeling as if something had gripped her soul. It felt like a pair of hands was clutching her soul, ready to crush it at any moment, ensuring she could never betray. The Succubus King broke out in a cold sweat, feeling terrified. Fortunately, she had no intention of betrayal before, and even less so now. Demon Emperor Liliane smiled, congratulations, you will survive the upcoming turmoil. The Succubus King looked up in surprise. Upcoming turmoil. What is going to happen? Her gaze then turned to shock as she saw the Demon Emperor's form change. Previously, the Demon Emperor had always been shrouded in mist, making it impossible for anyone to see her true form. But now, the mist cleared, revealing the true appearance of the Demon Emperor. A human. The true form of the Demon Emperor was human. The Succubus King collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. At this moment, Demon Emperor Liliane smiled brightly, yet coldly. The abyssal green flames burned fiercely, making the Demon Emperor's palace even colder. The laws roared. After the baptism of the fire element law and the wind element law, Lin Moya welcomed the baptism of the water element law and the lightning element law. Following these, there were also the light element law and the dark element law. Lin Moya was speechless. Antares, how do you know all these laws? Antares boasted, I am a top genius, is there anything I don't know? This statement was shamelessly arrogant. Lin Moya retorted, do you know the time law? Antares was immediately silenced. Eventually, Antares explained, in the great world, there is a principle called Master One Law, Master All Laws. Once you reach a certain level, you can easily grasp some lower-level things. Antares indeed knew many laws, but only superficially. For example, with several elemental laws, Antares could at most make them exert super-god-level attack power. This was only possible because of its high level. The same was true for the life law. Antares knew a bit about it. Even just a bit was enough for it to dominate this world. It could even use these bits to create mythical weapons like the Staff of Creation. During the Great War back then, Antares did indeed take action. Although it acted secretly, without it, the entire world might have fallen. In Lin Moya's soul world, Antares stared intently at the skill star core that had reached its limit. Another star was about to appear. Another star was about to explode. When it exploded, that mysterious black dot would appear, which had a fatal attraction to Antares. In the soul world, there were already 3 stars shining brightly, and the 4th was about to appear. Antares thought about the 18 more stars that would appear, illuminating the soul world, and couldn't help but curse, freak. In its knowledge, no one had ever possessed so many star-level spells, not even heard of it. Boom! The star exploded. In the dazzling light, the small black dot appeared as expected. It only appeared for half a second, but Antares extended this half-second infinitely. Lin Moya also tried his best to look at the black dot, but still couldn't see anything. This was the 3rd time observing it, and Lin Moya had already memorized its aura. Every time a star appeared, the black dot was identical, with no changes. Not understanding it now was fine. When the time came, he would naturally understand. Antares watched with great interest. Lin Moyu was the same. When the skill star core exploded and transformed into a star, the previously absorbed massive soul power was all returned. First, it was absorbed by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, refined, and then sprayed out. The soul level increased, and the soul space expanded a bit. The soul, which had already reached the peak of level 93, took another step forward, officially entering the level 94 realm. The soul became purer and stronger. For Lin Moyu, each level increase in the soul meant a significant boost in combat power. Undead Gaze, Fusion 100% summons the Eye of the Undead from the Undying World, dealing soul damage to the target. The damage is determined by the strength of the soul. The change seemed minor. The damage was no longer determined by the skill level but purely by the strength of the soul. The stronger Lin Moya's soul, the greater the damage. The power was undoubtedly enhanced, but how much it was enhanced could only be known through testing. However, the law, that bad feeling reappeared, and the Great World Rune once again affected Lin Moyu. The curse of being unable to bear the law still existed. Lin Moyu didn't feel much about it, as it was expected. However, this star seemed a bit different. The light emitted by the star was somewhat different, slightly dim. In the dimness, there was a hint of silver, unlike the colors of other stars. In the light, Lin Moyu felt a magical aura, like some kind of law. Is this the Undying Law? Lin Moyu thought of the time he used the dual star spell to attack Antares. Antares had said that the attack contained a trace of law, which Lin Moyu named the Undying Law. The curse of the Great World Rune could prevent his star-level spells from bearing laws, but it couldn't suppress the laws inherent in the spells. Antares also advised Lin Moyu to focus on understanding the Undying Law, with other laws as secondary. Now, the star of Undead Gaze automatically emitted the aura of the Undying Law. Lin Moyu couldn't be entirely sure if he had sensed it correctly. Antares woke up at this moment, staring at the star, muttering, "Your spell is very strong." Lin Moyu asked, "Is this law the same as the Undying Law you sensed before?" Antares nodded, "Yes, it is the Undying Law. This is a law I've never heard of before. It should be unique to your profession," Antares said solemnly. Apart from some third-tier elemental laws, many laws were elusive and extremely difficult to comprehend. But now, the Undying Law was right in front of him, constantly releasing its aura for Lin Moyu to sense and reference. It could be imagined that Lin Moya's understanding of the Undying Law would greatly improve in the future. Antares never doubted Lin Moya's talent. Even if he didn't progress by leaps and bounds, he would still advance significantly. Antares said, "Try its power. No need to find a monster to test it on, just use me." Lin Moyu didn't hesitate, pointing his finger at the sky. The sky suddenly darkened, and the projection of the Undying World descended with a roar. Antares' dragon eye shrank. It had seen the projection of the Undying World before, but it had never been as real as it was now. It felt like it wasn't a projection but a real world. Without the Undead Gate, a massive eye appeared directly in the sky. The eye was over 100 kilometers in diameter, 100,000 meters, like a giant painting unfurled in the sky. Chapter 740. Chapter 740, 740. Chapter 740, The Perverted Person with Perverted Spells. Lin Moyu, the instigator, was also somewhat surprised. Lin Moyu murmured, "How can it be so big?" The eye, which was 100,000 meters in diameter, covered an area of several hundred kilometers. He didn't know how powerful it was, but the range was much larger than before. Seeing Lin Moyu's shocked expression, Antares laughed heartily. "You look like you've never seen the world. What's so surprising about this? In the Great World, a powerful spell from a strong person can cover millions of kilometers. It's not uncommon for it to cover several worlds." Antares' words pulled Lin Moyu out of his shock. Lin Moyu whispered, "That's the Great World. We are in a small world. Even a super god-level spell shouldn't be this large in scale." Antares nodded, "Indeed. I have to admit, your spell is quite intimidating, but I don't know how powerful it is." The eye, over 100,000 meters in diameter, opened, with long eye lines on both sides and a pupil diameter of over 30,000 meters. Lin Moyu could see a blazing flame burning in the center of the pupil, a silver-white undying flame. The flame carried a hint of gray, which was the aura of the Undying Law. The entire eye looked lifeless, filled with the aura of death, but in the depths of this deathly aura, there seemed to be a presence of life. The Undying Law belongs to death but transcends death. This feeling was very strange and could not be understood without personal experience. The eye of the undead followed Lin Moyu's will and looked at Antares. Antares suddenly tensed up, as if he was being watched by a terrifying presence. This feeling came from the soul, making Antares uncomfortable. As powerful as he was, he actually felt a threat from the eye of the undead. It should be noted that Lin Moyu was only at level 94. This indicated that the potential of this spell was unimaginably strong. Immediately, Antares felt a slight prick in his soul. It didn't hurt much, but he felt it. Even Antares was shocked, looking at Lin Moyu in astonishment. First, it made his soul feel threatened, and now it made his soul feel attacked. The power of the spell completely exceeded his expectations. How is it? Lin Moyu could tell from Antares' expression that the spell's power was impressive. Antares said, "From what I can see, it can instantly kill beings below level 96 and cause some damage to those at level 96. The power of the spell was determined by Lin Moyu's soul strength, but it clearly exceeded Lin Moyu's own soul strength. A level 94 soul casting the Eye of the Undead could instantly kill level 95 beings and harm level 96 beings. It was indeed a very powerful spell. The most crucial part was that Lin Moyu felt the Undying Law from it. The Undying Law was truly manifested, giving Lin Moyu a reference for learning. Every skill was strong before, and after transforming into a star-level spell, it remained so. The Great World Rune prevented his spells from bearing laws, but the spells themselves gave birth to laws, in a way, surpassing the suppression of the Great World Rune. Lin Moya was now full of confidence, smiling. I'll go get another one. The shadow cast by the Great World Rune's curse was swept away at this moment, and Lin Moya was full of expectations for his skills. Not only was he like this, but Antares was also the same. At this moment, the eye of the undead in the sky had not disappeared. Without Lin Moya's command, it did not attack again. Antares looked at the giant eye, feeling the undying law within it. This law. It seems quite strong, encompassing both death and life. But how could such a strong law be something I've never heard of? It's impossible. There are countless laws in the great world. Even if I haven't seen it, I should have heard of it. It's really strange. Antares couldn't figure it out, and his dragon head hurt from thinking, so he simply stopped thinking. He also tried to comprehend the undying law, not to master it, but to play with a bit of its essence, just like the laws of life and elements. But unfortunately, Antares felt that he and the undying law were not compatible. Even trying to grasp a bit of its essence was impossible. The principle of master one law, master all laws lost its effect at this moment. Stinky kid, strange person, strange profession, strange skills, and now even the law is so strange. You're really a freak. Antares grumbled, re-entering Lin Moya's soul world, waiting for Lin Moya to bring over the skill star core. In the Demon Emperor's palace, the succubus king was already wide-eyed, her mouth agape, unable to close for a long time. The Demon Emperor actually had half human blood, and she was just cannon fodder. The abyss here was just a fragment world. Everything was constantly challenging her worldview. The Demon Emperor Lilian looked at her. Do you know why I chose you? The succubus king shook her head blankly. I don't know. Because you look pleasing to the eye. The succubus king was stunned and blurted out, is it that simple? Otherwise? I just thought that when I leave here and enter the great world, I might need a subordinate. So I'm giving you this opportunity. In the Demon Emperor Lilian's earlier explanation, the succubus king already knew that the abyss was finished. All the abyssal demons in this fragment world would meet the fate of cannon fodder, without exception. Only the Demon Emperor could survive. The succubus king didn't want to die either. She had lived for hundreds of years and hadn't had enough. At the same time, she also wanted to pursue greater power. Thank you, Demon Emperor. The succubus king respectfully knelt on the ground. Lilian was very satisfied with the succubus king's attitude. Follow me well, and you won't be mistreated in the future. The succubus king said, Demon Emperor, you said Lin Moya would enter the abyss. Shouldn't we do something? We don't need to do anything, but we can't do nothing either. When the time comes, just cooperate and put on a show, send some heads his way. He needs to level up now, needs experience. Killing monsters and clearing dungeons can't compare to killing dragons and exterminating demons for leveling up quickly. These cannon fodders, just make the best use of them. Making the best use of them, what a cruel statement. The Demon Emperor didn't care about the lives of the demons in the abyss at all. The succubus king felt lucky at this moment. Otherwise, she would have been used as cannon fodder too. The Demon Emperor pointed a finger, and the roar of the Dragon King came from outside. A splash of red flew in from outside the palace, using the blood of the Dragon King as wine, something only the Demon Emperor could do. Would you like a cup? The taste of Dragon King's blood is quite good. Facing the Demon Emperor's invitation, the succubus king hesitated. Can I? Why not? With a charming laugh, another cup of Dragon King's blood flew to the succubus king. The Dragon King's blood swirled in the cup, reflecting the slightly pale but enchanting face of the succubus king. Another skill star core was brought over. Lin Moya began his journey of torment again. This time, Antares didn't joke around and seriously completed his task. After 3 rounds of activating talents, the skill star core was finally fed. It shone brightly, beginning its final brilliance. The 5th star, I wonder what it will be this time, Lin Moya said softly. Antares said, anyway, it's all perverted. What kind of person matches what kind of spell? That's you. Lin Moya chuckled lightly, ignoring him, letting him say whatever he wanted. Chapter 741. Chapter 741, 741. Chapter 741, even more perverted passive spell. With a loud explosion, the skill star core reached its ultimate sublimation. Antares stared at the small black dot, and Lin Moya also gazed at the small black dot. However, Lin Moya's gaze quickly shifted in another direction. The small black dot was too mysterious and of too high a level. At his current level, he couldn't discern anything from it. It was better to feel the changes brought about by the soul. The soul power fed back, and with the help of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, it purified and refined the soul power. The soul level increased again, and the scale of the soul world also expanded a bit. Another new star was added, making the soul world even more lively. Lin Moya did not sense the aura of the undying law from this star. Moreover, this star seemed somewhat different. It was self-contained and kept a considerable distance from other stars. This was not controlled by Lin Moya but formed naturally. As the number of stars increased, the scale of the soul world also grew larger, and the distances between the stars continued to increase. They were getting farther apart, making the whole world less crowded and more spacious. Lin Moya felt that his soul world was becoming more and more like the universe. Now, this star gave Lin Moya a very peculiar feeling. It seemed to be independent of other spells but had an extremely close connection with the soul. Not only was it closely connected with the soul, but it was also very closely connected with the physical body. The light it emitted carried a warm aura, passing through the soul world and reaching the outside world. Lin Moya suddenly had a thought, is this a passive skill? His heart warmed, and he eagerly checked it. Upon seeing it, his soul body immediately showed a look of joy. Elemental Resistance, Fusion 100% passive spell, grants immunity to all elemental attacks for oneself and summoned creatures, and reduces damage from all elemental laws by half. The first passive skill transformed into a star-level spell, a passive spell. Its effect underwent a tremendous change. Immunity to all elemental attacks and having the damage from elemental laws. Lin Moyo believed that even in the Great World, this effect would be extremely powerful. All attributes also changed accordingly. All the immunities in his attributes disappeared, as this passive spell could permanently provide elemental immunity, making the previous efforts to enhance elemental immunity seem like a waste of energy. But who could have known that this passive skill, after transforming into a star-level spell, would become so perverted? That idiot was right, a perverted person with perverted spells, And Terry's voice suddenly came, "What did you say?" Lin Moya shook his head, "Nothing, I just transformed a passive spell this time." And Terry's frowned and asked sullenly, "What's the effect? I'm not in a good mood right now, so don't provoke me." "What's wrong with you?" Lin Moyo asked. And Terry said, "I was just looking at the small black dot and was about to comprehend something, but in the blink of an eye, the comprehension was gone." Lin Moya said loudly, "I thought it was something serious. Let me tell you something to cheer you up." "What, is your skill not good this time? It seems a bit ordinary." Lin Moyo explained the effect of his elemental resistance, and Antares immediately let out a terrifying dragon roar, almost deafening Lin Moyo. "Can you be quieter? I'm almost deaf." Lin Moya shouted. Antares roared angrily, "You call this not good? You call this not good? Do you know how strong and perverted this passive spell is?" Lin Moya shook his head, "Is it very strong? I think it's just ordinary." Antares roared, "Ordinary my foot. It's pervertedly strong. Although there are countless laws in the great world, more than 90% of them are elemental laws. You directly have the damage from elemental laws. How are others supposed to survive?" Lin Moyo actually hadn't mentioned that this halving of law damage would be further amplified by his talent, directly increasing it by 90 times. In other words, he could reduce law damage by 90 times. Antares' reaction was too intense, so Lin Moya chose to remain silent and not say more. Antares shook its big head, moreover. After saying moreover several times, it couldn't come up with anything. It said through gritted teeth, "Anyway, be careful when you get to the great world. You're too perverted. Don't let others know, or they will be jealous of you. There are many petty people among your human race who might cause you trouble out of jealousy. Jealousy exists in any race, and it's a normal emotion. But some petty people, driven by jealousy, might do something extreme." Lin Moyo had already learned about the cruelty of the great world from Antares' words. Naturally, he would be cautious. "Thank you, I will be careful." Antares snorted, "Good to know. You promised to accompany me to kill people, so you can't die halfway. Don't worry, as long as you, the weak dragon, are not dead, I will be fine. Don't call me a weak dragon." Antares roared angrily and slapped Lin Moyo, sending him flying tens of thousands of meters away. It had control over its strength, so although the slap looked heavy, it didn't actually hurt Lin Moyo. It just had a strong impact, looking scary but causing no harm. Lin Moyo flew back, "Look at you, such a big dragon, can't even take a joke. You need to have a bigger perspective, you taught me that." Antares snorted, "You don't understand. If you call other dragons weak dragons outside, it would be a deep-seated hatred." Lin Moya didn't expect it to be so serious, but this also showed that Antares had a good relationship with him. Lin Moya smiled, "I know, I'll say it less in the future." "Not less, but not at all. I promise you, but I might not be able to do it." Antares really wanted to breathe fire and burn this shameless guy to death. It regretted making this guy a friend. When this guy didn't talk before, he seemed cool and nice. But now, once he started talking, his mouth was so annoying. Antares gritted its teeth, "Get lost, get lost." Lin Moya waved his hand, "I'll be back soon." He was going to the abyss to farm demon dungeons, and the leveling speed wouldn't be slow. According to Lin Moya's estimate, it would take at most a few days to level up. If he was fast, it might not even take 2 days. Antares also knew, "Go kill quickly, but let me tell you in advance, after level 86, don't level up this way. Although you have the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, the impact won't be too big, but there will still be some impact." Lin Moya naturally took Antares' advice seriously. "Okay, I got it." Going to the abyss was different from going to the dragon clan. He didn't need Antares to send him. He took out the abyss teleportation stone and activated it. Lin Moyo entered the abyss world for the 3rd time, this time appearing at the mouth of a volcano. Green abyssal fire was burning in the volcano. The abyssal fire in the abyss world was very peculiar. It could be cold or hot, with the same color but 2 different properties. Some abyssal demons were good at manipulating abyssal fire, making it exhibit both properties. When the abyssal fire turned into cold fire, the extreme temperature could reach -100 degrees, enough to freeze even god-level experts, possibly to death. But when it turned into hot fire, the temperature could also reach astonishing levels. It could reach tens of thousands of degrees, enough to burn god-level experts to death. Abyssal fire was the fundamental power of the entire abyss, its essence. Chapter 742. Chapter 742, 742. Chapter 742. Lin Moyo and Lilian are the same kind of people. Lin Moyo appeared at the mouth of a volcano, and the abyssal fire in this volcano was extremely hot, with temperatures estimated to be at least 5 or 6,000 degrees. Even top-tier professionals would find it difficult to survive in such an environment unless they had reached the god level. Even god-level experts would not be comfortable in this environment. In the human world, such an environment does not exist. Even the hottest lava only reaches about 1,000 degrees. The abyss is far more hostile than the human world. The saying "bad lands breed bad people" holds true here, as only such an environment could produce such ferocious demons. Dragons eat humans, and demons do too. Demon dragons especially like to drink human blood. Over the millennia, demons have consumed countless humans. Of course, humans have also killed countless demons. The hatred between the two sides has long reached an irreconcilable point. The three races are mutually antagonistic and hostile, and none will spare the others. Whenever there is an opportunity, they will certainly try to kill each other without mercy. Lin Moyo left the mouth of the volcano and randomly chose a direction to fly. He had no specific goal, just to kill demons. He treated the abyss as a dungeon and the demons as monsters within it, essentially coming here to level up. Unlike with the Dragon Clan, he did not need to worry about Lilian. As long as Lilian did not target him, he was invincible. High-level demons were not a concern for Lin Moyo. Would Lilian take action? Lin Moyo knew she wouldn't. As the Demon Emperor, Lilian was very smart. She knew what to do and what not to do, and she knew what she wanted and how to get it. The abyssal demons were just tools for her, and maintaining balance over the millennia was all for her own benefit. When Lin Moyo arrived in the abyss, both Lilian and the Succubus King looked in his direction. Both had left a demonic aura on Lin Moyo and could sense his presence. The Succubus King said, "Your Majesty, Lin Moyo is here." Demon Emperor Lilian smiled, "Let him come. Let's pretend we don't know for now." The Succubus King asked, "Shouldn't we tell Lin Moyo that we won't be his enemies?" "No need. This guy is very smart and has probably already guessed it," Lilian said confidently, sipping dragon blood. Since Lilian had said so, the Succubus King, as her subordinate, naturally had no objections. For her, Lilian's words were law and rules. Under the demon blood oath, she could never betray. This was also why Lilian could trust her with such matters. Lin Moyo flapped his undead wings, flying quickly, appearing hundreds of miles away in an instant. Soon, Lin Moyo saw a demon city. Flames rose from the city, and as soon as Lin Moyo appeared, even from a distance, the city issued a strong alarm. The abyssal fire boiled, flames roared, and a powerful barrier instantly rose, covering the entire city. At the top center of the city, an eyeball-like object was rotating. It was called the Demon Eye by the abyssal demons, and the human race's watchful eye was modeled after it. Lin Moyo had to admit that many human technologies were learned from demons and dragons. Formations and barriers were among the things learned and integrated into human practices, becoming their own. The Eternal Great Wall combined the advantages of formations and barriers, ultimately surpassing both. Through continuous learning, the human race also developed many professions. Professions like formation masters and alchemists, which did not exist before, emerged later. This was the human race's strength. They excelled at learning and even more at creating. Unfortunately, demons were inherently powerful, and despite 1,000 years of effort, humans could only maintain a relative balance with them. However, Lin Moyo also knew that given another 1,000 years, the human race would surely surpass the demons and suppress both the demons and dragons. After a few more centuries, there would be a chance to eliminate both races. Lin Moyo knew that what he could foresee, Lilian, being so smart, could also foresee. From an unknown little demon to becoming the Demon Emperor, while hiding her half-human bloodline, Lilian's methods, vision, and foresight were evident. In the past, without opportunities, Lilian lay low and never acted. This time, seeing an opportunity, Lilian acted immediately. Lin Moyo thought a lot in an instant and understood many things. He liked to analyze, to peel back layers to see the future. Lilian also liked to analyze. They were the same kind of people, which is why they could work well together. Lin Moyo stood far outside the city, still thousands of meters away. He could see the demons on high alert, panicking. Clearly, his actions among the Dragon Clan had already reached the abyss. Abyssal demons had spies everywhere, similar to the demon worship society among humans, and likely within the Dragon Clan as well. The speed at which demons transmitted information was no slower than that of the Dragon Clan. Clearly, his actions were already known throughout the abyss. He was already on the abyss's most wanted list, one of the demon's top targets. The current situation was therefore quite normal. Fear is useless. For millennia, you have slaughtered the human race countless times. Our fear became your best seasoning. Now it's my turn. Compared to the Dragon Clan, Lin Moyo's hatred for demons was even deeper. From childhood textbooks, the crimes of the abyssal demons were numerous. This hatred had long been ingrained in his bones. Lin Moyo pointed his finger at the sky. The demon world suddenly darkened. The abyssal demon world was already dim, with the light from the abyssal fire not being very bright. Now, with the projection of the undying world appearing, the world became even darker. Then, clusters of silver-white flames appeared, bringing light back to this world. Between the darkness and the white, the sky seemed like a giant curtain being pulled open, and a massive eye of the undead, 10,000 meters in size, appeared in the sky. This scene shocked everyone. The giant eye in the sky covered the entire city. Lin Moyo's vision instantly connected with the eye of the undead, and the scene changed, putting Lin Moyo in a godlike perspective. He looked down on all beings like an invincible deity. All the demons in the city were visible, even those hiding in rooms or underground, unable to escape the gaze of the eye of the undead. Deep within the giant eye of the undead, the undying law surged. The eye of the undead, carrying the aura of death, swept through the city. The demons in the city died silently. The barrier in the city continued to operate, and the demon eye at the highest point in the city continued to issue warnings. But all the demons in the city were already dead. Their bodies remained intact, but their souls had been erased. There were no demon kings in the city. The highest level was just high-level demons in their 80s. They couldn't withstand the soul attack of the eye of the undead. After transforming from an ordinary skill to a star-level spell, the power of the undead gaze had increased tremendously. Even without using the undead army, Lin Moyo could walk through the abyss world unchallenged with just this skill. After wiping out the entire city in an instant, Lin Moyo turned and left. In the Demon Emperor's palace, Demon Emperor Lilian's gaze pierced through the void, witnessing this scene. She was speechless for a long time, her wineglass frozen in her hand. The Succubus King didn't know what Lilian had seen and didn't dare to ask, but she knew that Lilian must have seen something astonishing. Chapter 743. Chapter 743, 743. Chapter 743, Sweeping the Royal City, the dominant Lin Moyo. If I had this skill before, it would have been great. Lin Moyo thought about the battle at the Dragon Clan's royal city. If he had this skill before, at least half of the millions of dragons in front of the Dragon Clan's royal city would have been wiped out. His level would have increased by several levels consecutively. Suddenly, a warm current came from the void. The power of faith. The power of faith had always existed, but it suddenly strengthened again. Lin Moyo knew that it was probably Antares causing trouble again. Indeed, Antares had once again started a live broadcast. People discovered that Lin Moyo had moved from the Dragon Clan's world to the Abyssal world. Lin Moyo really didn't spare anyone, treating everyone equally. Just now, with one use of the undead gaze, he directly wiped out an entire city of demons, shocking the human race. No one had ever seen such a skill. It was too overpowering, too strong. Once again, countless people became die-hard fans of Lin Moyo, gathering a strong power of faith. The power of faith had significant benefits for the soul, making the soul world more stable and also enhancing the soul level. The power of faith was not pure, but fortunately, Lin Moyo had the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, which could refine the power of faith. The power of faith continuously flowed in, being converted into soul power. The soul world became increasingly stable, and the soul level also slowly improved. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal worked this way, with a slow but steady improvement. This was related to the Dragon Clan's long lifespan. They didn't care about lifespan, only seeking stability and a solid foundation. Lin Moyo found another city. This was a large city, and from a distance, Lin Moyo sensed the presence of a demon king in the city. This was a royal city. The structure of the abyssal world was different from that of the Dragon Clan. Here, each area was controlled by a demon king, and the main city where the demon king resided was called the royal city. Surrounding the royal city, there would be several relatively smaller cities. These cities formed the territory of the demon king. Lin Moyo found a royal city. The barrier of the royal city had already been raised. The arrival of Lin Moyo had already been known to the abyssal demons, but they didn't know that the barrier was useless against Lin Moyo. A demon king flew to the city wall, looking at Lin Moyo through the barrier. Lin Moyo, you have a lot of guts to dare to intrude into my abyssal world. I advise you to leave quickly. The abyss is not the Dragon Clan. If you don't leave, you won't be able to go. When the demon emperor takes action, you will surely die. Lin Moyo looked at him as if looking at an idiot. This wasn't his first time here. Don't pretend you don't know. Moreover, this guy was clearly bluffing, scared to death. He should have known that Lin Moyo slaughtered dragon kings like dogs. Lin Moyo didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, as he was just a low-level demon king, at most level 92, nothing significant. Demons look down on humans, and humans look down on demons. Lin Moyo pointed his finger at the sky. A grand scene reappeared, the undying world, silver-white flames. The sky turned into a giant curtain, and the eye of the undead gazed at the entire city. There was a saying among humans, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. This saying referred to the entrance of the abyss in the Yuan battlefield, an extremely deep space passage. However, now, this saying needed to be changed. When you gaze at the undead also gaze at you. Here, the undead naturally referred to the eye of the undead, which was more tangible than the entrance of the abyss. The difference was that looking at the entrance of the abyss was harmless, but looking at the eye of the undead was dangerous. The moment the eye of the undead appeared, undead flames burned in its depths, entwined with the undying law. All the demons saw their reflections in the eye of the undead. The demon king felt a warning of danger in his heart, his hair stood on end, and he flapped his wings, trying to escape. He held a magic stone in his hand, crushing it hard, and a teleportation portal appeared beside him. He wanted to step into it, but it was too late. Just as he got halfway in, the eye of the undead swept over him. He froze instantly, unable to move. A few seconds later, he let out a scream, and his body exploded. Lin Moyo saw a much smaller demon fly out of his body, rushing into the teleportation portal. Such a life-saving ability. Demons have all sorts of strange abilities, quite interesting. Lin Moyo knew that abyssal demons were more troublesome than the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan had stronger frontal combat abilities, but not as many strange abilities as the demons. Seeing him escape, countless demons in the city crushed their magic stones, trying to teleport away. Even the Demon King had fled. Why would they stay and die? Not all demons had teleportation stones, and not all demons had time to activate them. The eye of the undead swept over the entire royal city with overwhelming terror. Wherever its gaze fell, everything fell silent. The demons died silently, without suspense. Experience points increased crazily. Lin Moya couldn't count how many demons were in the royal city. After slaughtering 2 cities in a row, his experience had increased significantly. If he slaughtered a few more cities, it would be enough to level up. Now, each level up would greatly increase his soul power, allowing him to move at least 2 skill star cores. Transforming skill star cores into star level spells would greatly enhance the power of his skills. His combat power would also increase accordingly. At level 81, he needed the undead army to break the barrier when attacking a city. The barrier could withstand forbidden spells, and even the undead army needed 1 or 2 minutes to break it. But now, with one use of the undead gaze, he could directly destroy a city. It was more useful than forbidden spells and the undead army. However, the undead army also had its uses. 1,000 headless knights appeared around him, quickly charging in all directions. They went to search for cities. With the main city here, the other affiliated cities shouldn't be too far away. One person searching was inefficient, so he let the headless knights search. Soon, the headless knights returned with information they had found small cities. For small cities, like satellites, surrounded the royal city. The demons in the small cities had already received the news and fled quickly, leaving only a few stragglers. Lin Moya didn't even bother to go. It wasn't worth it. Lin Moya sent out more headless knights, who continued to spread out, searching for royal cities. Lin Moya knew that the entire abyss should now be aware of his arrival. Moreover, many demons had escaped, and they would surely think of ways to deal with him. Demons were not stupid, much smarter than the single-minded dragon clan. If they couldn't find a way to deal with him, they would scatter completely. Although there were many demons, once they scattered, it would be very inefficient to find and kill them one by one. Lin Moya now had the power to crush demons, so he didn't bother with strategies. He would slaughter a few more cities while they hadn't scattered yet. If the demons escaped, he could still go to the Dragon Clan's world. He could visit again and give the Dragon Emperor a surprise. If the Dragon Emperor dared to gather the Dragon Clan again, he would give him an unforgettable experience. Tens of thousands of headless knights rampaged across the abyss, moving at high speed, leaving countless silver flames in the air. Soon, one royal city after another was discovered by the headless knights. Lin Moya chose the nearest royal city and brought death with him. Chapter 744. Chapter 744, 744. Chapter 744. If you can't learn to be ruthless, then learn to die. Outside the Demon Emperor's palace, a dozen demon kings arrived simultaneously. They called out to the Demon Emperor, hoping that Demon Emperor Lilian would take action to stop Lin Moya. The entire Demon Emperor's palace was surrounded by the fierce abyssal fire, the most intense flame in the abyss, with a dark green color tinged with black. It was filled with Lilian's laws, possessing the power of destruction and imbued with her personal will. Even high-level demon kings could not approach. The demon kings could only call out from outside the palace. After a long time, the abyssal fire trembled slightly, and a cold voice came from within the palace. "I know, I will take action." The dozen demon kings immediately smiled. In their view, as long as the Demon Emperor took action, Lin Moya was nothing. After all, the information they had indicated that Lin Moya could not defeat the Dragon Emperor. The Demon Emperor had fought the Dragon Emperor before and was clearly stronger. As demons, they had confidence in their emperor. Inside the Demon Emperor's palace, the Succubus King cautiously asked, "Your Majesty, are you really going to take action?" By now, the Succubus King knew what had happened. Lin Moya had been slaughtering cities along the way, unstoppable. Moreover, Lin Moya's performance was even stronger than when he slaughtered cities in the Dragon Clan. The Succubus King couldn't believe how Lin Moya had become so much stronger in such a short time. There should be a limit to getting stronger, but why did Lin Moya seem to have no limit? Every so often, he would become significantly stronger than before. Fighting above his level was as easy as eating and drinking. Initially, he was able to slay the Flame Demon King with a level below 60. Later, his level and combat power increased at an astonishing rate, almost like cheating. Now, at just over level 80, he could easily slay high-level Dragon Kings and even confront the Dragon Emperor and Demon Emperor. The Succubus King had never seen such a talented human professional, almost like a monster. The Succubus King was also fortunate that she had not stubbornly fought against Lin Moya, otherwise, she might be dead by now. Lilian chuckled. "Do you think Lin Moya was very perverted, with combat power that defies logic?" Her voice was pleasant and melodious, and her human form was nearly perfect, especially her beautiful face, which even made the Succubus King feel a sense of inferiority. The Succubus King said, "Among all the humans I've seen, he is the most talented." Lilian smiled. "People like him are called monsters in the great world." "There are many monsters in the great world, but there shouldn't be many like him." Mentioning the great world, a look of anticipation appeared in the Succubus King's eyes. She had just learned some information about the great world from Lilian. She had thought that the abyss, humans, and dragons were the entire world. She didn't realize that the world she knew was just an insignificant island in the vast ocean. She also wanted to see what the real great world was like. Lilian said, "Let's go, it's time to send some heads. Lin Moya is approaching your territory, show your sincerity." The Succubus King understood what sending heads meant. She had no resistance to Lilian's orders and immediately replied, "Yes, your majesty." Lilian waved her hand, and she and the Succubus King disappeared from the palace. In the next second, the Succubus King appeared in her own royal city. Lilian had been rooted in the abyssal world for many years and was not just hiding in the Demon Emperor's palace doing nothing. In secret, she had arrangements throughout the abyssal world. She had backdoors everywhere in this world. For example, now, if she wanted to go somewhere or send someone somewhere, she only needed a thought to open a teleportation channel and arrive directly. She was much smarter than the Dragon Emperor, always preparing a way out for herself. If the path she envisioned didn't work, she had a final backup plan. However, even she wasn't sure if that backup plan would work, so she wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. The Succubus King immediately summoned her closest subordinates upon returning to her royal city, including a succubus named Mina. You all, leave immediately and find a place to hide. Wait for my orders before coming out. The Succubus King's expression was extremely serious, and her tone was very grave. Although she was fully loyal to Liliane, she still wanted to save the lives of a few trusted subordinates. Yes, Your Majesty. They had no doubt about the Succubus King's orders. They thought she was sending them to confront Lin Moyo. In the demon society, the Succubus King was the supreme existence in their eyes. They immediately teleported away and disappeared. The Succubus King stood on the city wall, looking at the many demons in the city, and sighed. Liliane's order was for her to send heads. The demons in the city were the heads to be sent. How to send them was up to her. The Succubus King knew that sending away a few trusted subordinates would not escape Liliane's notice. However, she had no intention of betrayal, so Liliane should not mind. Lin Moyo was approaching, and the Succubus King activated the barrier outside the city. As the ruler of the royal city, she had absolute control. The barrier covered the entire royal city, not just a defensive barrier but other barriers as well. Teleportation arrays and devices were all disabled at this moment. All communications were cut off, unable to send any information to the outside world. From this moment on, the royal city became an isolated island. This was how she sent heads. The Succubus King looked at the demons in the city and sighed again. This world was so cruel. It was said that the great world was even crueler. If you can't learn to be ruthless, then you must learn to accept death. For this reason, the Succubus King began to be ruthless. But she wasn't completely ruthless, at least she saved a few trusted subordinates. After doing all this, the Succubus King hid. Lin Moyo found several royal cities through the Headless Knights. He chose a relatively convenient route and slaughtered cities along the way. As he expected, the demons fled when they saw the situation turning against them. In the 2 cities he passed through, there weren't many demons left. On the contrary, the Headless Knights encountered many demons on the way, and those demons fled like they had seen a ghost when they saw the Headless Knights. Compared to the Dragon Clan, the demons were much smarter. Once they scattered, it would be difficult for Lin Moyo to carry out a true city massacre. This also made his experience gain slower than expected. In the human world, Terry's live broadcast continued. Lin Moya's strong and decisive actions in sweeping through the demon royal cities left a deep impression on people. The giant eye of the undead, like a heavenly curtain, swept through the royal cities, leaving no survivors. This amazed everyone. Lin Moya seemed to be telling the world that he not only had a powerful undead army but also skills more terrifying than forbidden spells. The demons are too cunning, they all ran away. What else could they do? Stay in the city and wait to die. True, even if a demon king came, it would be a death sentence. It seems the Dragon Clan is really stupid. The human world was abuzz with discussion, and everyone saw through the demons' coping strategy. Although cowardly, it was effective. Lin Moyo was also somewhat helpless. The fragment world was not small, and once the demons scattered and hid, finding and killing them one by one would be extremely inefficient. Feeling a bit troubled, a pleasant voice rang out, and Liliane stepped out of the space. Lin Moyo was not surprised by Liliane's arrival. It's okay, just a bit troublesome. Chapter 745. Chapter 745, 745. Chapter 745, Cooperating and Acting, truly a great gift. Liliane's appearance once again caused a stir in the human world. Lin Moya's heart tightened. Is this the Demon Emperor? Yes, exactly like the records. The Demon Emperor has finally taken action. I wonder if Lin Moyo can handle it. Hard to say. Lin Moyo is strong, but the Demon Emperor is no weakling. Lin Moyo, please be careful. Everyone was worried for Lin Moyo. In the past 1,000 years, the Demon Emperor had rarely taken action, only a few times. But each time, it was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the half-step supergods among the humans could barely contend with her. Now that Lin Moyo had to face the Demon Emperor, everyone felt the outcome was uncertain. Meng Yanwen and others, however, were not nervous at all. They knew the relationship between Lin Moyo and the Demon Emperor. They knew the Demon Emperor would not truly harm Lin Moyo, and Lin Moyo would certainly be safe. Moreover, the Demon Emperor had already betrayed the Abyss for her own sake. Now that the Demon Emperor appeared, it was most likely to put on a show. Liliane's entire body was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see her appearance. The mist was thick, occupying a large space and constantly rolling. Various demonic images appeared in the mist, looking extremely terrifying. This was also the image the Demon Emperor usually presented. Moreover, Liliane's voice was usually cold and slightly hoarse. No one knew Liliane's true appearance. Lin Moya's response elicited a light laugh from Liliane. Is it just a bit troublesome? Her voice was completely different from the image she presented. Fortunately, Terry's live broadcast had no sound, otherwise, it would have shocked many people. Lin Moya knew she was not here to stop him. If she really wanted to stop him, she would have done so when he first arrived in the Abyss. Are you here to act with me? Lin Moyo asked. The Demon Emperor smiled. I know your intentions, so I came to give you a gift, a token of sincerity. Acting, of course, must be done properly. Lin Moyo immediately understood the meaning behind the Demon Emperor's words. You also want to see my true combat power during the act, right? The Demon Emperor's actions were never simple, just for acting? Impossible. The Demon Emperor sought cooperation with him because she valued his strength and his future potential. If he did not meet her requirements, this cooperation could end at any time. Someone like Lillian would never put all her eggs in one basket. Lillian had known her situation for 1,000 years and must have made many arrangements during that time. Cooperating with him was just one of the more reliable methods. Lillian said, even though it's acting, we must take it seriously. As expected, Lin Moya chuckled, then as you wish. He pointed a finger. Dual star spell, bone prison. Spell, undead gaze. 2 spells, or rather 3 spells, were used simultaneously. White bones appeared on the thick mist surrounding Lillian, and bone spikes erupted. At this moment, the thick mist became Lillian's body and her armor. The bone spikes flashed white and pierced into the thick mist, then disappeared. This spell was still somewhat lacking against Lillian. The sky turned black, then silver-white. A giant curtain opened in the sky, and the eye of the undead gazed at Lillian. Lin Moya heard a soft cry, indicating some pain. Even Antares felt something under the gaze of the eye of the undead, so Lillian, as a half-step supergod, would inevitably feel pain, though not injured. Lillian was extremely surprised. Now, something that could make her feel pain meant that when Lin Moya reached her level, he might be able to kill her instantly. Lillian clearly felt the threat from the skill, a danger from the soul level. If Lin Moya truly reached her level, she might be powerless against him. Lillian was very conflicted at this moment. On one hand, Lin Moya's strength made her feel her judgment was correct. On the other hand, Lin Moya's strength also made her wary. If Lin Moya turned against her at the end of their cooperation, she might not be able to counter him. Lillian considered many things in an instant and finally realized she had no choice. Even now, she was already helpless against Lin Moya. Lin Moya had Antares behind him, making him unkillable. This was one of the reasons she decided to cooperate with him. Everything happened in a flash, and Lillian quickly figured it out, discarding all useless emotions. Once the bow is drawn, the arrow must be shot, so she decided to go all the way. In the next second, Lillian began to counterattack. A large hand reached out from the thick mist, carrying the aura of destruction, and rushed towards Lin Moya. Destruction Law. Lillian's domain was the Destruction Law, a second-tier powerful law, much stronger than the Dragon Emperor's Stone Law. This also proved that Lillian's talent was very high. With such high talent and intelligence, how could she be content to be a pawn, especially one with constant life-threatening danger? Lin Moya could fully understand Lillian. With a slight flap of the undead wings, Lin Moya instantly disappeared, avoiding the Demon Emperor's attack. The overwhelming palm struck the ground, causing the earth to rumble and collapse. Nearby hills instantly disappeared, and nothing could grow under the Destruction Law. Lin Moya reappeared a kilometer away, summoning the Undead Legion. Bone dragons roared, and headless knights charged. In the sky, the skeleton throne appeared, and 2 skeleton kings responded. The battle began. The thick mist rolled, and Lillian attacked fiercely, causing large numbers of the Undead Legion to die. Lin Moya continuously used dual star spells. Although the bone prison could not harm Lillian, it could still hinder her. The undead gaze activated again, and Lillian let out another soft cry. The battle was real, and the pain was real. However, both sides held back, making the seemingly intense battle not as intense as it appeared. Lin Moya constantly changed positions, dodging Lillian's attacks. Lillian did the same. The battle area kept expanding. Unknowingly, a large city came into view. This was the city of the Succubus King, and at this moment, the barrier was raised, filled with countless demons. Lin Moya understood that this was the great gift Lillian was giving him. A city full of demons. Just now, the two of them kept changing positions, with the Demon Emperor deliberately leading the battlefield here. To outsiders, it was completely unnoticeable. In terms of acting, Lillian was perfect, not losing to any actor. Unlike the last time when the gift was traitors from the human race, this time it was real demons. Lillian was also using this to show her determination to cooperate with Lin Moya. She was truly ready to sacrifice the abyssal demons. Very decisive. Since that was the case, Lin Moya naturally had to cooperate with her. In the Succubus King's city, the demons saw Lin Moya and the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was fighting Lin Moya, and the demons in the city were excited. They all shouted for the Demon Emperor to kill Lin Moya. Little did they know, the Demon Emperor had sold them to Lin Moya. Please. Lillian's voice rang in Lin Moya's ear. Lin Moya did not hesitate, pointing his finger at the sky, and the Eye of the Undead appeared above the city. The demons already knew the terror of the Eye of the Undead. As soon as it appeared, many demons instinctively tried to escape. Only then did they realize that the teleportation stones were ineffective. Not only were the teleportation stones ineffective, but they couldn't even send out any information. The entire city was sealed off. Chapter 746. Chapter 746, 746. Chapter 746, it's comfortable dealing with smart people. The demons in the city died in despair. Most of them, until their death, did not know why. Why did the teleportation magic stones become ineffective? Why couldn't any information be sent out? Only a few clever ones realized it before their souls departed. But what use was that? They could only lose their souls with that realization and rest eternally. The Succubus Queen hid far away, watching the demons die one by one, her heart pounding non-stop. If she hadn't become the Demon Emperor's slave and one of her own people, she might have been one of those in the city. She knew the Demon Emperor's methods. Even without her, the Demon Emperor had ways to seal off the city. Not just her city, but any Demon King's city, the Demon Emperor could control them all. The Demon Emperor must have made arrangements over the 1,000 years, using ingenious methods far beyond imagination. The Succubus Queen only knew the tip of the iceberg, the rest was just guesswork. And just the tip of the iceberg was enough to make her heart race. In just 2 minutes under the undead gaze, the entire royal city was massacred. Experience increased dramatically again. With just 2 more cities like this, he could level up once more. Lin Moya muttered, "It seems the demon emperor is angry." The thick mist dispersed, enveloping an area of thousands of meters. Within the mist, the undead legion simultaneously died, instantly wiping out half of the undead legion in a flash. Even the skeleton kings did not survive a glimpse of the demon emperor's might. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly as his undead wings flapped, instantly disappearing without a trace. The mist contracted, and the demon emperor had clearly also lost track of Lin Moya's whereabouts. Immediately after, the demon emperor let out a hoarse, shrill roar filled with fury. This scene was strikingly similar to what had just happened in the Dragon Clan's world. Only the succubus queen knew clearly that the demon emperor was just acting. Her acting was so exquisite that if the succubus queen didn't know the truth, she might have been fooled too. But to outsiders, the situation was different. The demon emperor took action and fiercely battled Lin Moyo. However, the too cunning Lin Moyo managed to launch a sneak attack on a royal city amidst the great battle. In the end, the furious demon emperor was no match for Lin Moyo, who fled. Lin Moya's escape skills were formidable. Neither the dragon emperor nor the demon emperor could do anything about it. Even the humans watching the live broadcast thought the same. Seeing Lin Moya successfully escape, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No one objected to Lin Moya's retreat. After all, his opponent was the demon emperor, a half-step supergod and one of the strongest in the world. In the human world, there was only one half-step supergod who could barely contend with the demon emperor. To be able to retreat safely while even launching a sneak attack on a demon king's city amidst the great battle with the demon emperor in everyone's hearts, Lin Moyo had already won. Especially when the demon emperor let out an enraged roar, exactly the same as the dragon emperor, it was clear that Lin Moyo had the upper hand. Lin Moya's status was further elevated in people's hearts, and they even began to sing his praises. At this moment, the live broadcast also disappeared. And Terry's closed his eyes. That's about enough, too much is too much. Under his promotion, Lin Moyo had been completely deified, thoroughly surpassing legendary figures like the God of War and the God of Light, and even the half-step supergods of the human race. After all, no one had ever invaded the Dragon Clan's world, invaded the Abyss, let alone massacred their cities like this. Lin Moya's actions had undoubtedly vented the anger of the entire human race and avenged the blood debts owed by countless people. Lin Moyo escaped and left, and Liliane did not pursue him. Lin Moyo also knew that Liliane would not pursue him. Acting was like this. Liliane was very measured, and the two had an excellent rapport. Dealing with smart people is comfortable, without needing to say much to know what to do. The direction Lin Moya left in was not chosen randomly either, but was the direction Liliane had pointed out during their battle. Through her actions, Liliane had indicated a path for Lin Moyo. Coincidentally, in his previous explorations, there were indeed 2 royal cities thousands of miles in that direction. When Lin Moyo arrived at the royal cities, he found that they had been sealed off. Not a single demon inside could leave or send out any information. The same situation as the succubus queen's city, another great gift from Liliane. Lin Moyo accepted it without hesitation. After massacring these 2 cities, a white light of leveling up emanated from Lin Moya's body. He finally reached level 83, and his soul power surged tremendously. Lin Moya looked towards a certain area of the void. "You followed me all this way, come out." The void distorted, and the succubus queen walked out. "Divine Marshal Lin, long time no see." The succubus queen greeted Lin Moyo. The two had crossed paths more than once and were half acquainted. Lin Moya said, "You're not afraid of death." The succubus queen's expression changed slightly, but she gritted her teeth and said, "You won't kill me. If you wanted to kill me, you could have done so already. And I've already given you my city." Lin Moya looked the succubus queen up and down. He had to admit, although a demon, she was very pleasing to human aesthetics. If not for the tail behind her back and her slightly pointed ears, she would truly be a great beauty. Lin Moya said in a low voice, "You're very clever, follow your master well, and you might preserve your life in the future." After saying that, Lin Moyo activated the Abyss teleportation stone and left the Abyss world. He knew that continuing would yield no more gains. The Demon Emperor's great gift had been received, and the other cities were likely already deserted. With the demons scattered, trying to find and kill them one by one would be time-consuming and laborious. As for the Demon Kings, they were probably hiding even deeper. But it didn't matter, there would be opportunities in the future, and by then, not a single one would be able to escape. Only after Lin Moyo left did the succubus queen finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Liliane had pointed out a direction for Lin Moyo, but the succubus queen had also understood it. So she mustered her courage and followed, discovering that there were indeed 2 sealed royal cities, just like her own city. The perpetrator didn't need to be said, it must have been her master, Liliane. Just as she had thought, Liliane did have arrangements in place and methods to control every royal city. If she had harbored any other thoughts at the time, she might have died in the city too. Liliane's methods were so ingenious and her actions so cautious that the succubus queen finally witnessed them firsthand. Cold sweat poured down her back. It was fortunate that she was still loyal. The mist rolled in silently, and in the blink of an eye, the succubus queen found herself back in the Demon Emperor's palace. The Demon Emperor Liliane was still sitting lazily on the Demon Emperor's throne, looking somewhat languid. "Do you understand now?" Liliane's voice carried a hint of coldness. The succubus queen knelt on the ground in fright. "Your Majesty, I was just curious, I had no other thoughts." Liliane swirled the wineglass lightly. "I know, otherwise you'd already be dead." The succubus queen knelt on the ground, not daring to raise her head. Your Majesty, how did Lin Moya know I was your person? Lilian's voice was as melodious as wind chimes, yet as sharp as a sword's aura. For someone as clever as him, how could he not see through it? Remember, if you want to survive the final purge and live well in the future, then obey obediently. I don't necessarily need you. Those few little succubi you deliberately let escape, we'll see if they obey and have the fortune. The succubus queen listened to Lilian's words, her mind spinning rapidly. She seemed to know what she should and shouldn't do. Chapter 747. Chapter 747, 747. Chapter 747, The Soft-Footed Dragon. Did you find a mother dragon? The 83rd level Lin Moya's soul force was constantly fluctuating. His soul force had greatly increased, even overflowing at times. After level 80, each level gained would increase his soul force significantly, and the increase became larger and larger. In fact, the increase in soul force had been giving the professionals opportunities to move the skill star cores in the skill space. However, not many professionals had the perseverance to do so. Moving the skill star cores was too difficult, and almost no one could truly accomplish it. The vast majority would only move the skill star cores after reaching level 88, when they were about to ascend, but by then it would already be too late. Lin Moya's soul level was high enough, and with the blessing of divine power, the soul force gained from each level up was greater than others. Moreover, with the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, his soul force was far purer than others. As long as he could keep going, Lin Moya believed his future would be bright. As for the Great World Runes curse, Lin Moya no longer cared about it. Sooner or later, he would trample it underfoot. The greatest thief in history appeared again in the skill space. Lin Moya had stolen many skill star cores, making the skill space spacious. The skill space was not happy with Lin Moya's arrival, but it was helpless. After all, from a certain perspective, Lin Moya was the master of this space. It's just that the master had become a thief, stealing what belonged to himself. It was a bit strange, and Lin Moya found it funny when he thought about it. From another perspective, he was just moving his own belongings to a different place. Things that were originally in a drawer were now being moved to a safe. There were still 17 shining skill star cores left. I wonder what skills I'll get this time. The remaining skills were all good, or rather, he didn't have any bad skills. When they transformed into star-level spells, their power would become even more astonishingly strong. Lin Moya looked forward to this transformation, like opening a blind box, always exciting before each opening. His soul force enveloped the nearest skill star core, pulling it out. The restraining force of the skill space was not small, but it couldn't stop the self-robbing thief. Come on, let me find you a better home. Lin Moya muttered to himself as he pulled the skill star cores out one by one. He was now extremely proficient at this, and with his abundant soul force, it was effortless. Just a few hours later, the skill star core had been pulled out of the skill space and sent into the soul world. The soul world had expanded considerably again with the level increase, becoming even more spacious, and the distance between the stars had increased further. Among them, the star representing the Undead Wings spell was the liveliest, being the first star, with planet-level spells orbiting around it. This star system-like combination was closest to the soul body, occupying a relatively central position in the soul world. A bit further away was the dual star spell formed by Skeletal Fangs and Bone Prison. Even further away were the star-level spells, Undead Gaze, and Elemental Resistance. They shone brightly in Lin Moya's soul world, bringing light to it. The arrival of the new member made all the stars shine their light, as if welcoming it. The soul force poured in, not as violently as before, but still surging. In the outside world, Antares had already prepared to kill Lin Moya a few dozen times. Hey, hurry up, my hands are already itching, Antares called out excitedly, as if killing Lin Moya was a great pleasure. Lin Moya glanced at it. You have hands. Antares roared angrily. What do you mean? How could I not have hands? Shouldn't you call them claws? Lin Moya corrected Antares. Antares was instantly enraged. What claws? They're hands, hands, hands. It repeated the word 3 times. Lin Moya covered his ears. All right, I know, they're hands. In the great world, no race would consider their limbs as claws. Claws were a term used for other races. In the eyes of the dragon race, the human race's hands were claws. And in the eyes of the human race, the dragon race's limbs were claws. 2 minutes later, Lin Moya spoke. You can start now. Antares had already grown impatient and immediately breathed out a dragon's breath. The dragon's breath carried intense heat, containing the fire elemental laws. Although Antares only grasped the surface of the elemental laws, it could still unleash super god level attacks. It was more than enough to kill Lin Moya. How dare you insult me? I'll burn you to death. Antares roared excitedly. Lin Moya frowned as the dragon's breath engulfed him, yet he was unharmed. The undead army in the summoning space only suffered a little damage. He immediately understood why. It was due to his elemental resistance passive spell. This star-level passive spell granted immunity to all elemental damage. For elemental law damage, it reduced the damage by half. Combined with his talent's amplification, the damage was directly reduced by 90 times. Additionally, with damage transfer, the damage could also be reduced by 90 times. And these two damage reduction effects were not additive, but multiplicative. As a result, the damage reduction effect increased exponentially, directly reaching 8,100 times. So an attack that was originally enough to kill him had now become a mere tickle. Lin Moya understood the reason and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He glanced at Antares and said, Soft-footed dragon, did you find a mother dragon? Why are you so weak? Antares was also stunned, naturally able to see that Lin Moya was completely unharmed by the dragon's breath. What the hell? Antares exclaimed in surprise, and tried breathing out another dragon's breath, but Lin Moya still showed no reaction. Antares was completely dumbfounded. Did you take some drugs, kid? You guess. Lin Moya didn't plan to tell Antares, lest it be too shocked. Antares didn't believe it and started trying other laws. After several tests, without exception, as long as it was an elemental law, it could only cause minor damage to Lin Moya. However, when Antares used its own innate energy to attack, the same super god level attack instantly caused the undead army to collapse. Killing them 4 times in a row, Lin Moya's talent was activated. Antares finally said, "You stinky brat, hurry up and explain, or I'll go on strike." Lin Moya smiled and explained the interaction between his talent and the elemental resistance spell. Antares stared with wide eyes. "So you're saying that now, as long as the super gods cultivate elemental laws, they basically can't kill you?" Lin Moya didn't hesitate to admit it, more or less, but not all super gods cultivate elemental laws. Antares said, "Most of them do cultivate elemental laws, after all, these are the easiest to comprehend. However, even if super gods don't use laws, their innate strength is still formidable, and they can still pose a threat to you." Lin Moya also understood this principle. "I won't be arrogant. This skill just gives me a bit of self-preservation ability when facing super gods." Elemental resistance had another implication. He no longer needed to flee from the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's stone laws were also elemental laws, and with only a half-step super god level, they couldn't harm Lin Moya at all. Lin Moya was completely confident in facing the Dragon Emperor head-on. The only exception was that formation. That formation was an exception, as it was a deeper application of laws, and not an offensive law, so, elemental resistance would not be effective against it. Chapter 748. Chapter 748, 748. Chapter 748, this spell seems a bit useless. Antares kept cursing about how perverted it was. Lin Moya himself felt he had become a bit perverted. How could he, at his current level, directly confront a half-step supergod like the Dragon Emperor? If it weren't for that formation, if the Dragon Emperor didn't have the giant dragon axe, Lin Moya might have been able to slay him. Even with those 2 external aids, it would still be very difficult for the Dragon Emperor to kill Lin Moya alone. If Lin Moya just stood there and let the Dragon Emperor attack, with the effects of his skills and talents, the Dragon Emperor couldn't kill him. In other words, when facing the Dragon Emperor, Lin Moya was already in an undefeatable position. As his other skills transformed into spell stars, his strength would further increase. Lin Moya was confident that when he reached the divine level, slaying the Dragon Emperor would be easy. If the timing was right, he might even be able to kill the Dragon Emperor before reaching the divine level. Antares began experimenting with Lin Moya, this time using Lin Moya himself as the test subject. All kinds of laws were tested on Lin Moya one by one. In Antares' long life, it had indeed grasped a great number of laws, although it only understood the surface of them and just played around with them for fun. Now these superficial understandings finally had a use. There were many types of elemental laws, not just the fire elemental law, but also advanced ones like the blazing flame law, the lava law, and so on. The higher the level of the law, the greater its power. But without exception, they would all have their damage reduced by elemental resistance. After rounds of testing, Antares was certain that if one wanted to kill Lin Moya solely through elemental laws, they would need at least true divine strength. If they were only at the supergod level, it would be impossible to kill Lin Moya. If they were like the Demon Emperor and didn't cultivate elemental laws, then half-step supergod level might be enough to kill Lin Moya. After numerous experiments, Lin Moya also understood his own situation. Knowing yourself and your enemy, you can win every battle. When Antares unleashed true divine power, Lin Moya was truly shocked. Space didn't just tear open, it shattered like glass. The ancient battlefield seemed on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Antares stabilized the space, otherwise the ancient battlefield would have collapsed. This space could not withstand true divine power. This also made Lin Moya realize that for the true experts of the great world, destroying a small world like his own would be extremely easy. Without sufficient power, the idea of protecting one's own world was just a fantasy. The new skill star core had already absorbed enough soul power and was burning like a blazing fireball. It was about to explode and transform into a star, and the skill would become a spell. Antares' eyes were wide open again, staring unblinkingly at the skill star core, all for the sake of that half-second black dot. Antares kept muttering, "This time I'll definitely make it, this time I'll definitely make it." Lin Moya sighed, "Just let it happen naturally, don't force it." "What do you know, you little cabbage? Going with the flow is for someone like you. At my level, if you don't force it, you won't gain anything," Antares said disdainfully. While speaking, it didn't forget to provoke Lin Moya a bit. Lin Moya didn't hold back in retaliating. "Then in all these years you've been in our world, what have you forced?" Antares smiled lightly. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." Yeah, you're always right." Lin Moya didn't bother arguing with it anymore and also looked at the black dot. Although he couldn't understand anything, he still looked, hoping that one day he would understand. For now, he would accumulate and wait patiently for the future to bear fruit. Boom! The explosion echoed in the soul world, a sound that only souls could hear. The black dot appeared at the center of the explosion, existing for only half a second, just like before. Lin Moya still couldn't discern anything from it, only etching it firmly in his memory. The soul power flowed back, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal happily absorbed and refined it, causing Lin Moya's soul level to rise slightly. In the blink of an eye, another star appeared in the sky of Lin Moya's soul world. "I wonder what spell this will be," Lin Moya said softly. Antares said disdainfully, "Anyway, it's all perverted." What kind of person matches what kind of spell? That's you. Lin Moya chuckled lightly, ignoring Antares and letting him say whatever he wanted. Summon Elemental Lich, Fusion 100% use materials of different elements to summon different types of Elemental Liches. The Elemental Liches will grow alongside their master. The master's soul level determines the Lich's level. The quality of materials will determine the Elemental Lich's growth limit. Elemental Liches can also absorb higher quality materials to increase their growth limit. Elemental Liches will not die, they will be reborn in the spell star after death. Only one Lich of the same type can exist at a time. A long stream of information came from the spell star, containing more information than other spells. After carefully reading it, Lin Moya couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. Although the information didn't mention the strength at all, he could analyze that the Elemental Liches had received comprehensive enhancements. First, there was no longer a level limit. The summoned Elemental Liches would no longer go out of control and self-destruct. The level of the Elemental Liches would be equivalent to Lin Moya's soul level. Although Lin Moya was only level 83, his soul level had already reached 94, so the Elemental Liches would also be level 94. A level 94 Elemental Lich, just imagining it showed how powerful it would be. Moreover, the Elemental Liches could increase their limits by devouring high-quality materials. Secondly, there was no longer a limit on the number of Elemental Liches. As many Liches could be summoned as there were types of materials. The Lich Space trait had also disappeared. Finally, the most perverted trait was that Elemental Liches would not die. After being killed in battle, they would be reborn in the spell star. After being reborn, they could immediately rejoin the battle. This undying trait perfectly matched Lin Moya's profession. Well, what spell is it this time? Antares had woken up and seemed to be in a good mood, probably having gained some insights, unlike his previous frustration. This time it's the Elemental Lich, Lin Moya said. Antares was stunned for a moment, recalling what skill it was. You mean that one that would self-destruct and go out of control? More or less, Lin Moya replied. Let's give it a try. Lin Moya summoned the Flame Lich. When it first appeared, it was only fist-sized, with no difference from before. But just 2 seconds later, its appearance began to change as its aura rapidly grew stronger. Its level was increasing, starting at the same level as Lin Moya, but in the blink of an eye, it had reached level 84. The increase didn't stop there, continuing until it reached level 89 before stopping. Its size had grown by about a circle, from fist-sized to half a meter tall. Antares frowned. Is that it? What use is that? Compared to Lin Moya's other spells, the Elemental Lich seemed a bit useless. Lin Moya didn't explain and calmly took out a solidified Fire God's Essence Blood. He had often used solidified Fire God's Essence Blood to summon Elemental Liches for self-destruction, using this method to successfully kill powerful enemies many times. Later, as his strength grew, this method was gradually abandoned. Antares looked at Lin Moya. What are you doing with that outdated stuff? Be patient and watch, Lin Moya replied. The Flame Lich immediately pounced and devoured the solidified Fire God's Essence Blood. After swallowing it, the Flame Lich's aura began to grow stronger again. In the blink of an eye, it broke through to the divine level. Antares narrowed its eyes. Now it's getting interesting. Chapter 749. Chapter 749, 749. Chapter 749, I'll pull the tendons, you skin it. The Flame Lich's body continued to change as its level increased. When it grew to level 94, its body had already exceeded 3 meters, much taller than Lin Moya. Its entire body was surrounded by intense flames, continuously radiating heat. Antares commented, not bad, quite warm, could be used for roasting meat. Lin Moya ignored this comment and checked the Flame Lich's attributes. Flame Lich. Grade, low. Growth limit, super god level, 1st tier. Law aura, fire, grants the master and all summoned creatures of fire law aura, dealing fire element law damage to enemies. There were no attributes or levels. Lin Moya could understand the lack of levels. The Elemental Lich's level was equivalent to his soul level. The grade was only low, indicating that the quality of the materials he used was not good. It made sense, as the materials from his small world couldn't be that great. The growth limit being super god level was somewhat unexpected, but it was understandable, as the fire god was a super god level before falling. Although its power had fallen, some characteristics might still remain, now inherited by the Elemental Lich. The law aura was the most surprising. The aura not only upgraded but also possessed laws. Having the fire element law, though its power was unknown, Lin Moya guessed it was related to the fire god's essence blood. The fire god was once a super god level, and even after falling, its essence remained. Laws wouldn't be easily lost, and this time they were inherited by the Elemental Lich. Lin Moya thought a lot in an instant, connecting it to his profession, and thought of another skill. Corpse Explosion, which could borrow a bit of the corpse's power to restore its attack. The Elemental Lich seemed to have a similar function. With a thought, the aura appeared under his feet. Both Lin Moya and the Elemental Lich had auras under their feet. Antares muttered, Fire Element Law. Then a flame with the law started burning on it. Antares said softly, quite warm, good for heating. Lin Moya asked, how's the power? Not bad, barely level 96, Antares said casually, sounding indifferent. But Lin Moya saw a different meaning in its eyes. There was a hint of shock in Antares' eyes. This unremarkable Elemental Lich was Lin Moya's strongest summon. Possessing laws, barely reaching level 96 attack power, it could easily heavily injure a level 95 god-level professional. Currently, among Lin Moya's summons, this Elemental Lich should be the strongest. Lin Moya had a thought, and a pillar of fire erupted from the Flame Lich, punching towards Antares. The punch carried firelight, also entwined with the fire element law. Antares didn't even bother to dodge, easily taking the hit, about the same as the aura, not much stronger. Lin Moyo understood that the Flame Lich was not a combat-type summon, mainly for support. Previous elemental liches seemed to be the same, with their greatest abilities focused on auras. Whether for attack or support, all were provided by various auras. The existence of auras provided many possibilities for the undead army, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities. Lin Moyo suddenly thought of a possibility. His skills included summoning, bone, and curse types. If they could all form multi-star spells, wouldn't the power greatly increase? Even with the suppression of the Great World Rune, even without laws, Lin Moyo felt he wouldn't be inferior to anyone. He took out a crystal stone, a law crystal from the Thunder God. At the same time, the Thunder Lich appeared beside him. The Thunder Lich quickly grew after appearing, stopping at level 89. Then Lin Moyo gave the law crystal to the Thunder Lich to devour. After devouring the law crystal, the Thunder Lich quickly grew again, stopping at level 94. Level 94 wasn't its limit, but Lin Moyo's current soul level. No matter how strong the elemental lich was or how good the materials used, it could only increase its upper limit. Currently, the highest level couldn't exceed Lin Moyo's soul level. The level 94 Thunder Lich had a slender body, like a bolt of lightning. It flickered in the air, constantly emitting electric sounds, crackling nonstop. Thunder Lich. Grade, low. Growth limit, super god level, 3rd tier. Law aura, electric, grants the master and all summoned creatures a Thunder Law aura, dealing electric element law damage to enemies. It looked no different from the Flame Lich. But the growth limit had changed from Super God level, 1st tier, to Super God level, 3rd tier. Lin Moyo curiously asked, how are the tiers within the Super God level distinguished? From these 2 points, he already knew that there must be strengths and weaknesses within the Super God level. Just like the God level, divided into high, middle, and low tiers. Antares said, Super God level, isn't it just from 1 to 9 tiers? After the 9th tier, it's the true God level, right? Lin Moyo asked. Antares shook its head, there's a transition, called half-step true God, similar to half-step super God. It's just a term, you'll understand when you get there. Lin Moyo nodded. Within the super god level, the 1st tier was the weakest, and the 9th tier was the strongest. It seemed that becoming a super god was just the beginning of the path to becoming a strong person. Only super gods had the qualification to leave the small world and truly step onto the vast stage of the great world. Before that, it was just playing around at home, practicing for fun. No wonder Antares didn't take the strong people in this world seriously. After seeing the great world, looking back at this small world was like children's play, childish and laughable. Then Lin Moyo used the essence blood of the poison god to upgrade the poison lich. Poison lich. Grade, none. Growth limit, level 99. Law aura, poison, grants the master and all summoned creatures a poison law aura, dealing poison element law damage to enemies. Seeing the grade was none, Lin Moyo almost laughed out loud. It seemed the poison god was really not up to par. As the first god he killed, the poison god was quite tragic. Unexpectedly, now used to summon an elemental lich, it was despised again. All the materials were used up, and Lin Moyo looked at Antares with ill intent. Do you have any good elemental materials? Give me some. Antares shrieked, you're really not polite. Why be polite with you? Do you have it or not? Just say it. Lin Moyo looked justified, his face thick-skinned. Antares snorted, no, no, really no. Are you sure? Very sure, all my materials are in my dragon nest, Antares suddenly shut its mouth, a murderous look in its eyes. Lin Moyo, sensitive to killing intent, asked, what's wrong? Antares said in a deep voice, someone seems to be eyeing my dragon nest, when I get back, I'll pull its tendons. Lin Moyo said, alright, I'll help you. Antares nodded its dragon head vigorously, alright, the skinning job is yours. In an unknown space, a divine dragon suddenly sneezed. It felt like a strong malice was targeting it. Chapter 750. Chapter 750, 750. Chapter 750, witnessing the birth of a monster. Antares had nothing to his name. Lin Moyo finally understood why, when making the Staff of Creation, this guy had to use his own dragon scales. And when giving something to Lin Moyo, it was also dragon scales. Although dragon scales are good, it also shows that this guy is really poor. He doesn't care about the things in the small world, and he didn't bring anything from the great world. No wonder he's poor. Lin Moyo curiously asked, for someone of your level, don't you have a personal storage space? Antares replied, of course, we dragons have storage spaces, but they exist in a different way. My collection is divided into 2 parts, the most precious treasures are kept in the dragon's nest, and some are carried with me. Lin Moyo pursued, and where are these things? In the dragon pearl, Antares said sullenly, seemingly unhappy. Several dragon pearls had already been found, but a few were still lost. The dragon pearl containing Antares' collection had not yet been recovered. Lin Moyo took the opportunity to ask, I've always wondered, with your abilities, how could you not find the dragon pearl and need others to help? Antares shook his head, you think I don't want to? My dragon pearl was cursed by a bastard, and I can't touch it. Only when someone else touches it will the curse disappear, and I can retrieve the dragon pearl. And this person must be a human from your world. That bastard is too cunning. Lin Moyo roughly guessed who the bastard Antares was talking about. Over the millennia, Antares had used various methods to recover some dragon pearls through humans. Originally, there were 16 dragon pearls, and 12 had been recovered, leaving 4 still lost. Lin Moyo asked, do you know where the remaining dragon pearls are? There are 4 dragon pearls left, all in deep space. Antares had some sense of the dragon pearls and could determine their locations. Although his power could enter deep space, the curse prevented him from retrieving the dragon pearls himself. Antares complained, "In the previous era, I had a chance to retrieve all the dragon pearls, but those guys were too arrogant. What a bunch of idiots." It was clear that Antares held a lot of resentment, and the 4 dragon pearls were very important to him. Lin Moya softly said, "Don't worry, I'll retrieve those 4 dragon pearls." His voice was not loud, but very firm. Antares grunted in acknowledgement and didn't continue the topic. "Although I'm poor, I can still get some materials." He seemed to think of something, raised his head high, and a thick mist surged into the sky. Lin Moya seemed to hear a loud dragon roar and vaguely saw a huge dragon claw reaching out from the mist, heading to an unknown place. Just a few seconds later, a huge corpse was thrown down. Lin Moya immediately recognized it as the corpse of the king of wild beasts. And it wasn't an ordinary king of wild beasts, it was an extremely powerful one even among its kind. Lin Moya didn't say much and directly summoned the Undying Lich. The Undying Lich came from wild beasts but wasn't a true wild beast. This time, using the corpse of the king of wild beasts as material to upgrade it, he didn't know if it would work. The result was satisfactory. The Undying Lich turned into a mass of black gas, enveloping the huge bones of the king of wild beasts and began to devour them. Antares didn't stop, and the thick mist rolled again, reaching out once more. This time, the wait was a bit longer, about a minute. Something fell from the sky again. It was a huge stone, over 10 meters high, like a small mountain. The small mountain-like stone hit the ground heavily, making a sound like metal clashing. Although it was a heavy stone, Lin Moya felt a sharp aura from it. Just looking at it made his skin feel like it was being cut by a blade. Antares said, "There are countless laws, and the same goes for elements. This stone is called Goldstone and contains the law of the gold element." Lin Moya had never heard of the gold element and asked in confusion, "Is it like gold?" Antares laughed, "Yes, but not entirely. In your human race, there are many traditions, one of which divides power into 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Gold is one of them." Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. How could Lin Moya not know? In his previous life, he had heard this classification countless times. In the previous world, Chinese civilization had been passed down for thousands of years, constantly describing the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Gold included not only gold but all metals in the world, and it also carried the meaning of sharpness and invincibility. Antares said, "This goldstone is a mythical material. In deep space, you can only find things of this level." Antares didn't care about such things. Mythical materials were for super gods to use. At Antares' level, such things were just a scratch. But for Lin Moya, it was a great treasure. The family of elemental liches would gain a new member. Lin Moya used the goldstone to summon an elemental lich. The goldstone emitted a brilliant golden light and disappeared, and then a 2-meter-tall golden elemental lich appeared before him. It was covered in the law of the gold element, exuding a sharp aura. It looked like a sharp sword. Sharp gold lich. Grade, low. Growth limit, super god level, 6th tier. Law aura, gold, grants the master and all summoned creatures a gold element law aura, increasing physical attack power by 100% and partially ignoring the target's defense. This was an aura that directly increased damage, and its effect didn't seem bad. At this time, the Undying Lich also finished devouring, and its aura reached level 94. But its appearance didn't change much. It still looked small and delicate. Undying Lich. Grade, low. Growth limit, super god level, 1st tier. Undying aura, grants the master and all summoned creatures an undying aura. The aura can absorb fatal damage for the master or summoned creatures and fully restore their health. Aura cooldown, 1 minute. The aura's attributes were both expected and somewhat surprising. After this upgrade, the aura's cooldown time had been reduced from 24 hours to 1 minute. Considering the King of Wild Beasts' regeneration ability, it seemed normal. It could only be said that the King of Wild Beasts was too strong, making the Undying Lich equally powerful. Antares sighed after hearing this, indeed, very good. Lin Moya also felt that his survivability had increased again. It had become even more difficult for others to kill him. Putting away the elemental liches, Lin Moya could feel that the spell star representing Summon Elemental Lich seemed to have gained something, which was the elemental liches he had retrieved. The elemental liches no longer resided in the lich space but had entered the spell star. Under soul sensing, these liches had turned into tiny dots, seemingly in a state of slumber, ready to be summoned at any time. The soul once again visited the skill space, and with surplus soul power, Lin Moya continued to move the skill star cores. The soul power drove straight in, directly enveloping the nearest skill star core and dragging it out. Each skill star core transformed into a spell star, significantly improving his strength, and Lin Moya was full of anticipation. Antares looked at Lin Moya with a complex expression, muttering, "I feel like I'm witnessing the birth of a monster." Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.